Chapter 80, Era? After entering the police station and discovering the first corpse, Xiaoran's adrenaline was secreted rapidly, and he always felt as if something was about to be birthed within his body. And now, his sense of nervousness and uneasiness further intensified as this feeling grew stronger and stronger. But before he could savor anything, suddenly, a strong wind violently attacked from behind. At this moment, Xiaoran suddenly entered an arcane and incomparable state. He, actually, saw behind him. No, it was not just behind him, but it was as if he had turned into the god's perspective in the game and could see everything around himself. Front, back, left, right, up, down. Behind him, there was a black and white behemoth swooping in. The speed was extremely fast. Xiaoran knew that he would not be able to dodge this blow in time, but his nerves reacted faster than his body, and just as he saw the behemoth coming, he immediately opened the space gate behind him. 5 by 5 meters, enough to protect him firmly. However, in his mind, the god's perspective only existed for a moment and then disappeared. Xiaoran immediately turned around, and with a shocking glance, he saw that the behemoth was the size of a lion, covered in thick hair, but in black and white, and it was more black and less white. But even if the size of a lion, Xiaoran can still be sure that this is a fucking era. But how could an era grow that big? It was a lion, and it was still the kind of size of a male lion. Era did not crash into the alien space, but as if it could see and sense the existence of this door, it actually came to a standstill, not only stopping its body, but also taking a few steps back. It grinned and let out a low roar towards Xiaoran, but its feet were retreating step by step. For a moment, Xiaoran did not have time to think about why an era could grow to such a large size, and he believed that all three of those people before were killed by this era, and were also not on by it. Such a large size, the strength will naturally follow the rise, and it is entirely possible to break a person's collarbone with one palm. How could Xiaoran hesitate against such a ferocious creature? That head of Era obviously did not expect Xiaoran to have such a move, although it realized that it was not right and had already jumped up to dodge, but Xiaoran did not mince words. A shot was a few hundred rounds of bullets, and how was it possible for such a dense rain of bullets to be completely dodged? Era was immediately hit by a bullet, but amazingly, it was also only hit by one bullet. This amazing speed. This bullet hit its butt, but what shocked Xiaoran was that the bullet actually only went in about 2 centimeters, as the butt of the bullet could still be vaguely seen. Grass, is this skin of yours made of bulletproof vest? Era was hit by the bullet and suffered pain, so naturally it was furious and roared at Xiaoran, baring its teeth and grinning, only to see that its fangs were about 7 centimeters long, and if this bite were to go down, it could easily bite a person's throat through. However, it only looked deeply at Xiaoran twice with its dark eyes, and immediately turned around and ran. Its speed was incredibly fast, immediately hidden into the darkness. Even during the daytime, there were more dimly lit rooms in the police station, and those without windows were even darker, which was too convenient for hiding. Xiaoran backed up to the wall and opened the door of space in front of him, almost opening it against his body, then huffed and puffed, sweating like rain. Solved the case, the previous 3 people were killed and gnawed by this era. Husky is one of the 3 fools of the snow. The earliest was in Siberia pulling sleds, so it is particularly hardy. It is not surprising that it can survive in such low temperatures. But how can Era grow so big? Have you mutated? Mutated? This natural disaster can also trigger animal mutation? Xiaoran's brows furrowed. As far as the information he knew so far, the Era's size had doubled several times, and its weight had changed from several dozens of pounds to at least several hundred pounds, and along with that, there was an increase in strength. And this thing could actually dodge bullets. It meant that it was also incredibly fast, with a high level of agility. What's more, its skin is also incredibly tough, completely comparable to a bulletproof vest. Such a dog, do you think it mutated or not? It has suffered a loss and definitely wants to get me killed. Coincidentally, I'm also a petty person, and even more so, I don't want to leave behind any aftermath. So, since I have made a grudge, I am going to get you killed. Xiaoran took a deep breath and walked out of the house in large strides. Come on, let's duke it out. Xiaoran was usually meticulous, but he would never wimp out when he needed to fight for his life. Let's see who gets killed. Xiaoran cautiously advanced while sighing in his heart. Previously, when Era attacked him, he entered a marvelous state, as if he had gained a god's perspective, with everything around him in his eyes. Well, I should say in his mind. If he could stay in such a state, then how would Era want to attack him? I want to fart eat. But how to bring back this state? Xiaoran had absolutely no idea what to do. He seemed to have forgotten about this era, still searching from room to room, he saw more corpses. All of them had been gnawed on for their internal organs. That head of Era did it. Xiao Ran did not have much anger. Killing, death and cannibalism were too rare and unusual these days. Moreover, when humans were strong, they could hunt all kinds of animals, so now that humans were weakened and certain animals were on the rise, in turn, treating the characters as food, it seemed to be quite normal. Because, the nature of this world is that the weak are the strong. It applied to humans, and it also applied to the entire biological chain. But that era regarded humans as food, and naturally there would be no exception for Xiao Ran, not to mention the fact that he had injured that era, so naturally, this feud was a big one. Xiao Ran believed that the era had definitely not left, but was looking for an opportunity to attack. At any moment, at any time. Under such tension, Xiao Ran's adrenaline was once again secreting rapidly, and that marvelous feeling came again, but it seemed like it was a hair short of the mark again, and he was still unable to enter God's view. Shoo! Right at this moment, a strong wind attacked. Era struck. At this moment, Xiao Ran finally broke the membrane and regained God's perspective. He saw that this time, Era was pouncing out from the door on the diagonal. He slapped his face with a claw. If he was hit, Xiao Ran would not say that his neck bone would be broken, but his face would definitely be severely injured, and it was not impossible for his entire face to be torn off. Xiao Ran grunted as the gate of space opened up, inviting the king to enter, while on the other hand, several thousand rounds of bullets were shot out from the gate of space. Thousands of rounds In order to kill this era, Xiao Ran completely disregarded the cost. Such a terrifying existence had to be taken out at the first opportunity. As if Era had a powerful sixth sense, it was clear that the space gate was invisible to the naked eye, but it still braked sharply, stopped sharply in an instant, and then turned around and ran. Chapter 81, Survivor. But even if Era's speed was fast, it had to go through the 3 steps of sharply stopping, turning around, and then re-accelerating, and how fast is a bullet? Rifle bullets are almost the speed of sound. This time, Xiao Ran was again intentionally controlling, shooting the bullets like a net, and not just one net, but 7. Otherwise, how would he need to shoot thousands of bullets at a time? Technically speaking, he should have shot 7 times, it was just that the time interval was almost negligible, so again, it could be considered as shooting thousands of bullets at the same time. Is this a joke? Era was shot. Woof! 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 This mutated dog let out a miserable scream, filled with rage at the same time. It was hit by a dozen bullets in a row, and its sprinting body went out of control, hitting the wall heavily, and under the impact of the huge force, boom, it actually broke through that wall alive, and its huge body slid out. Blood was spilled all over the place. Xiao Ran just wanted to chase after it, but he only felt a pain in his head, while his body seemed to have been emptied, so hard that he wanted to vomit. What's going on here? I've used the space gate so many times before, and I've never been in such a situation. Could it be? Is it God's perspective? No, this isn't called God's perspective. I have a different dimension, and I can even open the space door and take in anything that doesn't exceed the size of the space door. What does that mean? I've mastered spatial powers. Just now, I could see all areas around me, including behind me, up and down. Isn't this the same manifestation of spatial ability? Is this called spatial detection? Spatial perception? It doesn't matter what it's called, but the strong pressure I was under, and my strong desire to live, caused me to stimulate the second ability of my spatial ability. Let's call it spatial perception. I'm not religious, so what's the point of calling it God's perspective? However, firstly, he can't skillfully use spatial perception yet, and secondly, using this ability should consume a lot of alien energy? Because this feeling of being drained is not a physical exertion. But how come I don't have a burden when I use the space gate? Xiao Ran thought in his mind and sat down on his butt, gasping for breath without stopping. His body was covered in sweat, but even so, he didn't forget to open the space door in front of his body, lest that era kill him. After resting for a while, he gradually recovered. He had the intention to use his spatial perception again, but he still found that he couldn't function on his own accord. Did it have to be a crisis? Or had he used it too few times and was too unskilled? If he used it more often, would he be able to use it whenever he wanted in the future? Xiao Ran chased after him, wanting to find the era through the bloodstains, but the blood on the ground disappeared after flowing for a while. Grass, this stopped the blood? Xiao Ran couldn't help but bare his teeth. This recovery power is too terrifying. Is there any creature on Earth that can do this? If this damn thing hasn't mutated yet, I will never use the great sword again. There was no way around it, the clues had been broken. Xiaoran gave up looking for Era and instead returned to the purpose he started with. Looking for bulletproof vests. After a while, Xiaoran found the armory. It was a security door. Xiaoran took out the welding torch and sprayed fire right at the door lock. Heat rises and cold shrinks. This is common sense physics. So just a moment later, crunching sounds came. The security door had already been dealt a fatal blow from the inside. There was no way. Sioux City had never had such low temperatures. Who would have temperature control requirements for security doors? Besides, this was China. Who would dare to break into a police station and grab a gun? With a push, Xiaoran opened the security door. However, for safety's sake, he still opened the space door in front of him. One could never be too careful. Don't open the door. Instead, a human voice came out from inside. Ha! He. Xiaoran could not help but freeze. He was only being cautious when he opened the door of space, but he really did not expect that there was actually someone behind the security door. Who's in there? He shone his flashlight in. Inside, there were 5 people walking over. Each of them had a terrified expression. Counting, there were 3 women and 2 men. Each of them were wearing thick military coats, and that was precisely why they were able to pull through under such severe cold, right? However, they all had weapons in their hands, all guns. This was an armory, and it wasn't unusual for them to have access to weapons. You got us killed. A man with a gun said, there is a dog that has become a spirit here, almost as big as a lion, and it bit all the people in the police station to death. We managed to escape here with great difficulty, and we used this door to block the demonic dog, and you actually destroyed the door, and this is how everyone is going to be killed. With that, he stared at Xiaoran with a bitter and hateful gaze. Damn it, I'll finish you off first. He raised his hand and was about to aim at Xiaoran, but was pushed away by one person who pushed the gun away. It was fortunate that this was the case, otherwise Xiaoran would have to shoot as well. If he launched an attack, it would definitely be an indiscriminate attack, because hell knows if the others would take the opportunity to attack him. So, kill them all. Still, Xiaoran memorized this person. Gotta die. Carrying malice towards himself, who cares, getting killed is the safest. The one who pushed this gun away was a woman with shoulder-length hair, and although the collar of her coat was erected so high that it blocked her chin, and even her mouth could not be completely seen, it still could not hide her beauty and movement. This one was an 85-point beauty. At least. After all, it blocked her chin and half of her mouth, and she couldn't see the full picture, so she didn't know whether it should be a plus or minus. What's the situation outside? The woman asked, muttering to herself without waiting for Xiaoran to answer. The fact that you could safely get here and even had time to weld the door open means that the mutant dog has already left. Then how could it be a mutant dog? It must be a demon dog. The man who had just raised his gun was agitated again. Xiaoran smiled, I'm unarmed, I don't pose any threat, how about everyone put down their guns first? The few people inside looked at each other and all put their guns away. Xiaoran walked in. With his reaction speed, anyone who made a move to raise their gun, he could open the door of space at the first opportunity, protecting himself while and shooting his opponent. Therefore, he was walking against the wall and would not go belly up. My name is Xiaoran, what about you guys? He asked casually. The woman pushing the gun said, my name is Jiang Yuzu Ning and I am a police officer. Now I'm asking you, what's the situation outside? Hearing her ask this, the remaining 4 people also revealed a look of curiosity and anticipation. Yeah, what's the situation outside? We've been trapped here for many days, how come no one has come to save us? This is still a police station. The cell phone is out of battery, and we can't call home or ask for leave from the company. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to the police station that day. Who wouldn't? They were all talking and spitting. Jiang Yuzuning pressed her hand, signaling the crowd to keep quiet. Let Xiaoran speak. Chapter 82, Opening Conditions, Extra. These people still don't know the situation outside? Well, they should know about the situation in the first few days, but then they were forced to escape into this place and their cell phones died, so they completely lost contact with the outside world. Xiaoran thought for a moment and said, the social order has completely collapsed now, and under the extreme cold, the vast majority of the people are unable to get out of their homes and can only sit around and wait for death. What? These words caused so many people to open their mouths wide as if they could not accept them. How could it be? How could a huge country be finished under the blow of a natural disaster? Xiaoran didn't say anything more and just looked on indifferently. It was true that such a cruel fact was not something everyone could accept. It was fine to slip into such an abyss step by step, but to suddenly face it all at once, so many people would have to go crazy, right? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The man who wanted to shoot Xiaoran just now suddenly became agitated, the veins on his forehead jumping straight up, and even more so, he was bawling around the room as if he would lose control at any moment. His name was Gu Bing. Whether it's true or not, we'll know if we go out and take a look. Another man said, this person was called Chang Shuli. But there's that demon dog outside. Gu Bing roared. Chang Shuli, however, looked at Xiaoran and said, the fact that he was able to walk over here alive means that the mutated dog must have already left. That's a demon dog, a demon dog. Gu Bing emphasized. To be so furious and hysterical over an epithet, this person's nerves should be incredibly tense and on the verge of losing control. Chang Shuli looked at Xiaoran and laughed. You said that almost no one is allowed to go out, so the order of the entire society has collapsed as a result, but how did you come here? Don't tell me that you've been in the middle of the police station these days as well. Hearing these words, the gazes of the 5 people once again looked at Xiaoran at the same time. Xiaoran smiled faintly, because I have a modified car that can travel in such extreme weather. Chang Shuli looked as if this was the case as he said indifferently, name a price, how much would you charge to send me home? Xiaoran lost his smile, now even if I give you $100 billion, can you buy a tea-egg? The Bayman's prophecy came true, indeed, tea-eggs can't afford to eat off. Chang Shuli was first stunned, then the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile, saying, I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Chang Shuli, the Chang of the Chang family. Chang family? Xiaoran immediately realized that in Suzhou City, as long as the Chang family was mentioned, there was not a single person who did not know about it. The Balong Group mastered by the Chang family is the largest enterprise in Suzhou City, with annual tax payments exceeding 10 billion. However, the history of the Chang family's fortune is said to be not very honorable, and it has connections with the black side, but it can be said that the Chang family can take in both black and white. Xiaoran nodded, so? Your Chang family is marvelous? Oh, who is still spoiling you now? Chang Shuli couldn't help but be choked. Since he was a child, he had never been disliked like this. If he knew that normally, if someone dared to say that, his bodyguards would have long rushed up to slap the other party. But now, all 3 bodyguards had been killed by the mutant dog in order to protect him. It was really a tiger falling down and being bullied by a dog. Such a small person also dared to dislike himself. Chang Shuli didn't get angry. The family education he received from childhood made him habitually be a smiling tiger. What is the point of getting angry? Just get killed. So, he just secretly made a mental note to Xiaoran. Oh, now that the social order had collapsed, then it was natural for him to kill someone for nothing. I'm just telling you that my Chang family has everything and lacks nothing, so as long as you can escort me back, you can take whatever you want at home. Even, actresses are available. This is not to deceive Xiaoran. The Chang family will often invite some of the small star, or even the third-line star to go to the home to have a party. The specific activities, no, I'll understand. Of course, there is no deception is one thing, but really want to go to the Chang family, not to mention with a beautiful woman to leave, even if they cannot live to leave have to play a big question mark. Xiaoran will fall for it? Just kidding. With the amount of supplies he had at his disposal now, he still needed others to send him women? Han Yun and Wan Lulu are both excellent, right? The only drawback is that they are not virgins, but the Chang family will have a clean woman? Oh. Xiaoran looked at him lightly and said, sorry, my car only carries beautiful women. He looked at the other 2 women, but unfortunately, not to mention rivaling Jiang Yuzuning's beauty, it was hard to rub the edge of a beautiful woman, and at most, it was not ugly. Therefore, the only one who was qualified to sit in his car was this woman. Hearing this, Gu Bing and Chang Shuli's faces changed at the same time, and even revealed a touch of murderous aura. They quietly tightened the guns in their hands. Since you won't agree, then I'll kill you and rob your car. The 2 were about to take action, but just then, a huge black shadow appeared in the doorway. Demon, 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 demon dog. Gu Bing was scared out of his wits. Wasn't this Herculeanly that terrifyingly incomparable big dog? In an instant, he completely lost all other thoughts, lifting his gun and pulling the trigger at the doorway. Bang! 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 However, how could such point-blank shots be lethal to the mutant dog? It just waved its front paws, snapping, 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 slapping a bullet away and clanking it to the ground. This Gu Bing was chilled to the bone, even bullets could be slapped away. What was this if not a demon dog? While he was frozen, Chang Shuli also raised his gun up, roaring as he fired, "Quickly shoot, what are you waiting for, want to die?" Under his roar, the three women only woke up as if in a dream, and raised their guns to shoot. But not to mention the other two women, that is that Jiang Yuzuning as a police officer, in fact, is also a rookie, not only no accuracy, and even in the recoil of the impact of the muzzle of the gun higher and higher, the bullets ding 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 ding. That head of Era pounced out, bang on the ground, Gu Bing, claws in his chest, snorting, the shirt broke open, and blood followed and sprayed out. Gu Bing trembled dramatically, but it was only a few shivering moments before he was motionless. Dead. That Era seemed to look at Xiao Ran provocatively before picking up Gu Bing in one mouthful and quickly exited the house, and immediately there was no movement. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not realizing that this ferocious evil dog actually did not go on a killing spree, and was content to run away with its corpse after killing only one person. In their impression, it was impossible for this vicious dog to stop until it had killed all the living creatures in front of it. Naturally, they could not possibly know that the vicious dog was jealous of Xiao Ran. This was a human who was able to injure it and even kill it. After Era's mutation, his brain was also a lot more lucid. "Xiao Ran, take me away and make whatever conditions you want." Chang Shuli immediately called out to Xiao Ran. This time, he was truly afraid. Chapter 83: Strengthening Firepower. Before the end of the world, the police station should be one of the safest and most secure places. But what about now? The police were gone, and in its place was a man-eating mutant dog, who wouldn't be scared to death. Xiao Ran didn't even look at him, his face full of solemnity. "Era is not finished with him. Just as well, I don't want to let you off the hook either. However, what would it take to deal with this mutated monster that possessed tremendous strength, was extremely fast, and had superb self-healing power?" During the second engagement, Era was even shot a dozen times. Just now, it seemed like nothing happened. This recovery ability was too terrifying. Xiao Ran put his eyes on this armory. Were there any weapons with greater power? He searched for it. "Xiao Ran, I'm talking to you dash." Chang Shuli saw Xiao Ran ignoring him, the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed under fear, and he came up to grab Xiao Ran's shoulder. Splat! Xiao Ran slapped his ear and Chang Shuli instantly rolled all over the ground. Xiao Ran had no way to compare his strength with that Era, however, when looking at the human race, he was definitely one of the top two existences, so could he not whip Chang Shuli away with a slap? Chang Shuli sat on his butt on the ground, his eyes rolling, as if he had been knocked out of his mind all of a sudden. How can you hit someone?" Jiang Yuzuning couldn't help but say, with a sense of justice that was about to overflow. Xiao Ran still ignored it. The focus now was on that Era. What was a woman? Not to mention Jiang Yuzuning, even if Lu Mei came, if she was also this crooked, Xiao Ran would still not take care of it, and if he was pissed off, he would even reward him with a bullet. It is a matter of life and death, he will still think about whether the sword can be sheathed or not. This kind of person, give him even greater ability, will also die a miserable death. Xiao Ran searched and soon he revealed a smile. He found a sniper rifle. The bullets used for sniper rifles were different from rifles, the bullets were faster and more penetrating. In fact, Xiao Ran would like to find a RPG, machine gun, really cannot, machine gun is also okay. Forget it, the sniper rifle is fine, the killing power is much stronger than the rifle. He picked up the sniper rifle, checked it, and started shooting. Bang! 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 Ding, ding, ding. Every shot produced a strong recoil. Fortunately, Xiao Ran's physique was strong enough, he could even carry the sniper rifle and fire it directly without being knocked back by the recoil. The strength of his body was evident. The bullet casing jumped out and fell on the ground with a crisp ringing sound. Xiao Ran kept shooting, loading, shooting, and finished the box of sniper bullets on the side. It was gone. It's a pity, it's just that many. What are you mad about? Jiang Yuzuning's four people were covering their ears, and were even more scared, because the kinetic energy of the bullets from the sniper rifle was too big, even if it wasn't flying directly at them, but after ejection it still possessed an extremely strong penetrating force, so could they not be afraid of it? That's exactly why they didn't notice anything different, such as no stray bullets flying around at all. Xiao Ran directly abandoned his gun. There were too many people for him to show his spatial ability. Why not kill these four people? Xiaoran was by no means merciful, not to mention that it was not because he saw the color, but he moved to use these 4 people as bait and sandbags. Wasn't that arrow with a strong sense of revenge, killing him face to face just now? In its view, these few humans of theirs were of course a gang, so although it couldn't kill Xiaoran, killing the others was also tantamount to taking revenge on Xiaoran. Therefore, as long as there was an opportunity, Arrow would still continue to kill and eat people. This was the opportunity. Xiaoran wouldn't care about what was humane and inhumane, as long as he could kill that Era. Taking a step back, if the Era ran away, how many humans could it kill with its ability? If sacrificing these 4 people could kill that Era, it would be considered their contribution to the entire human race. Oh, it's not like he wouldn't stand on the moral high ground. This police station was still small, so the equipment was limited. There is only 1 sniper rifle, and only 1 box of matching bullets. There was also only 1 gamble. Go, get out, Xiaoran said. Chang Shuli's eyes lit up. You promised to send me home? Jiang Yuzuning's 3 girls also revealed a look of anticipation. We'll go out together. As for what happens after we go out, each to their own. How could Xiaoran agree to this? He didn't even bother to lie. So that you guys won't go out? How could that be possible? How long can Amir Gubing keep that Era eating? Now that the door here was also destroyed, there was no way to stop that head of Era anymore, so staying here was just waiting for death. The 4 Chang Shuli people were all disappointed, but they didn't dare to say anything, especially Chang Shuli, whose eyes were spinning rapidly. He had already made up his mind. Once he knew which one was Xiaoran's car, he would immediately seize the car. Couldn't beat Xiaoran? He couldn't beat him in a physical fight, but he had a gun in his hand, so why would he need a physical fight? It is Jiang Yuzuning. 3 girls have no opinion. Take 1 step, although out there is no guarantee, but better than waiting for death here. So, the 5 of them walked out of the armory and headed outside. Xiaoran knew that Era was definitely watching nearby, and now that they showed the idea of escaping, he didn't believe that Era could hold back from making a move. After all, it was an Era. Even if it had mutated, it wouldn't be smart enough to go anywhere. As they walked, suddenly, a black shadow pounced out and attacked Chang Shuli at the front. At the moment of life and death, Chang Shuli erupted with reactions and speed that far exceeded normal, and actually pushed the woman beside him, blocking herself. Chang Sha, the woman, let out a scream, her face filled with shock, seemingly unable to believe that Chang Shuli would actually sell himself. To know, in these 10 days, she had quietly been Chang Shuli's lover. The 2 of them took advantage of the middle of the night when no one was paying attention to do not know how many times they had sex, the so-called one-day husband and wife 100 days of grace. This is all in-death exchanges for dozens of times. Chang Shuli not only did not treat her differently, and even, but also pushed her out to save him from himself. This person is actually so cool. However, her screams immediately came to an abrupt end. Because her neck had been bitten off. There was a crunching sound that was clearly audible to everyone. In this instant, both Jiang Yuzuning's women were cold, gripped by endless fear in their hearts, and had no intention of blaming Chang Shuli for his viciousness and desperation. There was only one exception. Xiaoran immediately reopened the gate of space and swoosh, several thousand ordinary bullets were shot out. Spatial perception, come out to me. Xiaoran roared loudly in his heart, shoo shoo shoo. That Era dodged the attack and was only hit by a few scattered bullets, and it became even more vicious as it could never let Xiaoran leave. It was injured and still wanted to run? It spared a few pains, but it would definitely finish off this human. With its fast speed, it was impossible for this human to capture it. Go die. Chapter 84, Shooting the Mutant Dog. In this instant, Xiaoran once again entered the state of spatial perception. See? He accurately captured the path of the Era's attack, and could even see every detail of its body, the corners of its mouth that were spilling saliva, its sharp teeth, and the bullets that had been pumped into its body. This is the moment. Xiaoran once again fired. If they were still used, even if all of them hit this Era, the wounds would be scattered, and the lethality would be much smaller, and would not be enough to kill this vicious beast. Therefore, in order to kill this mutant beast, the bullets must be made to penetrate from the same wound, which would be able to penetrate deep into the evil beast's body. And, it had to be the vitals. For example, the eye. From the eye, it penetrated deeper and went straight to the brain. Swoosh, the first bullet went straight towards Era's eye. Under spatial perception, it seemed as if these bullets also carried a precision guidance system, and Era had already made 7 changes in order to prevent Xiao Ran from capturing its figure, reaching its limit and unable to make any more changes. The dog's eyes could not help but stare round. Even the stupid Era actually had a shocked expression on its face, as if it could not believe that Xiao Ran was still able to aim at itself in such a situation. "How did you capture me?" However, everything was too late. In Era's pupil, the bullet grew bigger and bigger, occupying the entire pupil, and then, poof, the bullet shot in. With just such a single shot, it couldn't hurt this Era's life. At most, it would just cause it to be seriously injured. But the successive bullets kept slamming in. Ding, 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 ding. The bullets at the back slammed into the asses of the bullets at the front, and also pushed the bullets at the very front continuously deep into the brain. When the 20 or so bullets were finished, Era also fell straight down from the air, woof woof woof, emitting a wail of pain. Chang Shuli first froze, then laughed out loud. "I hit it! I hit it!" He had indeed been shooting at Era just now, so he thought he had taken credit for it. Seeing that Era was still flopping around, he walked up a few steps and reloaded several more shots, emptying the magazine. "Chang Xiao, you're too good," the other woman hastily praised. At this moment she had already forgotten about the woman who had been pushed out by Chang Shuli as a shield. Was it important? Not at all. Jiang Yuzuning was however very puzzled. Although she was a clerk, but how was she also a police officer? The observation power that should be possessed was still some. Just now the bullet hit the wall. How many times did it make a sound? Countless. It was by no means a pistol that could cause it. It would have to be a submachine gun, or even dozens of submachine guns shooting together to cause it. Moreover, it was by no means a problem with hearing, because just by looking at the slugs on the ground, and the bullet holes on the wall, one could be sure that there were at least a few hundred rounds of bullets flying just now. And the gun in Chang Shuli's hand, counting the ones in the chamber, only had a total of 9 rounds. How could 9 rounds of bullets form hundreds of bullet holes? Could it be? She could not help but look at Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran was greatly relieved. Even if the mutant beast had a strong vitality and an incomparably strong recovery, but having 20 or so sniper bullets penetrated into its brain, was it possible for it to survive? The movements of this Era became smaller and smaller, and finally, it stopped convulsing. Is it dead? Or is it still breathing and deliberately pretending to be dead? Xiao Ran opened the door of space, and several more bullets were silently shot out. Poof poof poof, all of them were shot into the other eye of the Era. There was no movement, only the force from the impact of the bullets made Era's body shake a few times. Well, it should be dead. Xiao Ran walked forward. He still had to personally confirm the death of this mutant beast. To be able to be stowed away in the alien space meant that it was dead through and through. As for whether the sudden disappearance of such a huge corpse would attract suspicion, it was fine. Exterminating it would be fine. Xiao Ran walked over and squatted down in front of Era's corpse, but the door to space was open behind him. It was important to guard against people. Of course, he could also instantly reopen the door of space in front of him, which could be done with a single thought, so fast that it could rival the speed of light. Xiao Ran crouched down and reached out to press on Era. He was just about to move to collect Era, but at that moment, a warm current surged over from Era's body. What the hell? He subconsciously took a step back, but the surge of this warm current was too fast and it had already surged all the way over. Moreover, it was very comfortable and Xiao Ran felt that his body had undergone some sort of change, but he could not be sure of what exactly it was. In short, it should be a good change. Xiao Ran only felt as if he had been pumped with chicken blood. He was full of energy, as if he could do anything. Xiao Ran! At this moment, only a shout could be heard from behind. Xiao Ran turned around, only to see Chang Shuli snatching the gun from another woman's hand, or rather taking it over and aiming it right at himself. He was not the least bit fearful and just said lightly, "Anyone who aims a gun at me does not have a good end." Chang Shuli sneered a bit, "Less fucking godly with me. Where are your car keys? Hand them over immediately, or I'll shoot you dead and then search you slowly." "The car key is not a secret code. I still cannot search. Must you take the initiative to hand it over? I just want to save some trouble." Xiao Ran lost his smile. "What gave you the courage to dare to make a request to me?" Naturally, that Era was dead. Once Era died, their team could naturally be disbanded. What for? Do they still need to form a team to eat hot pot? Chang Shuli's wickedness was so strong that he suddenly turned his gun around and pulled the trigger on the other woman. Bang! Because the distance was too close, the shot was strangely accurate and directly blew the woman's head off. This is how the woman could not possibly think of. The body fell down with a bang. There is still a smile on her face, which looks weird and incomparable. Jiang Yuzuning subconsciously wanted to raise his gun, but Chang Shuli took a step ahead of him and aimed his gun at him. "Officer Jiang, put the gun down." Chang Shuli laughed. "You're so pretty, I don't want you to become an ugly corpse. So, immediately put the gun down and slowly back off. I'll bring you to the Chang family and make sure you're well fed and well drinking. It's better than starving and freezing here." Being forced by the gun, Jiang Yuzuning had no choice but to put down the gun in her hand and slowly backed away, almost flush with Xiao Ran. The two of them were only 2 meters apart. "Xiao Ran." Chang Shuli aimed his gun back again. "My patience is limited. If you don't hand over the car keys, the corpse of this woman on the ground will be your likeness." Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "Surname Chang, do you really not know how stupid you are?" Jiang Yuzuning's eyes instantly lit up as she thought of those densely packed bullet holes on the wall and the slugs on the ground. The 5 of them had been trapped in the armory for so many days. Wasn't it clear who had what skills? Therefore, the only one who could bring about a change would be Xiao Ran. Chapter 85. Now you know my secret. Chang Shuli, however, didn't have the same observation power as Jiang Yuzuning. He had a gun in his hand while Xiao Ran was unarmed. Who was superior and who was inferior? Was it not obvious? This Xiao Ran was afraid that he was not a fool. Otherwise, as long as a person with a normal head, who would not be scared to death by a gun pointing at them. He really didn't want to search the car keys on the corpse. It was very troublesome, but Xiao Ran was so uncooperative, then there was no way out. He didn't want to keep spending time here. Hell knows if that mutant beast had any more companions. Die. Chang Shuli revealed a cruel smile while pulling the trigger. Bang! Fire emerged from the muzzle of the gun, and a light wisp of smoke floated up. However, after the sound of the gunshot, Xiao Ran was still standing there in good health, and there was not the slightest hint of an injury anywhere on his body. What the hell? Chang Shuli couldn't help but be appalled. This unbelievable and incomprehensible formed a strong fear that firmly gripped his heart. He was a little hysterical and continuously pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 He emptied the magazine. But what made him despair was that Xiao Ran was still standing there nicely, as if Chang Shuli's marksmanship was rotten to the core, and all the bullets had traced all the way through. But was this possible? One of Chang Shuli's hobbies was hunting. Every year he would run abroad to shoot live ammunition, and the target was not a motionless gun target, but large beasts. A few years down the line, the elephants, lions and leopards that died in his hands were even counted in the hundreds. Even if his marksmanship could not be compared to that of a professional soldier, it would not be too far off. The key was that Xiao Ran was at most 5 meters away from him, and within such a close distance, he would definitely be able to hit wherever he pointed. How? How is it possible? He looked at Xiao Ran dumbfounded, as if he had seen a monster. On the side, even though Jiang Yuzuning already had a guess, her eyes were still wide open, revealing an incomparable look of shock. Xiao Ran smiled and reached out to press his hand onto Era's corpse. Under the watchful eyes of Chang Shuli and Jiang Yuzuning, Era's body had strangely disappeared. Do you know now? Xiao Ran laughed. Know what? Chang Shuli was still a bit dumbfounded. Xiao Ran kindly explained, the bullets you shot over were all confiscated by me like that corpse just now. It could still be like that? Impossible, this isn't a sci-fi movie or a metaphysical drama. How could you possibly? Chang Shuli had just denied it out loud there, but he couldn't help but think of mutated dogs. Since dogs could mutate, allowing Era to grow to the size of a male lion and be infinitely powerful and agile, why couldn't humans similarly evolve or mutate? Alright, you're already a ghost who understands. Cast a good birth in your next life, or at least don't be so overbearing. Xiao Ran said. No. Don't. You spare me, I can give you Put. Before he could finish a sentence, Chang Shuli already had an additional bloody hole in his forehead, and he fell on his back, his eyes glaring round. He did not rest in peace. Jiang Yuzuning, on the other hand, was trembling. What had she witnessed? A person with supernatural powers. Xiao Ran looked at Jiang Yuzuning indifferently, but did not speak. How to deal with this person? Knowing his secret, it would be better to exterminate him. A murderous aura grew in his eyes. Jiang Yuzuning was so scared that she couldn't help but kneel down and said, I'll be your woman, please don't kill me. I will definitely not reveal your secret. The corner of Xiao Ran's mouth hooked into a smile as he said, this is what you said yourself, I will spare your life now. but if you have any rebellious intentions, I will finish you off without mercy. Yes. Jiang Yuzuning nodded her head repeatedly, her intention to rebel close to zero. She was just a clerk who took the public examination to enter the system, and had never fought since she was a child, a proper weak woman, so how could she resist in the face of a supernatural person who possessed the ability to kill a mutated big dog? Xiaoran knew that she was only forced to follow herself at this time, and her heart did not know where it was. But there was no matter. For one thing, he has never thought about which woman's heart, and for another, after experiencing hardships outside, and then going to the villa to enjoy the wonderful conditions there, which woman will not be hooked there, and willingly do his woman? Look at Han Yunnam, now drive them to leave, which one will agree to it? The only problem was, if he often brought new superb women home, would the small villa fit? Xiaoran rubbed his nose. Hasty. Should have bought a bigger villa in the first place. However, there was only one villa in the neighborhood, where could there be a bigger one? If he wanted to buy a bigger villa, he would only have to go somewhere else, and then it would be troublesome if he still wanted to take revenge on his ex-wife. Forget it, it's already at this point, can he be reborn again? Moreover, it's not like he doesn't have the ability to go out, so if he finds a suitable villa or another building in the future, wouldn't it be enough to move there? Xiaoran couldn't help but think of that fortress of doom of Lu Mei's little sister. Well, that could be used as a backup option. But counting Lu Mei's relationship, at least it is half an acquaintance, it is still a little embarrassed to do it to an acquaintance. See? Now the villa cannot be crowded at all, and living with 10 more women is no problem at all. Xiaoran went back to the armory and brought all the things he should take with him. Seeing him reach out and wipe his hand, the things disappeared. Jiang Yuzuning's mouth could not help but open into a circle. How could she not close it, shocked beyond measure? After taking all the things with him, Xiaoran and Jiang Yuning got into the car. Looking at the time, it was already more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There was still some time to collect another wave of energy. Then, they would collect a wave before going back. It's so warm. Jiang Yusuning, on the other hand, was shocked by the warmth in the car. She revealed an expression of contentment that was incomparable. Xiaoran just smiled. You'll be even more satisfied when you return to the villa later. He drove towards the nearest gas station as he had already seen it on the map and navigated himself. Turn left up ahead. Straight ahead at the next intersection. There it is. Anyway, Jiang Yuzuning already knew about his ability, though only so when he saw abandoned cars blocking the road along the way, Xiaoran simply pressed past them and stowed the cars in the other dimension, and every time he saw it, Jiang Yuzuning stared her big, beautiful eyes out round. Arriving at the gas station, Xiaoran easily collected 4 cans of oil as he did. Number 92, number 95, and number 98 gasoline, plus diesel. It's done, go. But when Xiaoran was about to leave, the fog seemed to grow out of nowhere and instantly knotted up the entire world. Visibility quickly dropped to 10 meters, 5 meters, and finally became 1 meter. It was impossible to walk now. Xiaoran shook his head and said to Jiang Yuzuning, "We'll have to spend the night in the car today." Jiang Yuzuning nodded and then said, "I should have known that I should have stayed at the police station. There are still a lot of military canned food and fresh water in the warehouse." Your eyesight is too small. Chapter 86, The First Extreme Goddess. Xiaoran still went to the gas station store and swept away the contents. If you're here, why not take it? Only then did he return to the car. It was so cold outside. In the car, he could take off his punching bag, but outside, if he dared to wear only a sweater, he was guaranteed to freeze into a popsicle in minutes. Don't take the extreme cold seriously. Jiang Yuzuning was also hot enough to take off her jacket, but she was in the police station. Even if she had replacement clothes, because of the season, it was at most short-sleeved and long shirts. However, she actually wore a bulletproof vest inside her jacket. Her goal was certainly not bulletproof, but rather an extra barrier to keep her warm. After all, a military coat was too thick. Could one wear 2 of them? With the bulletproof vest in the way, Xiaoran was completely unable to tell if she had a good or bad figure, but once the military coat was off, he also got a full look at Jiang Yuzuning's appearance. Sure enough, she was a great beauty, at least 90 points. Whether he could score 91 or 92 points would depend on the figure, whether it was a small A or a big G. Her chin is not a Netflix cone face, but a classical beauty's goose egg face, with a rounded chin, delicate skin, and red lips like a blaze, except that her lack of water is more serious, and her lips are all a bit dry and cracked, which slightly affects her beauty and movement. Xiaoran smiled and took out a cup of tea and passed it over. Moisten your throat. Jiang Yuzuning took it and then was shocked. Hot? Gosh. Xiaoran smiled. Follow me, at least you won't be shortchanged in terms of material conditions. Jiang Yuzuning thought for a moment and said, more than not treating you poorly. Now that the electricity is cut off, it means that the heating is gone, the hailstones are poisonous and contaminate the natural water sources, and the environment outside is so harsh, it means that it's extremely difficult to obtain food and fresh water. So what looks like a glass of water represents hope for life, not to mention hot water. This woman is very smart, her awareness is very high. Xiaoran smiled, letting this woman know her secret to a limited extent was actually a good thing. Because she knew that all the supplies were in her hands, and if she was finished, these supplies would also disappear forever. So naturally, she wouldn't dare to have thoughts of harming herself. Unless she planned to die with her. After she had moistened her throat, Xiaoran then lowered the front seat down, temporarily turning it into a large table, on which he first patted it with a plastic sheet and then set out a few dishes. Jiang Yuzuning watched him magically take out a steaming dish. She couldn't help but round her eyes and open her mouth wide again. Xiaoran couldn't help but lose his smile, and pinched a chicken drumstick and stuffed it into her mouth, causing her to let out a strong protest. The two of them ate. Jiang Yuzuning was still reserved at first, but soon wolfed down her food. In the armory, although she did not worry about food and drink, but they are cold canned food, and all added preservatives, its function is not to starve to death, but not to let you eat well. Compared to these freshly fried dishes, it's a far cry. I'm stuffed. Jiang Yuzuning caressed her slightly bulging belly, revealing an embarrassed expression. She had always been a lady, how could she ever be so out of character? Xiaoran took out another plate of fruits, freshly cut. As a result, Jiang Yuzuning overcame her stomach's protests again and eliminated half of the fruits. She really couldn't eat anymore. Xiaoran also ate the fruit, and then put away the plastic sheet along with the garbage. In the future, just find a place to throw it out. Dawn. Xiaoran stretched a lazy waist, a thought, buzz, surrounded by 3 meters, even if it is the top of the head, feet, behind him, he also see clearly. Spatial perception. He could actively utilize it. Not only that. Xiaoran obviously felt that the strength of his body had increased considerably, and his strength, speed, and toughness were all a long way beyond what they were yesterday. Why? That warm current. Xiaoran thought that after he touched the body of the mutant Era, a warm current immediately surged over, and then he felt an indescribable change in his body. However, it was only after a night had passed that this change truly manifested itself, allowing Xiaoran to feel it very clearly. The most intuitive thing was that the limit size of the space door had changed from 5 by 5 meters to 10 by 10 meters. A huge increase. Chapter 87, Conjecture, Decision. The source of these changes was that warm current, which came from the mutant Era's body. Xiaoran had to think further. Is this natural disaster going to make people or creatures evolve? Or mutate? I have spatial supernormal abilities because of this. And that Era went on a different path, its size became bigger, its speed became faster, and its strength skyrocketed many times. Not to say that it is invulnerable to swords and guns, but its defense is also very terrifying. This should be considered as a physical body strengthening. Then, is there any other existence in this world like me or the mutated Era? There must be more. Although Era is very strong, it can still be dealt with my supernatural abilities. After all, it's just a stupid dog that can't be compared to human intelligence. But what if what I faced yesterday wasn't a dog, but a human? How about the victory or defeat? That's not good enough. What's more important is that psychic abilities, superpowers or not, can also become more powerful by absorbing other psychics and mutant beasts. This is troublesome. Xiaoran rubbed his brow and was a bit headstrong. Because he could become powerful by absorbing alien abilities, what about others? Of course, they could as well. He originally stayed in the villa. At most he would go out to collect energy, and when he was suffocated, he would go out and turn around, and with the strength of the villa's defenses, coupled with the abundance of his supplies, he could completely stay in the villa until he died of old age. But there could still be other exalts, and that was a high probability, and even, the exalts could keep getting stronger, which was terrifying. Now, Xiaoran believed that even if that mutant Era was resurrected, it would be completely impossible to break through the villa's defenses. Not to mention the villa, even the security door in the police station could not be defeated by it. However, what if this Era can absorb the alien energy and continue to be powerful? That would be hard to say. Therefore, if he has been in the villa, but the other alien is becoming strong, then one day, there will be a powerful alien can break through the villa's defenses, pull him out and kill him, sucking the alien energy from his body. At that time, it is not a question of whether you have offended anyone, but the fact that you have alien energy, which is the original sin, and that is what attracts others to attack you. The key was, could Xiao Ran give up his alien energy? Firstly, he was unwilling to, and secondly, he didn't know how to do it even if he wanted to give it up. So, if I want to live in the midst of this post-apocalyptic world, to live freely and without anyone's control, I must not be stuck in my ways and live in peace for a while, but must become strong. Only when I am strong enough to crush all opponents will no one dare to mess with me. Xiao Ran took a deep breath. As someone who had died once, he did not want to die again. Therefore, it's better for me to live and you guys to die. Who are you guys? People who also possessed psychic abilities. So, next, I have to keep a low profile and not let anyone know that I possess supernormal abilities, lest I be missed. Secondly, I also have to take the initiative and look for Xenos to make myself stronger. Just by absorbing the alien energy once, the limit size of my spacegate has doubled by a factor of 1, and all the qualities of my body have improved, so what if I absorb it a few more times? Xiao Ran could not help but be filled with yearning. Then, he became even more firm in his conviction. Because, even a Go King like him was longing to be powerful, then, what about the other exalts? Competition and killing were inevitable. Since this was the case, then Xiao Ran could only face it positively. Humph. Jiang Yuzuning's long eyelashes fluttered a bit and woke up. She just wanted to get up, but she couldn't help but let out a hiss and huffed cold air. Pain, pain, pain. Yesterday was her first time. Xiao Ran smiled. Take your time, eat breakfast first. To this truly superb goddess, spoiling the heavens was not to be, but he was still very fond of it. Outside, everything is simple, so he doesn't brush his teeth and wash his face first, and then clean up properly when he goes back. Jiang Yuzuning is used to it, because she is trapped in the armory. Want to brush her teeth and wash her face is impossible. After the two had breakfast, Xiao Ran drove to the next gas station. Since it was still out there, it must have continued to collect energy. In addition, Xiao Ran also wanted to see if he could encounter any other altered beings, but anyone who showed the slightest hint of hostility towards him, then he would not hesitate to shoot them. It was believed that almost all of the current exalts had not absorbed any other exalts and were still in their initial stages, so the bullets in his exotic space would have incomparably terrifying killing power. He would definitely be able to win. Along the way, Xiao Ran continuously used spatial perception. This move was incredibly effective when used together with the bullets in the foreign space. That was why he must eat up this ability. Spatial perception made him feel as if he had eyes all over his body. There were no blind spots in his vision at all. Within a range of 5 meters, no detail could escape his perception. However, if an obstacle appeared, it would be blocked. However, as long as Xiao Ran did not interrupt the use of the ability, then the spatial perception would change from a static photo to a video, and also like a holographic image, it was 3-dimensional, and could be viewed from all angles. This is a spatial ability. If consumed, Xiao Ran had tried, if used one at a time, he could use it about 100 times, while keeping the dynamic image uninterrupted. It could last for 1 minute. 1 minute, so short. But he then lost his smile. 1 minute was enough for him to dump all the bullets in the alien space. If he still couldn't solve the enemy, then what was the point of the spatial perception even if it continued to last? Xiao Ran emptied a gas station and then continued to rush to the next one. On the way, Jiang Yuzuning talked about herself. She came from a scholarly family, and her parents were both university professors, so the education she received from a young age was also very traditional, which was why she remained a virgin even though she was obviously so beautiful and had such a good figure. The tutelage was too important. After graduating from university, she rebelled in a small way and came to another city and got into the civil service, but she hadn't even worked in the organization for a full year before she ended up in a natural disaster. She had a small grudge on her face. Leaving her parents' wings, she had wanted to have a good relationship, but the result was that her innocence was gone, but she only knew Xiao Ran's name. Xiao Ran just smiled and did not say anything more. She would adapt herself. After being busy until after 3 in the afternoon, Xiao Ran did not continue any further, but chose to go home, lest he be as greedy as he was yesterday and ended up being trapped outside by the fog. Luckily, Big G had modified it, otherwise he really had the possibility of freezing to death. An hour later, Xiao Ran drove back to the neighborhood. When Big G appeared, it immediately triggered the attention of so many people. This guy actually didn't freeze to death outside. What a shame. I was thinking that if he died, I would be able to live in his villa. The crowd was disappointed. While one person had a burning gaze. It was none other than Su Qingmei. Chapter 88, Borrowing a Car. Xiaoran parked his car and closed the garage door. Then, he entered the first floor of the villa with Jiang Yuzuning. The leopard was the first to welcome him, circling around Xiaoran and wagging its tail desperately. Xiaoran patted its head and laughed. "Leopard, you're not powerful enough. The same dog, the one I encountered yesterday, has evolved superpowers and is powerful." The leopard couldn't understand and was still wagging its tail. However, it naturally found Jiang Yuzuning and went up and sniffed, smelling Xiaoran's scent, so it also circled around her and rubbed its head against her leg. "Colorful dog, get lost, she's mine." Xiaoran laughed and scolded. The room was heated enough, so Xiaoran asked Jiang Yuzuning to take off all her clothes and throw them away. All worn for more than 20 days off. Fortunately, the weather is cold now, and she still has body odor, otherwise it will definitely stink. Jiang Yuzuning was so shy that she covered her top and couldn't care less. She was in a terrible state. Xiaoran laughed, holding her upstairs. "The leopard is very good." Xiaoran does not let it on the second floor, it obediently guarded the first floor. Into the bathroom, Xiaoran put water in the bathtub. Jiang Yuzuning was incredulous. "This water is not poisonous?" Xiaoran smiled. "Pure water, naturally not poisonous." "You really dashed." Jiang Yuning couldn't find the right adjective. Other than that, just the fact that Xiaoran was so extravagant that he could use clean water for a bath. This guy is qualified to compete for the richest man in the world right now. The water was put in place and she laid down in it. As the warm water wrapped around her entire body, she couldn't help but let out a moan of comfort. Just ask, who else is able to take a hot bath nowadays? Or even a bubble bath? Xiaoran smiled and also took off his clothes and stepped into the bathtub. An hour later, Xiaoran put on a bathrobe and went to the basement. Xiaoran. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Han Yun's 4 girls were already agitated, and when they saw the person again, they pounced on him. If Xiaoran did not return, they would be trapped inside. "We missed you to death," all 4 women said. Xiaoran hemmed and hawed. "How much?" "Very, very much." Han Yun and the girls naturally asked what Xiaoran did when he disappeared for the whole day. Xiaoran only said that he had gone out to collect energy. After all, the villa's power supply needed a generator, and a generator without energy was just an arrangement. Naturally, he would not expose his own secrets, nor would he tell the existence of Jiang Yuzuning. Han Yun, they are not qualified to really move into the villa, so they do not need to know too much. Boom boom boom. At this time, the basement door was tapped. Xiaoran had actually received an alert and he looked at the monitor, only to see a woman standing at the door. She was obviously expressing her sincerity as she did not have an umbrella. "Yes?" Xiaoran asked. The woman raised her head and faced the monitor. Xiaoran could not help but let his eyes light up. What a beautiful woman! 90 points, at least. There was actually an extremely beautiful woman inside the neighborhood? A Han Yun and a Wang Lulu. This neighborhood is some kind of blessed land or not? "My name is Su Qingmei. I heard that you have a car. I would like to know, what would it take for you to be willing to give this car to me? Lend it to me or you can come along. I need to go somewhere," this beautiful woman said. Xiaoran froze. He definitely wouldn't give away the Big G. If he borrowed it, he could consider it if the conditions were sufficient. He thought about it and used the remote control to open the door. Click, the iron door opened automatically. Su Qingmei took a deep breath, then took a big step in. It was so warm. Sure enough, the rumors were true, there was still heat in this villa. Then, she saw Xiaoran, and the 4 Han Yun girls, especially Han Yun and Wang Lulu, which made her eyes light up. These 2 women were not inferior to herself in terms of face value and body shape. She was originally full of confidence, but she was a little hesitant after seeing these 2 women. But she immediately strengthened her confidence again. She was looking at the 4 women, and the 4 women were naturally sizing her up as well, revealing the same look of amazement. Where did such an extreme beauty come from? They could not help but feel a sense of crisis rising. Xiaoran smiled and said, "Which building are you the owner of?" Su Qingmei only hesitated for a moment and said, "I am not the owner of this place, but only came here the day before yesterday." Xiaoran froze and said, you are in league with the 8 women who came here the day before yesterday? Su Qingmei shook her head and nodded again. We are all prisoners who escaped from prison, but we can't be considered a gang. It was just a temporary cooperation to escape and form a team. Xiao Ran was a bit in disbelief. Such a stunningly beautiful woman was actually a female prisoner? How did you end up in prison? He asked curiously. Su Qingmei hesitated for a moment and said, I have a younger sister who was almost bullied by a bad guy when she was in high school, and in order to protect her, I accidentally killed the bad guy. Chapter 89, Getting Ready, Extra. Xiao Ran could not help but look at Su Qingmei. If this woman was not lying, she was a family warrior. Then look at her now. In order to have to go to her sister, she ran over to Xiao Ran to borrow a car. It was really a sisterly love. Your sister is in Sioux City? He asked. If it was a different place, then forget it. With such bad weather conditions now, traveling to the nearest city was very difficult. So, this was death-seeking behavior. Su Qingmei nodded. My sister is studying at Sioux University. Which campus? Xiao Ran asked again. Phase Gate. Xiao Ran mused. From here to the Shangmen campus of SUU, the distance was not very far. Navigating it was just 9 kilometers. The key was, how many people were there on the campus, how complicated was the environment, and how difficult was it to find a person. To summarize, it's just one sentence: how big is the risk factor? If it was yesterday, then even if Su Qingmei took the initiative to send him to the door, the most he could do was to trade for food, wanting him to go out and take risks. The most he could do was to go to the nearby gas station. How could he possibly go that far? Moreover, there are too many people in the school, and he is not familiar with it, so he doesn't know if he will be knocked from somewhere. As a human being, of course, safety comes first. But now, his thoughts have changed slightly. Of course, safety is still the first, however, he must also look for opportunities to be strong, otherwise no matter how he meticulously, will eventually be other alien out to kill. Instead of being taken out, naturally, it would be better for him to take them out. He mastered the spatial ability absolutely belongs to the top of the alien ability. Before the Tuha fast speed, strength, defense is also high, but facing him will only suffer the part, and finally even for him to kill. The strength of spatial ability can be seen. But with the other alien kill each other, become stronger and stronger. If he is stuck in his own way, the advantage will become smaller and smaller, and eventually become a weak bottom alien. Then even if he still want to fight, there is still a chance? It was precisely for this reason that after Su Qingmei made the request to borrow a car, Xiao Ran was seriously thinking about this issue. What price are you willing to pay? He asked casually. Su Qingmei bit her lip, revealing a few moments of hesitation, but still said, Don't you like beautiful women? I should count as one. You lend me your car and I'll sleep with you. This proposal was not a surprise at all. Because who else could come up with a heartwarming bargaining chip right now? A beautiful woman, the most valuable thing is herself. Xiao Ran pondered once again before saying, I need a few days to make some preparations, so you can come back after 3 days. Su Qingmei couldn't help but be anxious. The weather conditions are so bad now. Every extra day that passes will put my sister's situation in more danger. Can't we go today or tomorrow? Xiao Ran shook his head. No, I said I need a few days to make preparations. If you're not happy to wait, you can go find someone else to borrow a car. I have no problem with that at all. Nowadays, whose car can still drive on such a smooth ground? Also, the temperature was so low that the air conditioning in most cars probably wouldn't even hit. So traveling with a car like this is purely suicidal. It's already over 40 degrees below zero, and it's going to drop another 20 degrees or so at night, so if a person spends the night outside, they're sure to only freeze to death. Su Qingmei was anxious, but only agreed to the part, and said, 3 days after the departure? I'll leave when I'm ready, or I'll have to postpone it. Xiao Ran said indifferently. No matter how beautiful Su Qingmei was, it was not as important as his life, and if he did not have a strong sense of his own crisis and urgency, he would not have even given a second thought to Su Qingmei's proposal. However, he added, you can stay here for these few days, there's food and drink, and a hot bath to wash, the conditions, hey, you know. Su Qingmei was first moved, then shook her head decisively. If Xiao Ran got her now, would he lend the car to himself again? Lending now meant that Xiao Ran had to be in the car as well, otherwise how would he drive it back? Going out meant danger. So why would Xiao Ran risk his life when he had already gotten her? She begged and pleaded again, telling Xiao Ran to get ready as soon as possible and leave. Once she left, Han Yun's 4 girls were all talking. Obviously you're here to sell, but you're still putting up a front. Right, if you're going to sleep with Xiao Ran anyway, you can still enjoy it earlier, but you're still acting like a chaste woman. They tried their best to belittle Su Qingmei. Because they did not know how many supplies Xiao Ran actually had, they naturally felt that the more people in the villa, the faster the supplies would be consumed, and they also had a sense of crisis. Xiao Ran didn't care about their jabbering. Anyway, after his excessive energy was released, he went upstairs. When he came to the second floor, he found that Jiang Yuzuning had already woken up, but she had moved from the bathtub to the bed, still sleeping, her hair half dry, half wet, laying on the snow-white bedding and pillows, forming a strong contrast in impact. He did not bother Jiang Yuzuning, but took out his cell phone, opened the map, and began to look for it. He told Su Qingmei that he would need a few days to prepare for what? Heavy weapons. Even a sniper rifle would have some difficulty hitting that mutated era, but what if it was against a psychic? Especially a second evolution alien? With the current firepower, would it be able to eliminate the opponent? Therefore, Xiao Ran needed more powerful firepower. Preferably machine guns. If that's not possible, missiles are fine. I'll just throw one and level everything. The police station is a hiatus, hold out for sniper rifles, even submachine guns are lacking, this will have to go to the armed police side to get it. However, I remember that there is a garrison unit in Sioux City. When I went to visit the experience in junior high school, not only are there heavy weapons, and even tanks. If I can find that place, then I don't have to worry about the firepower problem. It's just that it's been too long, and he doesn't remember the location at all. Ask the others, there should be so many people who went there to experience it when they were studying. Chapter 90, The Camp. At noon, Jiang Yuzuning finally woke up from her nap. Seeing that Xiao Ran was sitting on the side and swiping his cell phone, she couldn't help but blush with a pretty face and asked, "How long did I sleep?" "It's the second day." Xiao Ran laughed, "Since you've slept for so long, shouldn't you treat me well?" Jiang Yuzuning immediately lost her color and hurriedly said, "I still hurt." Xiao Ran laughed and pinched her face, "You've only slept for more than 3 hours, get up, it's time to eat." Jiang Yuzuning got up, her movements were a bit hesitant, and she was still lurching, because she had touched her wounds. Xiao Ran waited impatiently, copied her up, walked to the edge of the coffee table, placed her on the sofa, and then asked, "What do you want to eat?" "You can still order food?" Jiang Yuzuning was surprised. This woman already knew that she possessed spatial abilities, so Xiao Ran didn't mind letting her know again that she was in possession of a large amount of supplies, so that she would be even more dead set on following her. The abundant supplies naturally gave people a sense of security, and once people were comfortable, they would get used to the status quo and get by. Xiao Ran nodded, "As long as it's not too outrageous, all your requests can be met." "Then I want a mapo tofu." Jiang Yuzuning clasped her hands together on her chest as if she was making a wish. Xiao Ran lost his smile and took out a plate of mapo tofu from the other space. "Really?" Jiang Yuzuning could not help but have little stars in her eyes. "I also want roast duck." With a flip of Xiao Ran's hand, there was an additional sliced roast duck on the coffee table. "And finally a soup, something lighter will do." She uttered her last request. Xiao Ran naturally satisfied and asked, "Enough?" "Enough is enough." Jiang Yuzuning nodded her head repeatedly. "It's a waste if you can't finish more than you can eat. Moreover, even if you have more supplies, you still have to save them because there's no way to know how long this natural disaster will actually last." This chick was quite good at living her life. Xiao Ran nodded, thinking that Jiang Yuzuning would never guess how many supplies he had stocked up on. He alone could eat for hundreds of lifetimes, which meant that it was enough for hundreds of people to eat for the rest of their lives. And that was only counting Xiao Ran's existing supplies, while he could definitely continue to acquire supplies, so the final abundance of supplies could be enough for 1,000 people to eat for a lifetime. Thousands of people, they could even form a small community. After eating, Xiao Ran let Jiang Yuzuning move around freely, brushing up on her dramas, resting, and working out as she pleased, while he took the leopard to the garage for a walk. After walking the dog, he asked Han Yun's 4 girls, "Did you guys go on spring and fall trips to the army or experience it when you were studying?" Aside from Zhang Jingya, Wang Lulu and Zhong Lei weren't Sioux City natives, with the exception of Han Yun, who made a comparison to the map but could only roughly lock in the location near Guangfu because there was a military airport there. Since this is the case, Xiao Ran took out the loudspeaker again and broadcast to the entire neighborhood, "Dear neighbors, I need to know the location of a certain ministry in Suzhou. Those who have the details of the location can come to me to exchange for food, a box of instant noodles plus a box of water." He shouted 3 times in a row and hastily closed the window. Cold, cold, cold. Half an hour later, there was a knock on the basement door. Xiao Ran took a look through the surveillance and it was a small old man. "Surname Qian, I think." Xiao Ran was not too familiar with it and he directly asked, "Master Chen, right?" "Yes, yes." The little old man nodded his head. Xiao Ran continued to ask, "Master Qian, you know that location?" "Yes. Before I retired, I was working as a cook at the South Barracks Cadre Center, and I often heard people talk about that unit, and over time, I remembered it all," Moncler Jacket's outlet said. Xiao Ran then opened the garage door and let Zhang Jingya carry a box of instant noodles and a box of water out, then closed the door as he asked again, "Specific address?" Grandpa Qian spoke up. "However, the troop camp is inside the mountain, it is impossible to say the specific address, can only say which mountain to enter, and how to go once inside. In fact, as long as you enter the correct mountain, there will naturally be guard posts on both sides, and then just follow the road." Xiao Ran opened the map to check. This pass must have more than 30 kilometers. It was now noon, and if he left immediately, he should be able to arrive before dark. "Then let's go." Xiao Ran now had a strong desire to replenish his firepower. He prepared 3 days' worth of food and water for all 5 women upstairs and downstairs and set off. Big G maintained a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, which was indeed not fast, but safety first, why run so fast? If the car overturns in the middle of the road, even if Xiao Ran's alien space has countless supplies, the possibility of him freezing to death in the field is still very high. Along the way there are many obstacles Xiao Ran have collected, so, 2 hours later, he came to the mountainous area that Moncler Jackets for Sale Qian said. The guard post was seen. However, there was no one in the post. This was quite normal. The temperature of Suzhou City was there, and the winter clothes of the troops were naturally not too thick, so how could they possibly withstand such severe cold? Besides, there was also poisonous hail smashing down before, who could carry it? Xiao Ran drove into the mountains. After advancing for a while, Xiao Ran realized that there were deep car tracks on the road. The ice layer was damaged, leaving clear traces. This is the tank crushing left behind, right? Xiao Ran knew by comparing the road that Big G drove on, Big G couldn't destroy the ice layer even though it was already heavy, so to be able to break through the thick ice layer showed that the weight of the car was far more than Big G. So, the probability was a tank. Xiao Ran, however, revealed a joyful expression. This meant that the troops had left the camp and were saved. Although the situation outside wasn't much better, there was at least a place where supplies could be found. Xiao Ran had never been a soldier, but it did not stop him from respecting his sons and daughters. Therefore, knowing that they might be saved, he was still quite happy. That is, the troops withdrew, will they move all the weapons away as well? It shouldn't be so bad, because transporting people is not always guaranteed, and still care about weapons? Just go inside and find out. This time there is no need to even look at the guard post, just follow the traces on the ground. After another 20 minutes or so, Xiao Ran finally entered the camp. It was dead silent. Not to mention people, there was not even a single bird. Xiao Ran checked his equipment and then opened the door to get out of the car. Immediately, a bitter cold air hit him. It was freezing. Xiao Ran searched in the campground and soon, his eyes lit up. Found the armory. Hey, this is what is called an armory, compared to yesterday's armory in the police station is simply a joke. Pistols, rifles, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, grenades, and even RPGs. I've got it. Who dares to fight with me with firepower? Xiao Ran didn't care about it first, he directly collected the weapons. As for shooting the bullets and rockets into the middle of the alien space, that could be done slowly, find a place that was warm, or at least not so cold for the next step. He looked around again and found a tank with broken tracks but other functions intact. Chapter 91, Carnival, Slaughterhouse. Other people who came here, even if they were aliens, would only be able to remove some weapons at most. There had to be more people to take more. But what about Xiao Ran? One person can empty the entire camp. Tanks? Ha. He sat in and directly took out his laptop, hooked up his portable hard disk, and found a video on tank science, just to see how to load and fire. How to adjust the muzzle, how to aim at the target. Not at all. So, it's a physical job, loading. Once loaded, press a button and fire. Tanks were weapons, and the most important thing about weapons was ease of use and simple operation. What made Xiao Ran happy was that there were actually 8 shells inside the tank. Cannonballs, big brother. He filled one in and shot it out. Boom! He only felt a ringing in his ears. Luckily, the space gate was steadily opening at the gun barrel. By the way, after absorbing Era's supernatural ability, the limit size of the space gate doubled by a factor of 1, and the limit distance that could be released similarly doubled to as far as 4 meters. Harvesting one cannonball in the firing state. Xiao Ran took out a cotton ball and stuffed it in his ear before continuing. Boom! 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 He shot out 8 cannonballs one after another and then stowed the entire tank in the alien space. There might be another use for it later. Looking at the time, it was past 3 in the afternoon. If he left now, he might be able to make it back to the neighborhood before the fog became dense. Departure. Xiao Ran returned. He still maintained a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, but his luck was not so good. Not long after he entered the city, the fog quickly covered over and blocked the road completely. Can we still move forward now? Barely. As long as Xiao Ran kept using his spatial perception, he could naturally ensure that he wouldn't yaw or crash, but keeping his spatial perception constant, he can only last for a mere 1 minute. What about a full recovery? Half an hour or so. So, by the time he used and recovered again, and finally arrived at the neighborhood, it was long past dawn alright. It was still only possible to spend the night outside today. Xiao Ran sighed. Luckily, he wasn't worried about food or drink, and he didn't have to worry about freezing to death. If it was before, he would have spent the night in the car, safety first, but now, he was a bit eager to try. If he went to SUU, he would be entering a new environment, and it was still completely unfamiliar. How was he going to face it? Now you can simulate it. He got out of the car, locked the door, and went forward but 20 meters into a neighborhood. Even though it was only 5 p.m., the sky was dark, and with the fog blocking it off, it wasn't much different than night. He advanced carefully and soon felt his way to the entrance of a cell block. It was locked. Xiao Ran did not violently destroy it, but entered the underground garage from the electric driveway. However, the man gate here was also closed, naturally to prevent the invasion of cold air. There was no other way. Xiao Ran returned to the ground, took a hammer and hit it. Clang, the glass of the unit door was then smashed, and he just drilled in. As soon as he went in, he heard the sound of people. It actually came from the underground garage. What's the situation? Xiao Ran entered the stairwell from the safe passage and came to the basement, but instead of recklessly opening the door to go in, he only opened a slit and then used spatial perception. The door was blocked, but not with a heavy object, but a quilt. This was to keep warm. Xiao Ran's first reaction was that, moreover, the sounds coming from inside were noisy, which meant that there were many people in the underground garage. He quietly pushed the door open, reached out and pressed over, and presto, the quilts blocking the door were gone. Pushing again, the door revealed a crack passable for one person, and he got in, then quickly closed the door and put the quilt back. It was silent. Xiao Ran looked ahead, only to see that a bonfire pile was being built roughly 10 meters away, and supporting the bonfire burning was a wide variety of furniture, in addition to a large number of books that were piled up into a small mountain-like pile nearby. What surprised Xiao Ran was that there was a group of people singing and dancing around the bonfire, as if the outside was not the end of the natural disaster at all, but rather a vacation camp. In addition, there was also a grill beside the bonfire, on which meat was being roasted, and the aroma could be smelled from afar. Xiao Ran swept through with a glance and found that there were roughly 100 people surrounding the bonfire, maybe more, but more was also more limited. Moreover, by the light of the fire he could clearly see that the oldest of the 100 was at most 40 years old, and most of them were young and strong people in their 20s and 30s, though both men and women were present. There were no old people, no children. Surrounding the campfire, there was also a ground bed, forming a circle. So, at night they slept on the floor bunks? That's not a bad idea. If we all live together, we can centralize heating and reduce consumption. But where are the old people and children? In a neighborhood, there should be people of all ages. Unless. Xiao Ran frowned and looked at the roasted meat again, his eyes grew cold. He walked against the wall, silently, and in the darkness where the firelight barely shone, and the group was singing and dancing. Not a single person noticed him. Xiao Ran arrived at the east section of the garage. Unlike the west area, this place was dark and cold as hell. While the man door was closed, Xiao Ran pushed the door to enter, and closed the door again, which turned the flashlight on. Holy shit! Even though Xiao Ran had already killed dozens of people, his scalp was now a little numb. Because this place was piled with corpses. Either old people or children, of course there were also young and strong people. Everyone had their hands tied and their faces were filled with expressions of despair and fear. This extremely low temperature allowed them to keep the last expression they had before they were born. Xiao Ran's mind could not help but float up a picture. In the middle of this neighborhood, those 100 or so strong youths had united and controlled the others in batches, then drove them here and left them to freeze to death alive. And these people? Survived using the resources of the neighborhood's families. From the map, this neighborhood wasn't small, and the number of residents could be as high as 5,000, so the equivalent of 5,000 people feeding 100 people would naturally allow them to hold out for a very long time. For example, the corpses here were the reserve food for those people, and when they were hungry, they would move one out to be roasted and eaten. Xiao Ran's eyes were murderous. Killing is very common in the last days. In order to survive, everyone will become very selfish, but people eating each other? This is the bottom line. Once the bottom line was gone, people could do anything. Xiao Ran took a deep breath. He had already pronounced the death sentence for those people. The animals were worse than animals. He turned around and once again returned to the Western District. And at this time, 100 or so people no longer danced, but instead, they all laid down under the covers and began to indulge in the revelry. The sound of the extravagant music was loud. Chapter 92, I Am the Devil. The scene was extremely chaotic. Xiao Ran was all wide-eyed for a moment, only feeling that his outlook on life had received a huge shock. However, on second thought, they are all man-eaters. How can they still be treated as human beings? Animals naturally had no shame. Xiao Ran shook his head and walked out with large strides. The closer he got to the bonfire pile, the bigger his shadow pulled out by the firelight became, and finally, someone noticed the abnormality. Who are you? This shout brought all the people who were in the midst of revelry to their senses, and they all looked over towards Xiao Ran. Sure enough, it was a stranger, still wearing a thick punching bag. However, a middle-aged man immediately climbed out, put on his jacket, and first pressed his hand to the crowd. No need to be nervous, this is a new brother that God has arranged for us. Come on, everyone, welcome this newcomer. At once, so many people were applauding. The key is, so many of them are naked, a group of bare asses applauding. How all of them are permeated with a sense of weirdness. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Ran again and said, Brother, please tell me your name. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, My name is Xiao Ran, however, I can't become a brother with you guys. As far as you guys are concerned, forget it, I still have some cleanliness fetishes. The middle-aged man winked, and several men and women quickly put on their clothes and encircled Xiao Ran from both sides. Xiao Ran only acted as if he had not seen them. Brother Xiao, this world has become incomparably chaotic, and only God can save all beings. The middle-aged man looked like a godly man. Now that God has opened his arms to you, why are you rejecting it? Rejecting God will only lead to a fall into darkness and an eternity. Xiao Ran shook his head. Every time there was a natural disaster, there would be a cult running rampant, because the cult set of extreme theories had a hotbed. Just ask, is this kind of extreme weather normal? Not normal. Then it must be the gods getting angry. Very marketable. By this time, the people who were encircling from the left and right had gotten closer and closer, and they also had more weapons like fruit knives and kitchen knives in their hands. They usually came to use them for dismembering corpses and peeling meat, so naturally, they kept them by their side. Die! These people rushed out from the darkness and lunged towards Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran smiled coldly. The door of space first opened on the left, burst, was a few rounds of bullets fired, then the door of space then opened to the right. Under spatial perception, there were a total of 8 people on both sides. What they looked like, and from which direction they rushed, everything was as if they knew it all. 8 rounds of bullets as if precision guided, poof poof poof, 8 people's brains directly blossomed, collectively fell to the ground. Instantaneous death on the spot. The others were completely unaware of what was happening. They only saw 8 people rushing towards Xiao Ran, and then all 8 people fell to the ground at the same time. Hiss, what happened? Looking at those 8 people, a bloody hole had appeared in their brains, and blood was gurgling out, while their eyes were staring in a deathly manner. At that moment, everyone was pumping cold air, their bodies became ice cold. That middle-aged man all froze, and only after a while did he say, You are the devil's messenger. Brothers and sisters, this person is here on behalf of the devil, everyone together, we must kill this devil's emissary, or else the devil will find out where we are and kill us all. He was usually supposed to be compelling people with a set of demonic theories, so upon hearing him say this, the crowd was flabbergasted, and their gazes towards Xiaoran took on a murderous aura anew. Xiaoran smiled faintly, wrong, I am not a demon messenger, I am a demon. He casually pointed at one person, die. A bullet shot out noiselessly, poof, blood flowers bloomed. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. Xiaoran could not help but face black, because this bullet failed to explode the target's head, but hit the person's ear instead. There was no way, the distance was a bit far, affecting the accuracy. It's a bit embarrassing, clearly said dead. However, those people on the other side were scared silly. A dozen meters apart, Xiaoran's finger actually smashed someone's ear. Hiss, this was too scary. As Xiaoran had said, he was not a messenger of the devil, but the devil himself. Immediately, some people knelt down and kowtowed to Xiaoran repeatedly, Lord Demon, I am willing to submit to you, please spare my life. These people were naturally wallflowers, how could they have any faith? Xiaoran said indifferently, those who submit to me, come towards me and I will bring you into my kingdom. What did that mean? Those kneeling on the ground froze for a moment and hesitantly stood up, walking slowly towards Xiaoran. After taking a few steps, suddenly, someone disappeared into thin air. Disappearing out of thin air, not a single bit of abnormality could be seen. This. At once, the others stopped. Xiaoran smiled faintly, why are you frozen, don't you want to follow me? Only then did it dawn on the others. It turned out that the people who had disappeared had really entered Xiaoran's kingdom. No matter how bad it was there, it was still better than here, right? With this thought, someone took a step forward and instantly disappeared. This gave many people the courage to move forward. Swoosh, swoosh, one person after another disappeared, but there is always someone with a different idea, not only did not continue to move forward, but also backward. After a few minutes, there was no one moving forward anymore. Xiaoran swept a glance, there were still more than 30 people who were not moving forward but backward instead. Devil! Devil! The middle-aged man from before shouted loudly, and even, he took out a cross from somewhere and gestured towards Xiaoran as if he was going to use it to intimidate Xiaoran, I am ordering you to back off immediately. Xiaoran snorted and used his right hand to make a gun shape, aiming at the middle-aged man. Blue, he said. A bullet was fired silently, and then he heard an scream. The middle-aged man covered his neck and retreated back and forth, but blood was still pouring out of his fingers, as if it was a leaky water pipe. The corner of Xiaoran's mouth twitched. He still wanted to shoot his head off, but he still missed. This damn accuracy of his own. Out of the range of spatial perception, his accuracy plummeted. However, the middle-aged man's tragic situation like this made the crowd's souls go out of their mouths in fear. Using his hands as a gun, he actually really could shoot bullets. Devil! Definitely a devil. My lord, please spare me. Take me to heaven. I'm willing to dedicate my soul to you. They all screamed hysterically, while the women were even more frantic, tearing off the clothes on their bodies and laying down on the floor, all the while screaming, Devil, come and fuck me, I'm willing to give you the devil seed and rule this world. The middle-aged man from before had already sat down on his knees powerlessly, his eyes getting dimmer and dimmer, and boom, he fell down headfirst. But no one gave him a second glance, everyone stared at Xiaoran with a frenzied gaze. So what if the devil, as long as they can be allowed to live, who cares if his soul goes to hell or wherever after death? Chapter 93, Returning to the Neighborhood, Attracting Covetousness. Xiaoran once again raised his hands and said, Those who submit to me, quickly enter my kingdom. This time, although the remaining people were still a little hesitant, most of them walked towards Xiaoran. They had already decided that Xiaoran was the devil, so how could they dare not listen? If they did not listen, they would surely die. If they listened, even though they suddenly disappeared, it was possible that they had entered Xiaoran's world as Xiaoran had said, so as long as they behaved in a submissive and obedient manner, maybe the devil would appreciate them and think highly of them? It was better than waiting for death, right? With this kind of mentality, they themselves walked into the door of space and instantly became a corpse. But it was good, at least it was painless. Xiaoran also wore a smile, he saved a lot of bullets. Not bad, the children can be taught. It's just that there are still 4 women who have not taken the initiative to enter the jar. Because they were trying to seduce Xiao Ran to have an orgy with them. What's the use of you people obeying the devil? We directly become the devil's women and even give birth to the devil's seed. Aren't we in a much higher position than you guys? A bunch of dumbass. A woman has to use her looks and figure wisely. Xiao Ran frowned. Wasn't this going to cause him to use 4 more bullets? Humph. But Xiao Ran didn't begrudge him and took a few steps forward. Just when the 4 women thought that Xiao Ran was moving his demonic heart, the 4 bullets flew out. Poo 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 poo. Because the distance is close enough, the 4 women were all hit by a bullet on the forehead, directly more than a bloody hole, instant death on the spot. How could Xiao Ran possibly look at these women? Not to mention that Xiao Ran's current tastes were already tricky. Even if they weren't, he still couldn't look at them. He took out the bed and mat from the floor in space, as well as the bedding and other things. The floor had been used by those people and he really couldn't lie in it. As far as he was concerned, the last thing he lacked was supplies. Lying in the thick bedding, which was of the highest grade, the warmth effect was excellent, plus there was a big fire on the side that was constantly releasing heat. Even under such extremely cold weather, Xiao Ran actually slept in a sweaty state, waking him up in the middle of the night from the heat. He also had a nightmare that was full of big men that gave him a creepy fright. Only when he woke up did he realize that it was because he was covered with too much quilt and it was too heavy, as if he was being pressed down by someone. Right. He collected the 2 quilts and went back to sleep. This time, the sleep lasted until after 6 o'clock. Instead of continuing to sleep again, he took out the weapons he had just harvested and started firing them. 2 hours later, a large number of bullets were added to the alien space. It was basically from heavy machine guns, and with limited time, Xiao Ran naturally picked up the most powerful ones to collect. Of course, there were also RPGs, which were handheld rockets. Xiao Ran went out of the garage, the cold, chilly wind blew, making his spirit jolt, and the fog dispersed once again. Departure, home. Xiao Ran drove back to the neighborhood, driving extremely slowly all the way, and had to look at the road signs from time to time. After all, the navigation wasn't working right now, so everything could only rely on his eyes. While walking, he was thinking. Yesterday, that neighborhood had a total of about 5,000 people, but there was not a single mutant. What does that mean? The chances of a mutation occurring were pathetically low. It was a coincidence that he encountered a mutated era on his second time out, and he did not know if it was bad luck or too good. Xiao Ran thought that it was good luck. Because it made him realize early on that there could be other mutants in the world, and most importantly, he also absorbed Era's mutant ability, and not only did he know that other mutants' mutant abilities could be plundered, but he also obtained and strengthened himself. If he kept holding back in the villa and didn't go out, and meet out for a year and a half, there might be an incomparably powerful alien who would forcefully break open the villa. At that time, he would not even have a chance to resist, and all the beautiful women he had collected would have to be given away. Xiao Ran shook his head. He would never be killed by anyone in this life. After driving for nearly another hour, he returned to the neighborhood. When the big G steadily drove into the gate of the neighborhood, it naturally made so many people see it again and made their eyes red with envy. They were all starving to death. But what about Xiao Ran? He was actually able to go out and look for food. Look for Xiao Ran for food. And something to drink. Since he has the ability to be able to go out, he should share the food with us when he gets it. Right, how can he keep it all to himself? It's too selfish. Besides, we're the ones watching and building for. What did he give? Without our contribution, he might have been eaten by the people in building for. How in the world can there be such a good thing, taking advantage of all the advantages without paying a bit? Go find him. The various buildings communicated with each other, and a group of half-starved, thirsty people quickly reached a consensus. Find Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, drove the big G back to the villa, remotely opening the door. He drove into the garage, reversing was not necessary, and then closed the garage door, and just after opening the door to the first floor of the villa, the leopard rushed over. Jiang Yuzuning, on the other hand, stood behind the leopard, and when she saw Xiao Ran's appearance, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. You can come back, I was worried to death. This look was as if the husband had gone on a dangerous mission and the wife was waiting at home, full of worry. Xiao Ran smiled, looking at Jiang Yuzuning's relieved look did not seem like a disguise, but was there really such a deep feeling between the two? Of course not. Therefore, Jiang Yuzuning's worry was a blend of many emotions. For example, if Xiao Ran died outside, she would be trapped in the villa. She must have already tried. All the doors in the villa required fingerprints or passwords to open, whether it was from the outside or from the inside. Xiao Ran didn't restrict her from moving around floors 1 to 3, but she couldn't get the doors open or go to the basement, so like Han Yun's 4 girls, she was a bird in a cage, only this one was a bit bigger. In addition, this is the end of the world, do not know how many human beings are left outside, so people are naturally lonely, especially those who are not strong enough inside, and naturally afraid of becoming the last human being on Earth. There are also words, is Xiao Ran is her first and only man. A woman is never likely to forget who their first man is, after all, this is the only time the first bitter and then sweet, first pain and then cool. Xiao Ran first jerked the leopard for a while, then walked towards Jiang Yuzuning and asked, have you eaten breakfast? No. Jiang Yuzuning shook her head, worry, my stomach is not hungry. Xiao Ran smiled, no matter if this was sincere or coaxing him, it sounded comfortable to him anyway. It just so happens that I haven't eaten either, let's go, let's eat together. Xiao Ran set up a table with a sumptuous breakfast, just like a hotel eating buffet, you can take whatever you want to eat, and put Jiang Yuzuning's flat belly is bulging with food. Chapter 94, Director Wu's Threat. I'll wave until noon, Xiao Ran sighed. On the front foot, he said he wanted to be moderate, but on the back foot, he was plumbing every day. But can he be blamed? It must be from absorbing the supernatural powers. Not only did it strengthen my body and supernatural powers, it even made me overly energetic. Maybe, after a while it'll get better. It must be that, how could I be an indulgent person? Just as Xiao Ran was reflecting, the monitor beeped. Since it was right in the basement, Xiao Ran went straight over to look at it. So many people. Xiao Ran saw that the passageway was filled with people, and more than that, there were more people outside the passageway. Did the survivors of the entire neighborhood run over? Except for Building 4. Xiao Ran, we know you're in there. Come out and talk to us. Don't act like a shrinking violet. These people shouted, and what gave them such courage was the umbrellas they were holding over their heads or the raincoats they were wearing. Previously, Xiao Ran had killed dozens of people, and the clear means of killing people was to drench and spray them with poisoned water, as well as poisoning their food, so now that they had measures against drenching, then as long as they didn't eat the food Xiao Ran gave them, did they still need to be afraid of Xiao Ran? Some people say that Xiao Ran still has a gun, but this has not been confirmed, the crowd basically still do not believe. This is China, where can you get a gun? If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Ran's villa simply couldn't be attacked by human power, they wouldn't be talking nonsense here, but would have directly smashed the villa open for a $0 purchase. Xiao Ran opened the microphone and faintly said, what do you guys want to talk to me about? Seeing that Xiao Ran was not coming out, although the crowd was very angry, there was nothing they could do. If they were able to break into the villa, why would they need to scream here? Therefore, when Xiao Ran refused to come out, there was nothing they could do but bark impotently and furiously. An old man stood out and said to the monitor at the door, Xiao Xiao, I am Director Wu of the street office, you have to believe that the disaster will eventually pass. So, if you see death now, you will have to be liquidated after the disaster. TSK, coming up with a big, alarmist hat. Xiao Ran naturally didn't care, disaster passed? Yes, it will pass. But never a year and a half, but have to dozens of hundreds of years or even longer. Look at the polluted water, rely on nature's purification needs how long time? Not to mention the abnormally low temperatures. Once the ice age comes, will it end in a short period of time? Therefore, even if mankind can get through this crisis, it will only end up in a neighborhood, or even a family as a unit, like a primitive society of tribes, so hundreds and thousands of years later, the spring flowers bloomed. You told me that after the disaster liquidation? Isn't it funny? Xiao Ran did not move, nothing to play with these people is good. Then what does Director Wu want me to do? When Director Wu heard this, he couldn't help but show a smug look. Look, ordinary people just don't stand up to fear in front of him as an official, they're already afraid after just starting a fight. He coughed a bit and said, after researching and discussing, we have come up with the following 2 options. First, you go out every day to look for supplies, fetch them back and hand them over to a few of us, and our street office will naturally distribute them to everyone as needed. Of course, you definitely won't be giving for nothing. When the disaster passes, you'll be the first to take credit for it, and will be sure to truthfully report it to the state. Secondly, considering that you're working hard alone, you can share out that car and everyone will take turns going out to look for supplies. In that case, although your credit will be smaller, it will still be the first credit. How do you choose? Xiao Ran lost his smile. How can you people be so thick-skinned? He faintly said, I choose the third. Ah. Director Wu could not help but be dumbfounded. He only offered two choices. It's you guys call yours and I'll play mine. Xiao Ran's voice drifted out leisurely, and then there was also a woman's light laughter coming out, not just one, but several. The crowd couldn't help but think of Han Yun, that was the famous beauty of the neighborhood. Usually when going in and out of the neighborhood, I don't know how many men masturbated. When dreaming at night, she was also the goddess of many men's dreams, and only in their dreams could they kiss the goddess's fragrance. But this kind of superb woman is now in Xiao Ran's villa, letting this kid do whatever he wants. Imagining the picture in their minds, these people could not help but stand in awe. Adulterer, adulteress. They could only curse in secret and then gnash their teeth in jealousy. Why wasn't this person themselves? Director Wu burst into a rage and shouted, Comrade Xiao Xiao, don't think that we don't have any way to deal with you, we just don't want to take things too far. Let me tell you, if you don't accept our conditions today, we'll release the people in Building 4 and tell them that it was you who put them on lockdown. Hey, a bunch of beasts who dare to eat human flesh are on you. Do you have a good life left? Unless you never go out again. Chapter 95, Letting the Tiger Return to the Mountain. Xiao Ran was all a bit surprised. Letting the people in Building 4 out? You guys are really crazy. One must know that Xiao Ran's villa could not be breached by ordinary people, so even if the people in Building 4 believed that the ceiling of the building was Xiao Ran's doing, which was true, but if they could not breach the villa, would they be idle? You people are going to be out of luck. How short-sighted. Is Xiao Ran afraid? Fear of head-on battle, the entire neighborhood tied together are not his opponent. Even if the attack comes from behind, Xiao Ran now has a certain defense ability. Spatial perception. He naturally could not be pinned down by a few words from Director Wu, snorting a few times. You guys aren't afraid of being eaten by the people in Building 4 first, then just let the people out to spite. I have the villa to protect me anyway, and it's not like they can attack in. If you guys are stupid enough to let the tiger out, whatever. With that, he turned off the microphone and also blocked the incoming sound from outside. Han Yun's four girls, on the other hand, looked at him with slight worry in their expressions. After all, Building 4's previous behavior was too scary, actually killing and capturing people from half of the building, no different from wild beasts. On the contrary, although Xiao Ran was also ruthless in his actions, but it was never the case that if you don't mess with me, I will be too lazy to care about you, unlike Building 4, so what if you don't mess with them, they will still be on you. How did this world become like this? It's only been 22 days since we entered the end times. They were all very sighing and emotional. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, didn't stop hoofing it and drove his car out again in the afternoon. This time, he headed all the way to the Xiangmen campus of SUU. Along the way, he cleared the roadblocks. When traveling with Su Qingmei, he did not want to expose the secret that he possessed spatial abilities. Therefore, it was a good idea to run first. But he didn't run this trip for nothing. Along the way, when he passed gas stations and supermarkets, he would stop and go in for a $0 purchase. The feeling of not having to spend any money, it was so cool. Only the food category is a bit miserable, because they are all taken out from the low temperature of dozens of degrees below zero, and it takes quite a bit of time just to melt, and the food is frozen and then eaten. The taste is definitely not good anymore. However, this could at least fill up the stomach. When eating was a problem, why pick 3 or 4? Well, this food could be used for a bounty so as not to waste his quality reserves. Xiao Ran purposely categorized them in the foreign space, and this kind of frozen food put together was something he would never eat. Driving all the way to the entrance of the Xiangmen campus of SUU, Xiao Ran then hit the road back home. When the car turned a corner and was about to disappear, a young man suddenly appeared. Obviously the temperature was extremely low, but the man actually just wore a fall suit, not bloated at all, and he looked ahead somewhat doubtfully, muttering, "Is that a car?" But how does a car keep its balance when it's incredibly difficult to walk on such slippery ground? It should have crashed in a minute. The youth shook his head and turned into the middle of the SU campus, carrying a very large bag behind him. Today Xiao Ran rushed back to the neighborhood before the fog densified again. When dang dang dang, someone struck the gongs and drums. Immediately, groups of people seemed like a tidal wave, pouring out from the cell doors of the several buildings in front of them, and very quickly coming to the main entrance. All of them were holding sticks, and some of them were holding hammers, and they were very aggressive. "Ha, is this to smash my car?" Xiao Ran's eyes turned cold as he fiercely pressed the gas pedal to the bottom. Boom! The Big G was a modified one, the engine that was giving out a lot of power, and immediately roared out. Seeing this steel monster rushing over, how could the gang in front of them dare to block it, and they were busy dodging away. Too late. Boom boom boom, immediately several people crashed out like a heavenly maiden, and the crunching sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then, these few people landed on the ground. Some directly fainted to death, while others spat out blood continuously, but no matter what, being hit by a car in such a harsh environment, there was only one ending. Death. Is there a doctor to treat you now? Ha! Big G soared out, but immediately stopped again, backed up, accelerated, and crashed into the crowd again. Now, the crowd was crying out for help. Even though the car had been modified and the degree of defense had been greatly improved, Xiao Ran was still unwilling to let the car be damaged. What if? As Big G rampaged through the crowd, coupled with the bullets in the alien space, people fell in pieces, only the others didn't realize that most of them were actually shot by bullets, and thought that they were all brought down by the car. In such a panic, who would pay attention to how other people died? They cried out and ran toward the building in a hurry, only hating that they had 2 less legs. But it was so slippery outside, the faster they ran, the greater the chance of slipping and falling, and once they fell, if their bare skin was rubbed by the ice, it would inevitably hurt like hell, making them wail. A few minutes later, the survivors all fled into the building. Looking outside, there were probably more than 100 corpses left behind. Xiao Ran deliberately let the engine make a loud roar, as if announcing something, before the Big G slowly advanced and returned to the villa. Where were the survivors? Shivering in fear. In their opinion, Xiao Ran was already more ferocious than the gang in Building 4. Because Building 4 was a group of people, while Xiao Ran? Only one. One person possessed such killing and destructive power, how could it be if it was a group? What to do? The crowd was at a loss. Threatening, Xiao Ran did not listen, directly blocking the road. Xiao Ran even lost his heart and crashed into people. They really had no way out. Release the people from Building 4 and let them and Xiao Ran dogfight. Director Wu gritted his teeth and said, just a moment ago, his son-in-law was run over alive by Xiao Ran. Could he not hate it? But, the people from Building 4 aren't any good either. Someone said worriedly. Then do you want to starve to death alive like this? Director Wu said coldly, if we let the people of Building 4 dogfight with Xiao Ran, we still have a chance of survival, otherwise we can only wait for death. Go! Thus, the group wrapped themselves in thick bedding and arrived in front of Building 4. We can let you out, but you need to promise us a few conditions. Director Wu shouted with a loudspeaker. A window opened and Liu Yang's face peeked out, revealing a creepy smile. Oh, let's hear it. The two sides gabbled and after some bargaining, a consensus was finally reached. Thus, the people outside began to fill the pit. Before, in order to prevent Building 4's jumping out of the window, they dug out deep pits in the ground corresponding to each window, and filled them with sharp objects. After filling the pits, they first used furniture to put it at the bottom and then topped it with bedding and other things so that they could easily come out from the second floor windows. Liu Yang was the first to jump out, and when more than 20 came out of Building 4, Liu Yang patted Director Wu's face and laughed. I remember that Director Wu has a daughter who is quite pretty, how about letting us brothers have some fun? Chapter 96, Being Revolted. The people in Building 4 got out of the trap. They were almost all starved to death and died of thirst within the building. They were already in a desperate situation, while they even dared to eat people. After going through such a wave again, was there any sympathy left? No. And so, the rest of the neighborhood was out of luck. It was night, and the mournful screams were endless. Although Director Wu and the others had pushed the pot of blocking the building onto Xiao Ran's head, Liu Yan and the others were not stupid. How could such a vast project be accomplished by one person, in one night? Therefore, Director Wu and the others must be involved. What's the point of being polite to your enemies? The people from Building 4 seemed like vicious tigers coming out of the mountain, killing, on the contrary, the people from the other buildings. One by one, were not united. As long as the people from Building 4 didn't come to them, they didn't dare to show their heads at all. Instead, they blocked the stairway with furniture and other things, and sent a person to guard it, so that if the people from Building 4 killed them, they would stab them with a bamboo pole through these furniture. So, as long as you send one person to guard, you can basically ensure safety.
However, today, the entire 12th building followed Director Wu's bad luck.
Building 4's men killed in, the people in Building 12 had little resistance at all, and were soon all subdued, followed by Building 4's unilateral violence. The men were all killed one by one, frozen as spare food. The women were reduced to a tool for venting, especially Director Wu's daughter, but also quite a bit of beauty, subjected to 24 men's rounds of violence, not to dawn on the gas. Director Wu was forced to watch the whole thing from the side, so angry that he vomited blood and regretted it. I should have known not to let these brutes out. Although Xiao Ran is ruthless, however, as long as you don't mess with him, he doesn't bother to take care of you. Unlike these beasts in Building 4, they are really completely inhumane. The old guy cried, and in the end, he even shed tears of blood and cried his eyes out. He really regretted it. But regret is useless. He had already let the tiger return to the mountain and even led the wolf into the house. Lu Yang smoked the scavenged cigarettes and looked towards the villa not far away, flicking the ashes. A cold aura flashed in his gaze. I heard that Xiao Ran has a car that can drive on ice. Then even if we don't want to be enemies with him, the situation forces us to take this person down. It's just not very easy to deal with. The villa itself was impenetrable. It was simply not humanly possible to smash through that thick copper wall, but could we still use engineering vehicles, or even explosives for blasting now? Then what to do? The only way is to wait for that guy to go out and set up a barricade to force him to stop. The roadblock must also be big enough and heavy enough to stop the car otherwise. Just wait until he goes out next time. While the neighborhood was in deep water, Xiao Ran's side was enjoying his peace and quiet. Although he had already prepared a strong enough firepower and had scouted out the road a bit, he could actually leave today, but why should he be in a hurry? Anyway, it had already been more than 20 days since the end of the world, and those who couldn't hold out must have died long ago, so it wasn't that bad for one day. Wang Lulu now only occasionally thought of her son. After all, it was a piece of meat that fell off her body, but under such circumstances, what could she do? Powerless in the extreme. At noon, Xiao Ran unexpectedly saw someone in the surveillance. Building 4, Lu Yang. He was standing at the iron gate, wearing a raincoat, and waved his hand at the monitor. Looking for me for something? Xiao Ran asked. Lu Yang smiled. I want to borrow that car of yours. Name your price. I can give you whichever woman you want in this neighborhood. Xiao Ran also laughed. If I want any woman, I can just smash her with food directly. I don't need to use force at all. Moreover, I don't like to use force, it's meaningless. He liked women to politely accept pleasure and cooperate extremely well. It didn't matter if it was genuine or fake. But using force? Either you will encounter fierce resistance, or you will be as motionless as a dead fish, so it's either like killing a pig, or it's like X-Corpse. Is it interesting? Lu Yang shook his head. Xiao Ran, I am very sincere in borrowing a car from you, you'd better say yes. Are you going to say something to threaten me? Xiao Ran asked. No, only those without strength will scream at the mouth. Lu Yang revealed a smile. Xiao Ran, we'll see you later, it's a real meet yo. Cut, you're still naughty on it. Alright, after meeting my face, I hope you can still be so tough. Xiao Ran laughed. I have the superpower to teach you to write the word obey in capital letters. Ha 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 ha. Lu Yan laughed a few times and turned around to leave. The talk had collapsed. His eyes were ice cold. If Xiao Ran was able to borrow a car, that would naturally be the best. He actually didn't want to turn his back on Xiao Ran. After all, there were too many people who had died in Xiao Ran's hands, and although there were all sorts of coincidences, it seemed like none of them were done by Xiao Ran with a strong force, but it didn't stop him from being jealous of Xiao Ran. It was a pity. However, he must get Xiao Ran's car, otherwise, they would still be trapped in the neighborhood. Xiao Ran did not take Lu Yang to heart. In the afternoon, he spent 3 hours working out, and in the evening, he brushed up on his drama with Jiang Yuzuning. Technically speaking, it was Jiang Yuzuning who was watching brush while he was measuring Jiang Yuzuning's body. You're so pretty, you should be pursued by many co-workers, right? Xiao Ran asked. Jiang Yuzuning's red lips slightly tootled. Look down on who? I'm the city's police flower. Before going to the next city to hold a meeting, a lot of co-workers specially apply for transfer to our city, our bureau, and the city a lot of big leaders' son are in pursuit of me. Xiao Ran lost his smile. That's good, no superior guy dares to subvert you. That's true. Jiang Yuzuning nodded her head. Daring to subvert her would be equivalent to offending more than half of the official second generation in Sioux City, and it would also be equivalent to offending these people's parents. It really wasn't a joke. Xiaoran laughed out loud, however, it ended up being cheaper for me.
Chapter 97, Preparing for Departure. Jiang Yuzuning pouted, "You're really getting a bargain."
She was so pretty, how could she marry into a prestigious family? Her parents were both university professors, which was a huge plus point, but she didn't expect to sell herself out because of some food.
Alas!
She looked at the man beside her with a somewhat complicated expression. The more desperate the reality became, the more she found herself relying on this man, and as her dependence grew heavier, she would also develop complicated emotions towards Xiaoran. One day, her heart would completely fall. Such a realization scared her a little, yet she could do nothing about it.
Could she still leave Xiaoran?
Not to mention, she already knows that those fierce men in Building 4 here do things, so if she walks out of this villa, the next second may be a group of smelly men grabbed up, enjoy playing, ravaged.
At that time, life is worse than death. No, even if she died, she would even be eaten as food.
Just thinking about this image, she shivered and her pretty face turned white. It was not just this neighborhood, cannibalism was probably staged in every corner of the earth. She could not help but hug Xiaoran tightly and murmured, "You must not have an accident." If something happened to Xiaoran, her fate would also be miserable to the extreme.
Xiaoran laughed, "Don't worry, I'm a selfish person and won't allow another man to touch you."
On this day, Xiaoran did nothing, and it seemed like he was always doing it. From upstairs to downstairs, the waste was a bit untenable.
No wonder there were many short-lived emperors in history.
However, I don't seem to be affected by this at all. Xiaoran took a look in the mirror, there was not the least bit of the decaying look of overindulgence, and took out the photos taken a few days ago for comparison, and found that he was actually even more chipper and energetic now.
This is really strange. Having superpowers, the physical quality also follows along with it, making my capital more and more sufficient as well? If this speculation is true, then if I absorb dozens or hundreds of copies of my supernatural ability, will I really be able to transform into a pile driver, yet my body is completely unaffected, and even getting stronger and stronger?
I'll go, this is good. Xiaoran nodded, and there was one more reason to go out and hunt for alien energy.
The day of indulgence finally passed. Xiaoran welcomed Su Qingmei early in the morning. "Can we leave now?" she asked eagerly. "Count your blessings, I've prepared everything that should be prepared." Xiaoran nodded. Su Qingmei bit her lip and said after a few seconds, "Can I find my sister first before completing the transaction?"
Seeing Xiaoran's face sink slightly, she hurriedly explained, "I'm not trying to renege on the deal, but I'm still a virgin, so if I give it to you now, I'm afraid that I won't be able to walk away from it and won't be able to find my sister again." Xiaoran was slightly surprised that such an extremely beautiful person was actually still a virgin. Before Hanyun 4 no one is, now actually popped up 2 in a row. Hey, rare. Xiaoran did not deny, asked rhetorically, "First, I just promised to borrow a car, accompany you to go to Su University to take a trip, and did not promise to definitely find your sister." Su Qingmei hesitated for a moment, but still nodded, "As long as you take me to SUU, even if I don't find my sister, I will fulfill my promise when I return." Xiaoran continued, "Secondly, what if you renege?" "I can swear dash." Xiaoran shook his hand, stopping her from continuing, "I don't believe in oaths, let's put it this way, if you want to renege on the deal, I'll shoot you with one shot." He took out a pistol and waved it in front of Su Qingmei. Su Qingmei couldn't help but nod her head and said in a trembling voice, "Good." She also had a gun, but it was confiscated by Xiaoran when she first came here. Facing a man who was powerful and had a gun in his hand, Su Qingmei directly developed a strong submissiveness both psychologically and physiologically. "All right, let's go," Xiaoran said. The 4 Hanyun girls hurriedly gathered around and urged Xiaoran to be careful. At the same time, they also passed warning looks to Su Qingmei. Su Qingmei sighed secretly in her heart, thinking that after finding her sister and fulfilling her promise, she would take her sister far away. She didn't want to compete for favor with these 4 women. Xiaoran calmed down Hanyun's 4 people. This trip to Suda didn't know how many days it would last, so he still replenished the food and water, and upstairs, there was Jiang Yuzuning who kept adding firewood to the fireplace. The cold was never going to be cold. Backing off, even if the fireplace cannot be used, this is not the self-provided generator has been connected, the air conditioning is also available, only the heating effect is not as good as the fireplace, but at least it will not be frozen to death. He brought Su Qingmei to the first floor. Hanyun 4 girls can only look on with bated breath, although they have lived in the villa for several days, but did not get Xiaoran's approval, did not leave the basement at all, and now they are a little envious of Su Qingmei. Xiaoran closed the door of the basement while Su Qingmei waited for him, but she heard the sound of prancing footsteps, only to see an extremely beautiful woman who was not inferior to her at all coming down from the staircase. In addition, there was also an earth dog running over from the kitchen, stopping at the side of the extremely beautiful woman, and was spitting out its tongue as it sized her up.
There is another one here?
Su Qingmei looked at Jiang Yuzuning, while Jiang Yuzuning was also sizing up Su Qingmei. There were sparks flashing in her eyes, and there was even a strong sense of crisis. Xiaoran had already told Jiang Yuzuning that he was going out today to help a person find his sister. Jiang Yuzuning had thought at first that Xiaoran was overflowing with sympathy, but now that she saw Su Qingmei, she realized that Xiaoran had overthought himself. What sympathy, clearly, is the heart of color. She was wrong to blame Xiaoran. If it wasn't for his sense of urgency to improve himself now, he wouldn't have agreed to help Su Qingmei find her sister even if she was 10 times more beautiful.
Dangerous things are definitely not done.
But now, Xiaoran's sense of crisis and urgency was bursting at the seams, and in his opinion, this trip was mainly about practicing and searching for an alien, and Su Qingmei, on the contrary, was just a lottery.
Chapter 98, Entering Su University. Xiaoran and Su Qingmei set off.
When the Big G drove out of the garage, there were so many people in the neighborhood standing by the windows watching.
Among them was naturally Lu Yang.
He turned to the crowd in the house and said, "Brothers, it's time to work."
Ow!
A group of men shouted as each of them wrapped their arms around 1 to 2 women, and after a few wild kisses on their faces, they stood up.
What were they going to do?
Build an impenetrable barricade at the main entrance, forcing Xiaoran to stop. At that time, they took the opportunity to rush out and use the car locker to lock up the tires of the Big G. Then Xiaoran would naturally become a turtle in a jar and be at their mercy.
You in the villa, then you are the iron bastard. We cannot help you, but you out?
Oh, after all, just a person.
Xiaoran, properly borrow the car is not on the line, have to force us to do it.
Lu Yang laughed coldly and snuffed out his cigarette butt.
This was the last cigarette again.
So, he desperately wanted to seize the Big G so that he could also go out and collect supplies at the supermarket, especially cigarettes. He could go a day without eating, but he couldn't go a day without cigarettes, or else he wouldn't be able to feel good all over. When the Big G drove out of the gate of the neighborhood, Su Qingmei twisted her head to look at it and asked, "Do you know that there are so many people in the neighborhood who are staring at you, itching to smoke you and eat your marrow?"
"No."
Xiaoran replied casually.
"Knowing that you still dare to go out?"
Su Qingmei felt a little unbelievable. "You do have a gun in your hand, but a gun, no, counting Mei Ting's 2 guns as well, that's only 3 in total. 3 pistols can deter a neighborhood? The people in Building 4 are cannibalistic, how crazy are they? It's more or less the same if you take an assault rifle out."
Xiaoran lost his smile. "Do you mean that I should return immediately and not take you to Sudi?"
"I don't mean that," Su Qingmei hurriedly said. She was really afraid that Xiaoran would change his mind and not take her out, then she would only be able to fight Xiaoran for her life. "Shut up if you're not, don't affect my driving," Xiaoran said. "Don't you know that you can't talk to the driver when you're in a car, or else you'll easily get into an accident?" Su Qingmei was speechless. "Your car speed is only 20 yards, even if it really hit.
How much can happen?
Moreover, the car looks to be modified, the front bumper, that kind of thick feeling, TSK." She clasped her hands on her chest and stopped talking. However, Su Qingmei saw that Xiaoran was not afraid of danger and insisted on fulfilling his promise, which still made her a little bit touched. If she knew that Xiaoran was actually taking the initiative to come out to exercise and look for other aliens and mutant beasts, and that she was merely an add-on, she did not know if the touching feeling in her heart at this moment would turn into a fit of rage.
What, is she not pretty enough, or is her body not good enough to be attractive to you at all, and is actually just an add-on?
Under Xiaoran's careful and prudent driving, after half an hour's journey, they came to the Shangmen campus of SUU. In fact, this is called the East Campus of SUU, but a moat divides the East Campus into 2 separate areas, and the so-called Shangmen campus is on the east side of the moat. Because Xiaoran had already cleared the road yesterday, they traveled smoothly all the way. Su Qingmei found it strange because although there were quite a few abandoned cars on the road, some crashed, some just parked there, strewn about, there was a passageway that allowed the cars to pass through. It was as if someone had cleared it ahead of time. She wasn't a stupid person and couldn't help but look towards Xiaoran. "You said that you have to prepare for 3 days, is it possible that you purposely cleared the road 2 days ago?"
"No, it can't be. How could one person have cleaned the reasoning?"
Even if you use the big G to top off the cars blocking the road one by one, how long would it take to clear a road around 10 kilometers long?
Definitely not something that could be done in a day or two. Could it be that someone had driven here before, and it was the forerunner that cleared it? She wondered.
It was time to arrive at the school entrance.
Xiaoran stopped the car and made an invitation gesture. Su Qingmei froze. You're not driving the car in?
Xiaoran smiled. Our agreement was to drop you off here. It's not like we said we still have to drive the car in.
It was indeed not said. Su Qingmei was unable to refute this, but she also knew that this was Xiaoran rambling, so she could only say, What do you want? Stay with me for 3 more days.
Xiaoran raised his hand and compared 3 fingers.
Su Qingmei gritted her teeth. 1 day. Deal.
Xiaoran agreed with alacrity. Regardless of whether Su Qingmei agreed or not, he would enter the school, so he earned a day for nothing. Su Qingmei could not help but feel her chest shaking with anger, knowing that she had fallen for Xiaoran's trap.
However, anyway, has agreed to accompany him to sleep. More sleep a day, less sleep a day, and what difference? Big G slowly drove into the campus.
Once inside, in front is the library, on the right-hand side is the gymnasium, swimming pool, and on the left-hand side is the teaching building. The two of them analyzed, if Su Qingmei's sister was in these places, then it should be impossible for her to have survived until now, so she was either in her dormitory or the cafeteria, or else she could easily freeze and starve to death.
They went to the cafeteria first. Why the cafeteria and not the dormitory?
Because Su Qingmei didn't know how many buildings and rooms her sister lived in. There were too many targets, so it was better to go to the cafeteria first.
Not long after, the two drove to the outside of the cafeteria.
What surprised Xiaoran was that there were actually many people lying on their backs by the windows of the cafeteria, looking out. Counting it, there were almost 30 people, both male and female.
Go and poke around.
The two of them got down from the car, and Su Qingmei immediately winced, even though she had already changed into warmer clothes. Being exposed to such severe cold still chilled her to the bone. This weather was simply too harsh. The first few days were indeed not too cold, only -10 degrees or so how could one get through it with winter clothes on, except that it was raining poisonous hailstones, and how many people dared to run outside with poisonous hailstones on their heads?
What about now? Poisonous hail is not down, but the temperature has dropped to -40 degrees or even lower. To the preparation of the people of Su City, what winter clothing can protect against the cold?
Su Qingmei couldn't help but look at Xiaoran, because this set of clothes on her body was given by Xiaoran.
This man.
An absurd thought could not help but rise within her heart. Was following this man the best choice in such a post-apocalyptic world? Then she hastily shook her head. With Xiaoran's lustful nature, would he spare his sister? She could sacrifice herself, but she could never let her sister be hobbled by this man as well. Leave, after finding her sister and fulfilling her promise, she must take her sister away.
Chapter 99, Alien, Yang Wenqi. Xiaoran and Su Qingmei walked towards the cafeteria.
When the two arrived at the door, the cafeteria door also opened immediately and a group of young people looked at them with excited faces.
Are you guys the rescue sent by the country?
These college students asked. Xiaoran shook his head. Sorry, we are just here to look for someone.
Su Qingmei hurriedly said, Do you guys know Su Xinla? The crowd of college students nodded their heads despite their disappointment.
Su Xinla is the school flower, how could we not recognize her? Xiaoran secretly nodded his head. If the elder sister was so beautiful, the younger sister naturally wouldn't be any worse. Becoming the school flower of Su University wasn't at all uncommon.
You look like the school flower. You are her sister, right? A female university student asked. Su Qingmei nodded. Yes. Do you know where Xinla is now?
The female college student thought for a moment and said, if she's not in the West cafeteria, then she should be starving to death.
Huh, there are 2 other cafeterias? Su Qingmei nodded, thank you. With that, she was about to pull Xiaoran away. However, as soon as the two of them turned around, their way was blocked. We want to borrow your car, is that okay?
A boy said with a smile.
Su Qingmei could not help but sink her face. Was this borrowing?
That car outside was related to whether or not she could find her sister, and bringing her sister away from here also required that car.
So how could she possibly borrow it?
Besides, the car wasn't hers.
No.
Xiaoran shook her head indifferently.
The boy's face sank. This man, please take a look at what time it is now. People are about to starve to death, and you actually see death and save them? Xiaoran lost his smile. I am not related to you guys. Do I have the obligation to care if you die or live?
These words enraged the crowd of college students and they all stepped forward. Su Qingmei might have been a weak girl in the past, but a few years of prison life had also turned her into a female warrior, immediately clenching her hands into fists with sharp eyes.
Xiaoran just smiled and pulled out his pistol. Which one of you wants to try? Gun. Hiss, this try can be a death sentence. These college students couldn't help but back up, non-stop.
Suddenly, a strong warning sign arose in Xiaoran's heart. His instinctive reaction was even faster than his consciousness, and he had already opened the door of space on his left side, taking in an object that was flying extremely fast. With a sweep of his consciousness, he found that it was a basketball. With a thought, Xiaoran had already released the basketball, only allowing the route to be slightly deflected, crossing over the top of his head. He didn't want to expose his secret, because then he wouldn't be able to shade anyone. It was then that the sound of breaking air came over. Boom! The basketball smashed into the wall and immediately exploded and shattered with a loud noise, while the wall also heated up with an extra crater. Su Qingmei realized afterward and looked towards the place where the cracking sound was made. The crowd also stepped aside, only to see that at a distance, there was a boy sitting on the dining table, while in his hand, he was playing with a basketball, and there were a dozen more on the side. Xiaoran's eyes were aghast. Being able to throw a basketball at supersonic speeds, how could he say that this person was not a psychic? He guessed this point, so he used the door of space to collect the basketball and then released it immediately, creating the illusion that there was only a problem with the accuracy, and no one would suspect that he also possessed psychic abilities. He would show his opponent that he was weak, and then he would use his full strength to kill him. He wanted to make sure that he solved his opponent without harming himself, so what if he was an old six? Ha, this is our brother Yang's warning. A boy said proudly, our brother Yang is a superpower, he can throw objects out of supersonic speed. Think about it, a bullet is so small, once it reaches the speed of sound how terrifyingly lethal it possesses, and what about the other things that are many times heavier than a bullet?
Brother Yang?
Xiaoran looked towards the boy sitting on the dining table. How do you call him? The distance was too far, extremely affecting his accuracy, and if he used a cannonball, not to mention blowing the other party to pieces, estimating that he wouldn't be able to charge his supernatural powers. Moreover, what if it exploded indoors and the entire cafeteria collapsed? He'd be buried alive too. He needed better conditions for striking.
Yang Wenqi. It was the same boy who said loudly, now that you know how powerful our brother Yang is, I'm asking you, do you want to borrow the car? Bang!
Xiaoran did not even look at him and directly raised his gun and shot. A shot rang out, a wisp of blue smoke rose up, and the boy lay on the ground. Xiaoran blew on the barrel of the gun and looked around at the college students who fell back in horror as he laughed. I'm a person who hates being threatened. Phew! But right at this moment, Yang Wenqi in the distance violently flung and another basketball smashed over. The ball arrived, but it was silent. Because it exceeded the speed of sound. Unfortunately, Xiaoran had already prepared for it, and the door of space had already been opened against his body, so the basketball was confiscated into the foreign space when it smashed over, and then shot diagonally down from above his head, smashing into a boy's face right in front of his door. Boom, the boy's face was immediately smashed into a bloody mess, and the sound of bones breaking also followed. The bones in the boy's face were also shattered by the huge impact, and his brain was even shattered into paste, spraying out from his broken face. Only then did he fall to the ground with a loud crash. Hiss, this hand of Yang Wenqi is really terrifying, each attack is no less than a heavy bomb blast. But how did he fail to hit the target with both of his strikes? The first time it could be said that Yang Wenqi intended to threaten, so what about the second time? Xiaoran had killed all of their people, so Yang Wenqi definitely had to get real, but the second time not only did he also miss, he even killed one of his own people by mistake. What is this called? In the distance, Yang Wenqi finally frowned. Waki. Since he has a special ability, not only arm strength increased greatly, and accuracy is excellent, within 100 meters absolutely where to hit, there will never be an error. But just now, both of his shots were off target, not by much, but this was too abnormal. He did not realize that Xiaoran was also an alien, so he just felt a bit odd and was surprised.
Xiaoran smiled faintly and walked towards Yang Wenqi. Yang Wenqi hurriedly attacked again.
A few times down the line, everyone felt something was wrong.
How did Yang Wenqi become a master of tracing edges?
Moreover, he only traced Xiaoran's edge, but he was accurate with his own people, hitting them one by one, and all of the shots were boys. It was too weird. Xiao Ran walked and stopped. Stops when he collects the basketball. Although it was difficult for him to capture the trajectory of the basketball, he just had to look at Yang Wenqi's movements, and as soon as his hand flung out, that attack came, and he stopped and opened the gate of space. It was that simple. At this time, he was only 8 meters away from Yang Wenqi. Chapter 100, Second Alien Ability. Yang Wenqi began to break into a cold sweat. Xiao Ran definitely had a problem, a big problem. A supernatural ability person. He immediately said in his mind, absolutely. But, what kind of supernatural ability is this? Deflecting attacks? Then wouldn't this guy be inherently invincible? How can he fight? Yang Wenqi immediately moved to retreat, but it was freezing outside. They used to be able to run from the dormitory to here, but now they can still run back? They will freeze to death. Then, let's fight. Yang Wenqi yelled, throwing out the basketballs around him one by one. However, there was no use. No, there was something, because every time he threw one, then one boy fell to the ground. At this time Xiao Ran did not pretend anymore, he did not even bother to calculate the path, so then he saw that the basketballs were obviously shot in a straight line, but when they were shot in front of Xiao Ran, the direction of travel would be skewed. Boom boom boom, as more boys fell to the ground, the other students were startled and dispersed with a bang. However, when they were running away, they would also get hit in the back of the head and would be hated on the spot. Yang Wenqi's entire body was covered in cold sweat. Was Xiao Ran's superpower really a skewed attack? This ability ensured that he was immortal, and he still had a gun in his hand. How could a person block bullets and dodge bullets? For a moment, Yang Wenqi was sweating anxiously. After the calamity, although the conditions were hard, but, with his superpower he also became the deserved leader of the group. Everyone had to flatter him and please him, and he was the first one to pick the meals every day, and he was the only one who could get enough to eat. Therefore, he didn't particularly hate this natural disaster. Moreover, after all, they were students and were on campus, and the loss of their moral sense was much slower, so they had so far kept to the bottom line, and there was no serious phenomenon of people bullying, because they always felt that this natural disaster would pass, and that the country would send people to rescue them. If they did something evil at this time, wouldn't they be wiped out? But as the food became scarcer and scarcer, some girls had approached him intentionally or unintentionally, giving him hints. What kind of hints? Naturally, they were exchanging their bodies for his permission to share more food and not be starved to death. Yang Wenqi had also moved to kill the other boys and keep only the girls, but for now it was just an idea, not put into action. But what about now? His position was going to be lost, and even his life was in danger. At this moment, he regretted very much. Had he known this, he should have cast aside his worries and indulged himself earlier. Then even if he died now, he would at least have had a good time. I admit defeat. Yang Wenqi raised his hands. Compared to his own life, what else couldn't he put down? Taking a step back, he was a superpower. Even if he was Xiao Ran's lapdog, was he still afraid of not having any enjoyment? Kneel down, Xiao Ran said indifferently. Yang Wenqi's face showed a struggle, but he still slowly knelt down. Very well, from now on, you will be my dog. If I let you go east, you cannot go west, Xiao Ran said, putting away his gun and taking a few more steps forward, reaching out and pressing his hand to the top of Yang Wenqi's head. If Xiao Ran had a gun in his hand, Yang Wenqi would have never dared to let him get this close, much less let Xiao Ran touch his head, but now he was so relieved in his heart that he thought that Xiao Ran really wanted to take himself as a little brother, so naturally he obediently let Xiao Ran press his head. Although this was humiliating, at least his life was saved. However, the next second his expression became incomparably hideous and angry, but he was unable to make a single sound as his throat was penetrated by at least dozens of bullets alive. Yang Wenqi, pawn. Xiao Ran had no intention of letting him live, nor did he have any intention of taking him as a little brother, and purposely closed his gun just so that he could deliver a fatal blow after getting close. At the same time, he also did an experiment. What experiment? That is, when the supernatural person is alive, can he directly plunder its supernatural ability? The facts proved that it couldn't. The moment Yang Wenqi was shot, a warm current drilled into Xiao Ran's palm and instantly surged through his entire body. It seemed like some change was brewing, but it seemed like it wasn't. However, Xiao Ran immediately felt a fire running up in the small of his back, burning his eyes a little red, and he couldn't help but look towards the girls, an evil smile floating at the corner of his mouth.
Damn it, the supernatural ability was definitely poisonous. Enchanting poison. Otherwise, why would he become hyperactive after charging the alien energy twice? Moreover, it was even stronger this time, making him unable to control it. "All come over here," he said in a deep voice. The crowd, however, trembled and did not dare to move their feet. Although it was said that in fact, the only one who was truly killed by Xiao Ran was Yang Wenqi, but now, as long as one was not a fool, one could guess that the basketball that Yang Wenqi had thrown out must have been moved by Xiao Ran, and this was why he would portray the side of Xiao Ran, while striking down the others ferociously. Facing such a ferocious god, who could not be afraid? Xiao Ran smiled faintly and raised his hand, bang. Instantly, the people hidden everywhere shivered and walked out. The cafeteria was that big, and it was not possible to run out, so where could one hide? Moreover, the basketballs launched by Yang Wenqi just now all hit the boys, to say that Xiao Ran didn't he do it on purpose? Heh, the ghosts believe it. Therefore, the remaining girls naturally have a slight bottom in their hearts. A group of people came out, just now there are more than 30, now there are only 11 left. All girls, and also face value is quite high, all reach the standard of beauty, there are 2 is barely enough to 80 points. Xiao Ran reached into his clothes and pulled out a plastic bag from the inside, which was full of oranges. "Want to eat?" he asked. The girls nodded their heads in a hurry. Xiao Ran revealed an evil smile. "I can give it to you, but you have to trade your bodies for it if you want to make a deal with me. Go to that room." Xiao Ran. Su Qingmei couldn't help but shout loudly, veins popping on her forehead. "What exactly are you here for?" Xiao Ran glanced at her and said indifferently, "Don't forget, you haven't fulfilled your promise yet. Why don't you play with me instead of them?" Su Qingmei hastily shook her head. If she lost her virginity here, how could she look for her sister in her wall-walking state? Moreover, there was something wrong with Xiao Ran's state. His eyes were red and scary, as if he had taken the wrong medication. She did not dare to touch Xiao Ran's mold at this time. Xiao Ran took the lead and walked into that room, making a slight arrangement. The 11 girls looked at each other and actually all walked towards that room. After a long time, that door opened, only to see Xiao Ran walking out in a refreshed manner. "What are you waiting for? Go." Xiao Ran passed by her and said indifferently. Chapter 101, People can go, cars must stay. Xiao Ran felt himself. After absorbing Yang Wenqi's supernatural energy, he had gotten a full boost again. The physique had been fully strengthened. He could clearly feel the increase in strength, the increase in nerve reaction, and he believed that the speed was the same. Moreover, this was just the beginning, because after absorbing the mutant era's supernatural energy before, it took 2 days for his body to finish the enhancement. If it was the same this time, then his enhancement effect would remain for about 2 days. The most intuitive change was the supernatural ability, which was a direct one-step change. The space gate could be opened to a maximum size of 15 by 15 meters, but the maximum casting distance remained unchanged at 4 meters. Also, the limit distance of spatial perception had become more than 7 meters. Although I haven't tried how many times I can use it, or keep casting it for a few minutes, it's definitely more and longer than it was. Inevitably. Xiao Ran revealed a smile. Just based on this harvest, this trip to Sude had already earned a lot. There was just one thing that was not good. After absorbing the alien energy, he would be so excited, especially the second time. If he didn't release it on the spot, it was estimated that he would suffocate and explode. It's not that he's horny, but he can't help it at that time. So, in the future, when you go out, you still need to bring a woman with you? Otherwise, in case there is no woman outside, what will he do? Inflatable doll? He shivered a bit. Let's forget about this. Seeing Xiao Ran's expression change ups and downs, of course Su Qingmei didn't dare to say a word, lest he draws fire, in case this guy hasn't fully enjoyed himself yet, and suddenly got excited and wanted to do her in the car? Can she resist? Not to mention the fight over the fight, on the basis that she also wants Xiao Ran to help find her sister, as well as bring her sister to leave, she would not dare in Xiao Ran to raise the request. The car continued to drive forward, all the way to the west, and after turning 2 corners, it came to the west cafeteria. However, it was completely different from the east cafeteria. The windows here were mostly broken and the walls were pitted, as if it had gone through a war. What's the situation? Xiao Ran stopped the car, and Su Qingmei could already not help but jump down and run towards the cafeteria. Xinla. Su Xinla.
She called out loudly. The door of the cafeteria opened at the right time, and she rushed in, while Xiaoran followed behind, walking in faithfully. While his nerves were highly tensed, he did not know if there would be a second supernatural person here. Even if there wasn't, ordinary people actually couldn't be underestimated. Copying a stick to give you a blow to the back, even if you possessed psychic abilities, you could be put down in one go. After all, Xiaoran was not like the mutated era, which was specialized in strengthening the body, and his defense and recovery speed were far from comparable.
Sister?
When Xiaoran walked into the cafeteria, he heard a surprised shout coming out, and saw Su Qingmei hugging a girl tightly, and it just so happened that the girl was facing him, and he could clearly see her looks.
Pretty.
Su Qingmei has been very beautiful, reached 90 points, can be called the very best, and Su Xinla also wanted beauty on 2 or 3 points, and after all, is a college student, but also full of youthful atmosphere. With Su Qingmei kind of sitting for 3 or 4 years of bitter kiln can be completely different.
Just do not know how the body.
But, sister body are so good, sister should not be inferior. Xiaoran murmured in his heart.
This watery sister he naturally ate.
He then surveyed the students in this cafeteria to be much less, only 20 or so people, the same there are boys and girls, basically half and half. The girls with curious gazes surveyed him, some still with a strange color, the boys' gaze is very consistent.
Exclusion.
Xiaoran understood that he had come with Su Qingmei, who was Su Xinla's sister, so it was highly likely that he would take the sisters together.
Could one not be jealous? Xiaoran somewhat lost his sense of laughter, because what time is it, you guys are still thinking of competing for jealousy?
It can only be said that college students are still a little naive and childish, while there are still a few more visions for the future, and they are not completely desperate. Otherwise, everyone is thinking about how to live, not love, let alone jealousy. After Su Qingmei and Su Xinla spoke, the two women walked towards Xiaoran.
Let's go, Su Qingmei said.
Su Xinla, on the other hand, looked at Xiaoran with a grateful gaze and said, "Thank you." Su Qingmei only told her that Xiaoran was obligated to help, otherwise how could she have asked her sister to dedicate her body to save her? Xiaoran didn't poke at it either, but just smiled and said, "I'm afraid it's not that good of a walk." As expected, a large group of boys surrounded them.
You can't leave. At least she can't leave.
They pointed at Su Xinla and said.
Why?
Su Xinla blurted out, her face full of confusion.
You're the one Song has his eye on, if you leave, Song will get angry. A boy said. Su Xinla instantly became angry and said, I'm not Song Hui's appendage, do I have to be controlled by him if I leave or not?
No, you're not allowed to leave anyway. Several men blocked the way to prevent the three from leaving. Not only is Su Xinla not allowed to leave, if you guys want to leave, you'll have to leave your car keys behind as well.
Now what does it mean to have a car that can drive in such bad weather? Life. Freedom. And wealth. Of course, this wealth meant supplies, and with supplies, wouldn't they be able to do whatever they wanted?
Therefore, Xiaoran and Su Qingmei could leave, but the car must stay. In fact, it would be best if Su Qingmei could be left behind as well, after all, so beautiful, only a shade inferior to Su Xinla. The Su Qingmei sisters were naturally furious, while Xiaoran smiled faintly.
Chapter 102 Green Tea.
You guys have to think clearly, blocking my way is to go against me, to be my enemy. Xiaoran said indifferently, and when dealing with an enemy, I will not show any mercy.
None of the group of college students laughed out loud. You actually dare to threaten? On what basis? 2 pieces of lips? They did not retreat in the slightest and even took a step forward. Of course, not everyone.
Xiaoran shook his head and did not hesitate to shoot bullets from the foreign space. Although the door of space was a facet, it could not hold up to the fact that Xiaoran could retract and release it in seconds, and could completely encircle a circle in an instant, so this pouring out of bullets was silky smooth, as if his entire body could spray bullets. Boom boom boom, 11 men and women fell down at the same time, but not a single scream was heard.
Because all of them were shot in the head, where was the chance to scream? The 11 people were 9 men and 2 women.
Who cares if you are a man or a woman, as long as you are hostile to me, kill. The remaining 7 people were 1 male and 6 female, they did not approach the front, see the situation is not scared scream, there is a girl is paralyzed, hand a touch, but wet, sticky, the original hand stained with blood, direct eye roll, fainted dead. There are 2 girls are directly scared of urine. However, people are different. Among them, there was a girl whose eyes were shining, and there was even a look of excitement on her face. After the battle with Yang Wenxi, Xiaoran knew that it was impossible to hide his identity as a psychic from Su Qingmei. However, as long as he didn't say anything, who knew what his specific abilities were? Is it the ability to fire bullets out of thin air? Or is it the skew attack ability? The gate of space and the other space were too magical. As long as they were used properly, they were really changeable and unpredictable. Taking a step back, even if you know that I have an alien space, and even if you know that I can launch the objects that I put into the alien space in their original state, do you know what I threw out at you? It could be an ordinary slate, but it could also be 100, 10,000 bullets, or even a cannonball. You tell me, what's the defense? There's no defense. What are my powers? You guys can guess. In that case, he didn't bother to cover it up. Xiaoran looked around at the few remaining people and said indifferently, "Who else wants to stop me?" "Me." "Huh, there is still someone looking for death?" Xiaoran looked along with the voice and could not help but let his eyes light up. This was also an extremely beautiful woman, only a little inferior to Su Xinla, but she had a charming look on her face, which was a completely different type from the pure Su Xinla. She held up her hand while walking towards Xiaoran, taking a step, her waist twisted, her buttocks swung, her style was provocative. You know, now that everyone is wearing thick winter clothes, everyone is bloated like a fat amma, but she can actually twist out curves and arcs, which has to be admired. How thin this waist of hers had to be able to show her style through such thick clothes. You? Xiaoran smiled, looking at this girl's green tea face. How could she be that kind of rash? So, she must have another purpose. Brother, that car you have outside is so big, can you take me with you? The girl ruffled her hair a bit, and this action was obviously deliberate, both so that Xiaoran could see her full face, and the action was incomparably flirtatious, revealing all of her sexy flavor. By the way, my name is Zhou Yunsu. This flavorful girl said, then suddenly looked at Su Qingmei and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, this sister, I just want to beg my brother to take me away, you must not misunderstand. Tea flavored. Xiaoran couldn't help but lose his smile. This Zhou Yunsu was definitely a green tea, and was still the kind with quite a skillful tea technique. You see, the moment she came up, she stabbed Su Qingmei in the dark, both provoking and satirizing Su Qingmei for being older. Interesting. Seeing this, Su Xinla couldn't help but stand up for her sister and said, Zhou Yunsu, put away your foxy charm, this is my sister's friend, don't make it bad. In her opinion, Xiaoran was able to venture out because of her sister's request, so he was definitely her sister's boyfriend. So, you, this Zhou Green Tea, still want to pry my sister's corner? Zhou Yunsu immediately looked at Xiaoran with big eyes stained with mist and tears, saying, Brother, I'm really sorry, I just wanted to get out of here, I didn't think that I would cause you guys to have such a big misunderstanding. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. She covered her face with both hands and her shoulders twitched slightly, and in association with her tearfulness just now, she was clearly crying. Su Qingmei hummed and said, There's no need to act in front of me. Xiaoran and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend, you want to be his woman, feel free to use all your skills, it's just that I might as well tell you that he can be very philandering. Even his own body was already his. Sister Su Xinla stomped her feet repeatedly, in her opinion it must be her sister who was gambling. Sister is good at everything, but her nature is too proud, and she doesn't want to speak up when she's wronged, instead preferring to endure it on her own. You're at a disadvantage like this, ah. Xiaoran, on the other hand, walked towards Zhou Yunsu. Su Xinla took a look, her sister didn't move at all, ah, she was anxious, and hurriedly used her body to block Xiaoran. What kind of person is Zhou Yunsu? A notorious fox charming girl. And also against her, she is the school flower. Zhou Yunsu is also is the school flower, that is also divided into high and low. Of course, she is the first, Zhou Yunsu can only be second, and Zhou Yunsu hate this tight. Whenever there is a high-quality boys to pursue her, Zhou Yunsu will be across the foot, pry people away. Su Xinla was completely indifferent to this. Because she is minded to want to study well, later graduate school, read the doctorate, because her sister is in jail for her, she has to earn a lot of money, later to give her sister the best living conditions, even if this cannot make up for her sister's loss of freedom, but she thought of it, the only thing that can be done. Now, you actually digging corners actually dig to my sister's head? Other Su Xinla can be indifferent, but, since it is related to her sister, she will never give in. Su Xinla rushed too quickly and too fast. Xiaoran was not able to collect his feet at once. In fact, he wanted to collect or he could collect, but there was no need, was there? So, he collided with Su Xinla. Su Xinla only weighed how many pounds, and was immediately knocked backward. Seeing that her field of vision turned into a roof, she couldn't help but dance her hands sharply and couldn't help but scream. Right at this moment, she only felt a slight weight on her waist, and a big powerful hand had already encircled her willow waist. It was Xiao Ran. However, Xiao Ran obviously did not intend to eat her tofu. He let go of his hand when he lifted Su Xinla up, and continued to walk to Zhou Yunsu's side, whispering, "Zhou student, it's fine to follow me, however, after entering my house, then you can only be my woman, have you thought it through?" Zhou Yunsu slightly opened her fingers, her big eyes were so charming that they were dripping. Where were the tear marks? She bit her lips that were as colorful as flames. "I will definitely not let my brother down." Chapter 103, How Come People Are Gone? Xiao Ran smiled faintly and waved his hand vigorously. "Go." The harvest from this trip was really big. Absorbing an alien energy, and then picking up two superb beauties, TSK, such a good thing he wouldn't mind going out every day. He wouldn't mind going out every day to work hard on such a good thing. Even if he picked up a few hundred beauties to take home, he would be able to afford to raise them, and not for a year or two, but for the rest of his life. Su Xinla, on the other hand, was puffed up, but what position did she have to advise Xiao Ran? She could only say to Su Qingmei, "Sister, you need to change your temperament, or else it's always you who suffers." Su Qingmei had no choice but to speak. Did she want to explain to her sister that Xiao Ran was not her boyfriend, not even a friend, but just the boss she sold her body to? If she really wanted to say that, it was expected that her sister would blow up, refusing to leave in any way, and also persuading her to stay. But, was Xiao Ran such a good talker? He had already done what he had promised, so if she dared to go back on her word, I believe that Xiao Ran would definitely shoot the sisters mercilessly. It was not impossible to kill them after what first. She pulled her sister's hand. "Xiao Ran and I really aren't boyfriend and girlfriend, who he wants to find is his business. I don't have the right to interfere, moreover, he's the one I begged to come over and help out, so you mustn't mess with him." Su Xinla looked at her sister with trust and skepticism, and then twisted her head to look at Zhou Yunsu, her big eyes blinking, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Can you take me away?" Another girl suddenly said. Xiao Ran glanced at her. A 70-point face value could be called a beauty, however, his eyes were now higher. A 70-point beauty was not really qualified to be taken to the villa by him. Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei would have actually not been qualified enough if they had not gone there earlier. He shook his head. "The car can't sit so many people. You're only 4 people, even a normal car has 5 seats, and these days there are still traffic police checking for overloading? As long as the car is stuffed, just load as many people as you want. Besides, this is the extended version of the Big G, 7 seats." Xiao Ran said this, just a polite refusal. The girl's face was a little pale, but she didn't dare to say anything. After all, just now there were 11 classmates who died strangely. The other girls were even more afraid to open their mouths. They at best had the same face value as this girl, and some of them were even worse, so naturally they were unwilling to humiliate themselves. Xiao Ran smiled and said, "Hurry up, if we delay for a while, the fog will come again." The 3 women nodded at the same time. This was really not a joke. Thus, the 4 of them got into the car. Once inside, Su Xinla and Zhou Yunsu were stunned. "Wow, this is too warm." Zhou Yunsu screamed, then looked at Xiao Ran with incomparable admiration. "Brother is really great, I admire brother too much." Although Su Xinla was similarly shocked, she was disgusted by Zhou Yunsu's willful posturing and could not help but grunt and skimmed her face. Xiao Ran just laughed and started the car to move forward. It was hard to make a U-turn on such a smooth surface, but it didn't matter. The roads on campus were well connected, so after he made a detour, he drove out from the entrance of the school. Su Xinla and Zhou Yunsu looked at the school gates that were fading away. And when the car disappeared around the corner, a man in fall clothing appeared and couldn't help but eek, "It's that car from yesterday again?" He shook his head and walked into the campus. When he passed by the East Cafeteria, his steps slowed slightly, revealing a wary look. However, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, until he had completely walked through the cafeteria area, the intended attack did not appear, and he froze slightly. Is Yang Wenqi napping, actually not attacking me? Rare. But he was no more curious than to run inside the cafeteria to check it out. Instead he continued onwards, and after arriving at the West Cafeteria, he pushed the door in and smiled, "I'm back dash." Before the word came out, he saw the bodies on the ground. Across the floor, there were at least 10 of them. In an instant, his brows furrowed, and his gaze became incomparably sharp. It was at this time that the 1 man and 5 women came out from the small room in a cowering manner. "Brother Song!" They called out in voices filled with fear. This man was Song Hui, a senior student of the finance college, and at the same time, he was also a shifter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come and go in such a bitterly cold environment wearing an autumn coat.
Song Hui composed himself and said, "What's going on?"
The crowd hurriedly spoke up, one sentence at a time, and when they finished telling them what had happened, Song Hui's face became gloomy. Su Xinla was gone, and so was Zhou Yunsu.
Grass.
His fists clenched tightly, and suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped drastically, and with him at the center, a path of cold ice surfaced. "Brother Song dash!" the crowd screamed in fear. But Song Hui didn't care. The piercing ice cold quickly froze the 6 people into ice sculptures before he said coldly, "Waste." He liked Su Xinla, and at the same time, he was also plotting against Zhou Yunsu, the siren, but the speed of moral collapse in the university was slower, and far less realistic than outside, so he just regarded Su Xinla as a forbidden domain, and at the same time, he also regarded Zhou Yunsu as a dish, but he didn't use force. He wanted the 2 women to take the initiative to throw themselves at him. Next, food was getting scarcer and scarcer. While only he could go out to look for food, slowly, his position would become strong and unshakable, and his authority would be unshakable. Moreover, these past few days, he went out to look for supplies and found out just how chaotic it was out there. He felt it was time to make a change.
Do I have an obligation to feed you all for nothing?
Nope. Therefore, if you want to eat the food I brought back, it's not just a matter of saying thank you, senior brother, but you have to pay a real price. But this step has not yet been implemented. Su Xinla and Zhou Yunsa, 2 girls, actually followed the people ran away.
I fucking. Wait.
He suddenly flinched and thought, when the car drove in, it had to pass through the East Cafeteria first, so that person called Xiao Ran must have fought with Yang Wenqi, a man who was grumpy and brutal, and whose supernatural powers can't allow him to go out in search of food, is even more eager for a car, but Xiao Ran still drove over in a car. Explain.
He backed up. Yang Wenqi is dead.
So, when he came back and passed by the East Cafeteria, Yang Wenqi unprecedentedly did not attack himself.
Going to take a look? But what if it's Yang Wenqi and Xiao Ran setting up a trap just to lure me over?
Song Hui hesitated for a while, but decided to hold off. Anyway, he could come and go as he pleased in the bitter cold, so he could have waited until tomorrow or the day after tomorrow to make his move. There was no need to go over there today.
But what if Yang Wenqi is really dead?
Song Hui's eyes lit up. Then this school district would be his world. And he would no longer talk about morals or worry about the law, but demand absolute submission.
Men will be my subordinates, and for women, the good-looking ones will be my women, and the unattractive ones will be rewarded to the subordinates.
TSK, I remember the new female teacher from the College of Liberal Arts is very superb. Not only is she beautiful, but her body is even hot and moving. Hey, Mr. Yu, you're mine.
Chapter 104, A Rocket Shot. Xiao Ran drove
very slowly. Both sisters, Su Qingmei and Su Xinla, were a bit acute, but they didn't dare to rush Xiao Ran, so their expressions were interesting, but it was Zhou Yunsu who didn't mind at all. Moreover, she was very proactive and bold, grabbing the seat of the passenger seat. In the beautiful name, Su Xinla sisters reunion, let them sit together and have a good chat.
The level of tea ceremony is really extraordinary.
It was clear that she was trying to create an opportunity to get close to Xiao Ran, yet it seemed like she was still thinking of the others.
TSK, awesome.
Along the way, she chatted with Xiao Ran without a beat, holding Xiao Ran up without a trace, and when Xiao Ran simply replied with a few sentences, she would smile and laugh, then lightly cover her small mouth and say, "Am I smiling in a way that's not ladylike? Actually, I'm not usually like this. Who let my brother be too funny?"
Su Xinla rolled her eyes furiously in the back row. You green tea.
It's so hot in the car. Zhou Yunsu also purposely took her jacket off. Inside was a snow-white sweater. Looking at the neckline, she should have worn more than one sweater. Despite this, her chest was still topped off with an exaggerated arc.
But what about the willow waist?
Still very slim waist.
This figure, absolute
No wonder she could twist out a flavorful siren in her winter clothes. This figure was also too good, even so good that it was exaggerated.
Unscientific
Xiao Ran's gaze flashed with a flash of fire, and Zhou Yunsu also keenly caught it as she gently rubbed her hand on Xiao Ran's body.
What a little goblin.
However, Xiao Ran still decisively grabbed her hand and put it back to its original position. He must not be disturbed while driving. After all, there are millions of roads, and safety comes first. He did not want to die young with so many supplies. Nearly 2 hours later, they finally returned to the neighborhood. However, there was an additional wall at the entrance. Because this wall is also built too sloppy, completely by the miscellaneous put together, there are furniture and appliances, there are cement piers, but thick enough to 3 meters deep, so, even if the big G's horsepower again, should not be able to break down this wall, right? Just at this time, there are 7 people violently rushed out from the janitor's room, while the hand is holding a locker, apparently to lock the big G in place.
In that case, where else could Xiaoran escape to? Not to mention anything else, hunger can slowly starve you to death. Xiaoran didn't even need to think about it, this was bound to be the gang from Building 4. Previously borrowing a car did not work, and finally the figure is poor. Xiaoran shook his head, you really have not learned your lesson. Forget it, he didn't hide it either. Boom! A rocket appeared out of nowhere and shot towards the gate. The deafening sound of the explosion, the doorway that the wall has disappeared, and the shockwave swept away, the few people who rushed out from the guardhouse were all shocked out, bang bang bang, or hit the wall, or landed on the top of the wall, was pierced through the clothing by the sharp object, hanging on the top, or directly shocked toppled over to the ground and lost consciousness. The shock was so powerful that it was like a stone breaking through the sky. This time, as if the stone broke the sky, Su Qingmei 3 girls all opened their mouths wide, seeing ghosts in general. Can it not be?
The eruption speed of a handheld rocket could not be as fast as a bullet, and it was big. They all clearly saw a rocket suddenly appear in front of the car, and then shot forward, instantly flattening everything. Still, Zhou Yunsu was the first to react. She directly jumped at Xiaoran from the passenger seat, and while wrapping her arms around his neck, she screamed, "Brother, you're awesome." Just now, people were almost scared to death, thinking that they were going to be captured by bad people and would never see brother again. After saying that, she kissed Xiaoran's face repeatedly.
Can you blame her? Can't. Isn't it normal to be a little excited when you come back from the dead?
It was just that the faces of Su Qingmei's sisters were all a little unsightly. In Su Qingmei's opinion, Xiaoran was the one she brought there, for which she even paid the price of her body. You have dipped into such a great light, but now you actually steal a man from me?
What about Su Xinla?
She and Zhou Yunsu have not been dealing with each other, but in the past it was Zhou Yunsu who was prying her corner, this time it was her sister who was prying her.
Can't stand it. The 2 sisters did not look at Zhou Yunsu angrily.
Hiss, the little goblin really knows how to utilize her capital. Xiaoran patted Zhou Yunsu and smiled, sit down. Okay, brother. Green Tea knew how to read faces the best, seeing that Xiaoran had a murderous aura in his eyes, Zhou Yunsu immediately promised obediently and sat back down. Xiaoran drove into the middle of the neighborhood. His eyes searched, looking for traces of the others in Building 4. However, the explosion just now seemed to have scared the people in Building 4 as well, and he did not see a single person.
Spatial perception?
For one, the distance was rather far, and for another, it was still separated by a door. This ability was not an X-ray that could still penetrate walls. I wonder if it can be upgraded to be able to go through walls after absorbing a few more
powers. Looking forward to it.
Xiaoran smiled faintly. With the strength of his current firepower, he would take out one of the people in Building 4 when they came out.
Come on, play slowly. I have enough food and fresh water, what about you guys?
Xiaoran drove to the villa, remotely opened the car door, drove in, and then locked the door. Because the garage doors were all special alloys that were 20 centimeters thick and bulky, it took about 2 minutes to switch them on and off.
Go inside,
Xiaoran said, opening the car door and going down. Both Su Xinla and Zhou Yunsu were a little reluctant to leave the car because it was just too warm.
What about inside the house?
They had stayed inside before, and they were very clear about how cold it was. However, Su Qingmei pulled her sister and brought her out of the car. Zhou Yunsu had no choice but to get out of the car as well.
Ha!
She was immediately shocked. The house was actually warmer than the car.
Oh my god, what kind of divine place is this?
It wasn't even warm anymore, it was hot enough for her to want to take off her clothes. Under Xiaoran's lead, they arrived at the villa's hall.
Zhang Yuzuning was already waiting for them.
There was also the leopard. The leopard wagged its tail to welcome them and sniffed at the 3 women's bodies. Alas, 3 more mistresses.
The dog was under so much pressure to memorize so many scents.
Although Jiang Yuzuning knew that Xiaoran was helping Su Qingmei to look for someone, she totally did not expect that she would bring back 2 beautiful women, who looked like college students, full of youth and vitality, while one was pure as if she was a white lotus flower, and the other was as charming as a little goblin. At once, a strong sense of crisis arose in her.
Someone had come to compete for favor.
She was sizing up Su Xinla and Zhou Yansu, and the two women were naturally sizing her up as well, equally awestruck.
What a beautiful woman. Chapter 105 Green tea is not a vase. All go take a bath first.
Xiao Ran waved his hand. Both Su Xinla and Zhou Yansu hadn't taken a shower for how many days. Wearing their jackets was a little better. After taking them off, even how much the beautiful women smelled, they all smelled of sweat.
Su Xinla and Zhou Yansu both blushed, then exclaimed at the same time, "You can still take a bath? Well, go ahead."
Xiao Ran divided the two women into different bathing rooms. Anyway, there was a bathing room on each floor, with a self-connected water source and a booster installed, so there was no need to worry about multiple people using the water at the same time, making the water flow smaller.
When Xiao Ran returned, Su Qingmei bit her lip, looked at Xiao Ran, and said, "Like that Yang Wenqi, you also possess supernatural abilities?" "Yes." Xiao Ran did not hide it anymore. It was impossible to hide it anymore.
However, he would only reveal his secrets in a limited manner, not to mention how many types of supernatural abilities he had developed in the spatial system, and even what exactly could be done in heterospace, he wouldn't completely say. All he had revealed was to make the women die for him. Therefore, he reached out and wiped his hand on the table, and there was immediately an additional boxed lunch on the table, another wipe, another carton of milk, and yet another wipe, some fruits. Even though Su Qingmei had guessed, her mouth was still wide open, shocked beyond words. Xiao Ran walked over and lowered his head to whisper in her ear, "I have countless supplies, enough for everyone here to eat for several lifetimes, and the other is energy, which can ensure that the heating here is constant and the power supply is non-stop.
Now think again, do you still want to take your sister and leave? Ask yourself, where else would you go after leaving here? How do you find food? Fresh water? Is there such a warm environment? And a bath? Could it be that you two sisters want to turn into primitive people who drink blood and hair?"
Su Qingmei could not help but tremble, and her long eyelashes fluttered and fluttered as she twisted her head to look at Xiao Ran and said feebly, "So, when I was begging you to help me find my sister, you had already made up your mind? How could that be?" Xiao Ran lost his smile. "It's already been more than 20 days since the end of the world. In fact, the probability of your sister's death is even higher, so how could I possibly hit on a dead person's idea?" Su Qingmei leaned weakly in Xiao Ran's embrace. It turned out that Xiao Ran had already regarded herself as a possession.
But was she able to refuse? Reality was too cruel.
Even if she was very tough now, and if she really started to fight, she could indeed put down an adult male one-on-one, but who would go one-on-one with you these days?
Look at the gang in Building 4, which action was not a collective action. If this neighborhood is like this, what about other places? What if there are other superpowers? Now that the social order has collapsed and we're back to the survival of the fittest, who's going to reason with you? If they see you, they'll just rob you. Xiao Ran is the one who negotiates a deal with you, would anyone else be so troublesome? If you must be dependent, is there a better choice than Xiao Ran?
Firstly, he can provide the best conditions for survival. Secondly, he is at least respectful on the surface, not forcing you to follow, but tempting you. It looks like you at least have a choice, doesn't it?
You win.
She closed her eyes. Jiang Yusuning watched from the side, but was not surprised by the outcome.
Which woman could refuse Xiao Ran? There wasn't.
Unless one is also a shifter and has the strength to stand on one's own 2 feet.
However, this should be a phoenix feather.
Xiao Ran smiled, took out a pile of clothes and gave them to her, saying, "Send them over to your sister." She threw away all her original clothes.
Good. Su Qingmei then held these clothes and went to the shower room on the first floor. Xiao Ran kissed Jiang Yuzuning on the cheek and then went to the second floor.
There was a clattering sound of water. Xiao Ran took off his clothes and pulled open the door of the shower room and walked over.
"Yeah, bad brother, how can you come in at this time? Scared me to death." Zhou Yunsu hurriedly blocked her body with a towel.
Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "Your tea technique can be used on other women. I don't mind you guys fighting over jealousy, but it's not necessary for me. I hate green tea more myself."
Zhou Yunsu immediately revealed a flirtatious smile. Where was a trace of shyness? Xiao Ran asked, "Why did you choose to come back with me?"
"Tell the truth, don't play tricks in front of me." Zhou Yunsu had hastened to say, "Firstly, it was you who drove a car over. Now in this situation most of the cars slid so much that they went to crash into the wall as soon as they drove, but you were able to drive over steadily. Just this car alone could ensure that you were able to get enough supplies." Xiao Ran nodded, "Indeed. Secondly, I smelled the scent of shampoo on Su Qingmei's hair. I was just guessing that she had washed her hair, but I didn't realize that it was actually possible to take a hot shower. But even if you can only wash your hair, now that you can splurge on water like that, that's something. That's a careful enough observation on your part. Anyone who dares to say you're a vase, I'll be the first to disagree. Is there a third? He asked. There is. Zhou Yunsa continued, you are coming from the East Cafeteria, and there is a young Wenshi there. After the end of the world, it seems like he mutated and has the same supernatural ability as Song Hui. Previously, he also fought with Song Hui over the ownership of the commissary and made a feud. Have you noticed the potholes on the cafeteria? They were all made by Yang Wenshi with rocks from so far away. When you came in through the gate, you must have gone to the East Cafeteria first to inquire about it, but you ended up coming out with a car. With Yang Wenshi's character, how could he not seize the vehicle? So, there's only one possibility. You took out Yang Wenshi. What a smart girl. Xiaoran was even more satisfied with her. This was not a vase, but a talented girl who could move her brain as well as pamper her. I'm in. Chapter 106, Debt is not a worry. Xiaoran, on the other hand, was a little surprised. Because Zhou Yunsu was actually still intact. Feeling strange, isn't it? Zhou Yunsu wrapped her jade-like arms around him. I look so flirtatious, how could I be a virgin? Xiaoran laughed. No, I don't think you're flirty, but rather T-skills. I guess the people around you are not enough to make you move. You have a higher goal, right? Worthy of being a good brother. What an accurate guess. Zhou Yunsu quipped, she is not a vase, she got into SU with her strength. If it wasn't for mom and dad not wanting me to study in a place too far away, it wouldn't be a problem to get into Southern University with my grades. Xiaoran compared his thumbs. Awesome. Although his grades were good, he could only go to SUU. Talented girl. I'm studying so hard to create the persona of a talented woman so that I can marry into a real powerful family. Zhou Yunsu smiled cheekily, so, I'm studying hard now, not because I want to be a strong woman in the future and make money on my own. Unfortunately, the natural disaster came, and all the planning became a sham. She was a bit regretful. If I had known, I wouldn't have studied hard. Alas, I actually quite hate studying, and love going out to play even more. Xiaoran laughed. This woman was bent on marrying into a rich family, so she very much had to keep herself clean. Cheaper for himself. Xiaoran found it interesting. Letting a green tea into the family, then the Su Qingmei sisters, Zhang Yuzuning and then her, for women in one drama, surely a thief is interesting. Is there any entertainment now? Watching a green tea dislike three women should be interesting. He helped Zhou Yunsu downstairs. Seeing how close the two were, anyone who wasn't a fool would guess what the two were doing upstairs. No wonder Xiaoran wanted to go up and deliver the clothes himself. But although each of the three women had their own thoughts in their hearts, which one of them was in a position to accuse? Including Su Xinla, Su Qingmei had already analyzed the situation with her just now, and had also given her two options. The first was to stay in the villa, then she would have to become Xiaoran's woman. The second, to leave the place. If Su Xinla chose to leave, she would also accompany her sister to leave. Even if she froze to death, starved to death, or suffered any misfortune in the future, the two sisters would bear it together. Su Xinla's first choice was to leave, of course. Man, what kind of era is this, where a bunch of women are still competing for favor around a man, and even sisters have to serve the same husband? However, Su Qingmei told her a few things. For example, the atrocities committed in Building 4. Murder, cannibalism, women were the most unfortunate, and had to be abused before they died. Inside the school there was still a certain amount of order and morality, that was really the naivety of the students alone. Outside? The law of the jungle, the law of the jungle. Su Xinla couldn't help but sit still, stating that she needed a bit of time for consideration. However, now that she saw Zhou Yunsu and Xiaoran being so close, she couldn't help but get angry. And after seeing Xiaoran set out a table full of delicious food, Su Xinla was even more shaken. What did she eat every day for more than 20 days after the natural disaster? Leftovers and cold dishes. Even so, everyone had to save their food, and then when the poisonous hail stopped, Songhui was able to go out and look for food, but it was only some cold bread and instant noodles, so how long had it been since she had a hot meal with hot food? Not to mention such sumptuous food. Xiaoran, on the other hand, came up to Su Qingmei's ear and said, my food can only be given to my woman, so if your sister is unwilling to trade with me, you will be the one to take her place.
So, after this meal, you owe me 4 days. What could Su Qingmei do?
Only nod her head in agreement. Anyway, the debt was more than enough, she had already resigned herself to her fate.
Let's eat.
The 5 people sat down. The dining table was a 6-person table that could also be unfolded into a 10-person table, so there was absolutely no need to worry about not being able to seat anyone.
Xiaoran had naturally gotten used to the sumptuous food a long time ago and ate casually, but the Su Qingmei sisters and Zhou Yunsu were all eating for the first time, so naturally, they were both shocked and happy, especially Zhou Yunsu, who was too glad for the decision she had made. It was the right step and the right gamble.
Even though Jiang Yusu Ning hadn't actually gotten a few good meals, she didn't fare much better than the 3 Su Qingmei girls. Therefore, almost no one spoke at the dinner table, and only the crisp ringing sound of chopsticks colliding with bowls could be heard. After he had eaten, Xiaoran took out the fruits. The temperature in the room was high, it had to be more than 20 degrees, and the women gobbled and ate very quickly. They were sweating a little bit, plus there was hot chicken soup, which made them all hot, and now a plate of cold fruits. Naturally it was just right, and it made them so moved that they wanted to cry. When they finished eating, Xiaoran arranged a place for them to sleep. The 4 women all slept on the 2nd floor, exactly 1 room per person. Xiaoran's room was on the 3rd floor, while he could naturally spend the night in any room if he wished.
There was no need to wash the dishes even though they were directly stowed away in the alien space, so Xiaoran let the 4 girls watch TV, and after an hour or so, he sent the 4 girls off to bed. Today had already been ridiculous several times, so Xiaoran wasn't going to have any more activities at night. The door to the room was closed and locked, then only he could open it. Chapter 107, A Bounty, Building 4 in a Desperate Situation, plus more. This night, no one in Building 4 was shivering with fear. That's a rocket, right? That must be a rocket. Someone shouted hysterically, that's too much, how did that guy get his hands on a rocket launcher? Liu Yang, on the other hand, was much calmer, although he was scared enough as well, but as the leader of the group, if he was all panicked, the group would be scattered. He analyzed, that guy can go out, and you guys should know that we have a garrison in the mountains of Suzhou City. You mean that Xiaoran got the rocket launcher from the army? Sun Wentao said, not waiting for Liu Yang to agree. He nodded, that would explain how he got the RPG, but did the guy just leave it in his car? This was too much of a coincidence. They blocked the door on the front foot and Xiaoran took out an RPG on the back foot. Liu Yang, however, waved his hand and said in a deep voice, there's no need to pick up on such details, the point is, since Xiaoran got the rocket launcher, would he not have gotten another weapon? In the army, what weapons are not available? Pistols. Rifles. Machine guns. The crowd shivered with each weapon he named. Then what should we do? Mustn't we walk around Xiaoran when we see him in the future? The crowd could not help but say. It was clear that Xiaoran was sitting in a villa with lights, heating, and the prettiest and most beautiful woman in the neighborhood. They were red-eyed and jealous, but now the firepower Xiaoran held in his hands was enough to make them feel deep despair. The more so, the more they scratched their ears. Han Yun, I've always dreamed of fucking that woman. But now, only Xiaoran could play with her, and at will, wanting her to pose in whatever position she wanted. She had to pose in whatever position she wanted. The thought of such a picture drove them crazy. Grass motherfucker. Someone cursed lowly. What to do? Everyone looked at Liu Yang. Liu Yang reached for his cigarettes but touched an empty one. The last cigarette was smoked in the morning. He had no choice but to pinch his chin and said, let's go ahead and attack the other buildings tonight. As for Xiaoran's words, let's put them aside for now and slowly figure out what to do. Facing a person who most likely has an assault rifle, but his own side is barehanded, how to fight? Ma Junkai said, the other buildings are not easy to deal with now, they have blocked the building in advance and sent people to guard there, we don't have any chance to move the obstacles and kill in. Liu Yang, however, smiled, 2 options, first, we attack from the outside, we only need to stack the furniture and other things, by which it is not difficult to climb up to the windows on the 2nd floor, it's just that it's too cold at night, we have to risk facing the danger of hypothermia. Everyone was nodding slowly. Liu Yang's method was good, it was just that the night was too cold, a little longer could freeze people alive. Second, we enter through the elevator shaft. Liu Yang said leisurely, first fill the elevator to the 1st floor height, then set up a telescopic ladder. When we pry open the elevator door on the 2nd floor, we can naturally drive in. Wonderful. Everyone is nodding, no wonder Liu Yang can sit firmly in the position of the boss, look at this brain, how smart it is. Good, let's get ready to prepare and move in half an hour.
Hey, those women are tired of playing with them, it's time to have some fun for a change.
Half an hour later, the people from Building 4 set off and quietly killed Building 5.
However, after the two massacres in Building 4, the people in each building were on guard, or at least each household had prepared weapons, kitchen knives, sticks, and the like, and when the people in Building 5 heard the commotion and woke up in droves, they organized a decent counterattack as well. Because everyone knew that the people in Building 4 were animals, and that in their hands they would either die or be worse than dead, everyone dared to fight for their lives.
On the contrary, Building 4, do they have to fight for their lives?
One side dared to fight, the other didn't dare, so the result was no surprise.
This raid ended with Building 4's retreat.
However, both sides had many dead and wounded. Still, Building 5's losses were more serious, because after all, they were first attacked by a sneak attack before organizing a counterattack, so it was inevitable that their losses were greater. Xiao Ran woke up with a start and heard the neighborhood in an uproar. Everyone was discussing it and was very uplifted.
Because before, Building 4 had actually destroyed both Building 3 and Building 12, leaving everyone with the impression that it was terrifying and hard to match, but now?
The myth of undefeatability was shattered. The people in Building 4 were also human beings and did not have 2 extra arms and 3 extra eyes.
Therefore, this defense battle in Building 5 last night was too inspiring.
After Xiao Ran knew what happened, he couldn't help but smile and thought, I'll add more oil to the fire. He took the loudhailer, opened the window and turned up the volume to the maximum. Dear neighbors, it's time for the reward session that we all enjoy. In view of yesterday's hostile behavior of the people in Building 4 against me, I announce the following reward. For every person who kills a person in Building 4 and brings his body or head over, he can get 2 pounds of food and a bottle of pure water. This reward is limited for a long period of time, until the Building 4's people die out.
As the words fell, the entire neighborhood burst into cheers.
One must know that the people in Building 4 have now become the public enemy of the neighborhood. Everyone hates to get rid of them, just without benefits. Who would be willing to fight with them to the death? And Xiao Ran placed this bounty, but it was to make up for the benefit piece. For every person who kills a person in Building 4, you can get 2 pounds of food and 1 bottle of clean water. This means that saving a little bit of food can support you for at least 3 days.
3 days of life. Facing the residents of the neighborhood who lacked food and clean water, could there be a greater temptation than this?
At once, on a building-by-building basis, the residents began to discuss tactics and prepared to join forces with the people from the other staircases to kill the people from Building 4.
As for whether Xiao Ran would play tricks? As of now, Xiao Ran
had cashed in on every bounty he had issued and never wrote a blank check.
So, dry up. Building 4. Everyone is trembling.
Yesterday's dry fight with Building 5, even though they took advantage of the sneak attack, they were ultimately repulsed. If one building is like this, then the whole neighborhood is united. Can they match it?
What to do?
The people were all anxious and looked at Liu Yang at the same time. Liu Yang was cursing Xiao Ran furiously in his heart. If it wasn't for him yelling so much, how would his group be in a desperate situation?
Go back to Building 4,
he said flatly. Because Building 4 was blocked, after they came out, they moved to Building 12 as a whole, so as not to have to climb the window every time they entered. Building 4 is sealed off, and now there's only one entrance and exit from the window, making it easy to defend. So, as long as we defend the window to the death, not to mention a neighborhood, even if the entire Sioux City surrounds us, we are not afraid. After hearing his analysis, the people in Building 4 all nodded their heads. Although it meant that they were trapped back again, it was better than being hunted here.
However,
old boss, the people from the other buildings have already killed over. A man rushed through the door to report the situation, his face pale and white.
Chapter 1088 Women Meet, slightly awkward scene.
Xiao Ran closed the door, isolating the invasion of cold air, and also deeply hiding his achievements and fame.
Make a scene.
Kill it. Oil has been added to the fire, so let the bullets fly for a while and see how it will end up.
He thought about it and made a decision.
Opening the door to the basement, he let Han Yun's 4 girls come to the first floor. These 4 girls hadn't gotten any sunlight for many days, and the human body could have problems if it didn't get natural light for a long time. Although the 4 women, or because of the value, or because of the relationship between the perfect, cannot be categorized into the best, but play for so long, one how also a little bit of feelings. The second, Xiao Ran is not tired of playing, at least Han Yun and Wan Lulu in the face value and body can be the best level.
Since this is the case, they can't be locked in the basement all the time, right?
Now that the villa was spacious enough, let them live up here. However, whoever doesn't follow Xiaoran's rules, then sorry, no matter how extreme you are, get the hell out of here. Knowing that they could go upstairs, Han Yun's four girls were naturally happy, only that when they walked out of the basement door and faced each other with Su Qingmei's four girls, they were all a little surprised and embarrassed. To be able to live here, what was the relationship with Xiaoran then? Needless to say? Therefore, we are all our own people. With 8 women serving one husband, it was naturally a big embarrassment. Xiaoran laughed and said, "Come, have breakfast together." He didn't hide anymore, and started to set up a buffet on the bar, and said, "Take what you want to eat, bread, noodles, and wontons." In addition, he also put milk, yogurt, coffee, etc., and the hotel buffet breakfast is not much different. Su Qingmei's 4 girls had already seen it last night, but Han Yun and the girls hadn't, and each of them were staring with rounded eyes, looking incredulous. They looked at Xiaoran as if they had seen a god. Eat? Xiaoran laughed. The relationship between the 8 women had to be good, at least on the surface. They had to be in peace and harmony. In private, well, jealousy was casual. When everyone had eaten well, Xiaoran whispered in Su Qingmei's ear. Su Qingmei's pretty face flushed, stood up and went upstairs with Xiaoran. Now that her sister had been retrieved, she should also fulfill her promise to Xiaoran. Sister! Su Qingla could not help but call out. She naturally understood what would happen next. But could she stop it? What right did they have to live here? Not to mention Su Qingmei, even she had to fulfill her promise just the same, otherwise, why would Xiaoran keep an unrelated person? How expensive is rice nowadays, not to mention meat and the like, and what about seafood such as king crab and other seafood? Even the same alien is not qualified to eat it, right? This world is fair, how much you give to gain, or rather, what kind of benefit you get, what kind of price you have to pay. An hour later, Xiaoran came down from upstairs and asked, "Has anyone come over to collect the bounty during this time?" No. The 6 women shook their heads in unison. However, as long as you open the window, you can hear the intense sounds of fighting and shouting, so there must be casualties now, and Building 4 is bound to be dead as well, so it is estimated that the people in the neighborhood still have to discuss how to distribute the spoils of war after the battle, so no one is looking for him to collect the reward for the time being. I don't have time to wait for you here. Xiaoran wanted to go to Su De again. If he could, he would like to collect one more abnormal ability. Chapter 109, Searching for Songhui. Xiaoran decided to make another trip to the East Campus of SUU. He already had the realization that he wanted to be constantly strong in such a post-apocalyptic world, so every alteration was a potential source of strength for him. Since he knew that Songhui existed, how could he not go and take a look? When he had the chance, he would take this person out and collect his altered abilities. Xiaoran swept a glance at the girls. He had wanted to bring a sister along with him, not in case he got horny again after absorbing Song Hui's psychic ability, and then without a woman by his side, would he really have to rely on the 5 girls? But think about it, it's the University of Suzhou, a big school will still lack of girls? Maybe he could even bring back a few more superb girls. Well, it must be the best. The villa said small not small, but said big really not big, and then live in a few girls, not only the basement to reoccupy people, and even have to 2 girls to put together a bed. Xiaoran couldn't help but smile. In a short time the villa should be enough, but after a long time it's hard to say, either stop tuning goddesses or change to a bigger residence. Just to change the place, is there a better choice than a villa right now? Xiaoran shook his head and didn't think about it for now, but instead said to the ladies, "If anyone comes to collect the reward, just tell them that I'm going out and I'll notify everyone when I'm back." Aha! The ladies all nodded their heads. Xiaoran came to the garage, got into the big G, opened the garage door and slowly drove out before closing the garage door again, waiting until the door was completely closed before he kicked the gas. Safety first, can't let anyone steal the home, now the villa. But there are 6 superb, which one is captured will make his heart ache for a while. Big G maintained a constant speed of 20 yards and drove out of the gate. The soundproofing effect of the car glass was too good, he actually couldn't hear the boiling sound of the fight in the neighborhood. However, visible to the naked eye, there is a fierce battle taking place in Building 12. At this time, the people in Building 4 have retreated to the 10th floor, while the allied forces of the district are not relaxed, vowing to destroy all the people in Building 4 in a single blow. Xiaoran withdrew his gaze, smiled faintly, and drove off in style. After an hour's drive, he once again arrived at the East Campus of SUU. Driving lightly and familiarly, when he passed by the East Cafeteria, he thought for a moment, but stopped the car and walked in. To his slight surprise, the girls who were here yesterday were all gone.
Strange. He got back in the car and continued on.
However, just after driving a few dozen meters, he saw a prone body.
There was absolutely none yesterday.
Although there were quite a few fallen corpses on the road, Xiaoran's spatial sense was too strong right now. What it was like yesterday would not be forgotten after just one glance, and compared to this scene in front of him, the difference was immediately apparent. He stopped the car and turned the corpse over.
Ha!
It was one of the girls who had survived yesterday's cafeteria.
How did she die here? Obviously frozen to death.
So, the girls felt that they were doomed to no survival by guarding the cafeteria, so they had to rush out to fight?
Or maybe they were forced to go out?
Xiaoran got into the car and continued on. After another few dozen meters, he found the second girl's body, then the third, the fourth, and the further he went, the more frequently and densely the corpses appeared, and in the end, he found that all of the girls had all frozen to death on the road. Xiaoran could not help but frown, and at this time, he also arrived at the West Cafeteria and once again got off the car and went in. He was very careful. Song Hui was an alien who could control ice and snow, and in today's environment, his ability was undoubtedly like a tiger with wings. It was necessary to be cautious.
He was here to collect supernormal abilities, not give them away.
Arriving at the entrance of the cafeteria, he kicked the door open. His physical ability originally belonged to the top of the human race, and after absorbing 2 more alien abilities, he naturally surpassed the top by a large margin, just not compared to the mutant era who focused on strengthening his body, but compared to a top weightlifter, his strength was at least double, his speed was faster than even a 100-meter sprinting champion, and his endurance was more than a marathon runner and also doubled 2 or 3 times. Boom, the door was kicked open at the same time Xiaoran unleashed his spatial perception, while sticking to the door and opening the door of space. There was no danger. Xiaoran walked in. There were no living people here, but only a few ice sculptures. The 1 man and 5 women from yesterday were all left here.
Frozen into ice sculptures indoors? Song Hui's handiwork, right?
Listening to what these people said yesterday, one could tell that Song Hui had thoughts about both Su Xinlai and Zhou Yunsu, so he took the 2 girls away, and when Song Hui came back and found out, he killed all of the few people here to vent his anger.
Those girls in the East Cafeteria were also forced out by him? This person is quite poisonous.
Xiaoran would only lay hands on those who were not favorable to him, but Song Hui seemed to have lost his sense of right and wrong, and would kill at the drop of a hat, regardless of whether you were innocent or not.
However, in the end times, who cares about right and wrong?
Xiaoran muttered.
Now that it was completely weak and strong, the law of the jungle, did right and wrong still have any meaning? But in that case, where was he going to find Song Hui? Was he out of the school, or was he inside one of the dormitory buildings or teaching buildings? Having come here, Xiaoran didn't want to just return empty-handed. Therefore, he put his hat back on and walked over towards the opposite school building. When he passed by the Big G, he reached out and pressed his hand and the entire car disappeared. There were too many people here, and he was afraid that if the car was parked unsafely, would someone go and smash the glass to rob the car. Even if it is bulletproof glass, Xiaoran is still unwilling to have the possibility of damage. After all, he has to use for a long time miles. He is now wearing a hat, face, and goggles. Who can recognize him? Therefore, even if he was seen, he was not afraid. Xiaoran walked into the school building and hurriedly closed the door. Even though there was no heating in the room, the temperature was at least 10 degrees higher than outside. The difference was still very obvious. Xiaoran searched from classroom to classroom. When he found the 3rd floor, he suddenly saw the light of a fire. He opened the door of the classroom and went in, only to see that there were 5 students gathered around the fire to keep warm. Oh, no wonder many of the desks and chairs in the classroom were gone, so it turned out that they had been used here as firewood to burn. These 5 people were 3 men and 2 women, and seeing him come in, the 5 people stood up at the same time, revealing a nervous color. Xiaoran smiled and said, "Students don't need to be nervous. I'll ask you about something. Do you know Song Hui?" "No."
The 5 students nodded at the same time, but someone asked, "Who are you?" Xiaoran took out a packet of instant noodles and a bottle of pure water and smiled, "Whichever one of you satisfies me with his answer, this packet of instant noodles and water will be given to him." At once, the 5 people stared over at the same time and unconsciously gulped.
Chapter 110, Teacher Yu. Does anyone know where Song Hui is gone now? Xiaoran asked. Me. I know.
5 students raised their hands at the same time and looked at Xiaoran with eyes full of desire. Xiao Ran casually pointed, you speak. It was a girl, but not pretty at all. She cleared her throat and said, Song Hui came here not too long ago and inquired with us about the whereabouts of a person.
Who? Xiao Ran asked. Teacher Yu from the College of Literature. The girl said. Xiao Ran froze. Why would he inquire about a teacher's whereabouts?
The girl then hesitated a little, seemingly a little unsure, so the boy on her side hastily raised his hand. Xiao Ran nodded, you say.
I guess Song Hui is looking at Ms. Yu.
The boy said, Teacher Yu is very beautiful and is the dream girl of all the teachers and students in the Arts Academy. Not only the Literature Academy, our class is not from the Literature Academy, but we also have Marx and Lenin class, which is taught by Ms. Yu, which boy isn't mesmerized by her, and screams Ms. Yu's name at night when he dreams.
Another boy interjected. Xiao Ran couldn't help but TSK, and curiously said, Is this Ms. Yu really that beautiful?
Really? The three boys spoke in unison, then revealed a look of yearning. It was estimated that they were masturbating. Xiao Ran was a little surprised. It is already this time, you guys actually still have the heart to masturbate? One person was an exception, but if all three were like this, then it can only mean that this teacher Yu's charm was truly great.
What is this teacher Yu's name? He asked. Yu Nuatong.
The three boys once again spoke in unison. Well, they had probably called Nuantong and Nuantong countless times in their dreams. Xiao Ran thought for a moment and said, Introduce the specifics of this teacher Yu. Teacher Yu just turned 27 this year. His undergraduate, postgraduate and doctoral degrees were all studied at our school, and he stayed on directly after graduating with his doctorate. A boy grabbed and said, Mr. Yu just got engaged a year ago. He is the son of the vice principal and is also a teacher in our school, but he teaches physics.
Just engaged? Then it's probably still intact. Huh, what do I care if someone is a perfect girl for?
Xiao Ran lost his smile. He should have been unconsciously taken in by the descriptions of these three boys, and thought for granted that this Yu Nuadong was the best on earth, and he already had the habit of accepting the best beauties, so he subconsciously cared about whether or not the other party was perfect.
Xiao Ran nodded. So, Song Hui went to look for this Ms. Yu?
Aha. The three boys nodded, and one said, Teacher Yu is either in the Wensher building or in the staff dormitory.
Right, hurry up and stop Song Hui, don't let him hurt Teacher Yu.
These three boys were all very nervous and seemed to care more about Teacher Yu than the food in Xiao Ran's hands. Xiao Ran was non-committal and took out another 4 packets of instant noodles and 4 bottles of water and put them down, saying, one for each person. After saying this, he left. As to whether any of the 5 people would be born greedy and want to take more, it was out of his hands. Xiao Ran did not ask the 5 people about the exact location of the Wensher building in the faculty dormitory, because he knew, at least he was also a graduate of SUUA, it had only been 5 years, he wouldn't be so quick to forget.
Yu Nuanton, this name seems to still sound a bit familiar. Xiao Ran muttered, and suddenly his eyes lit up, isn't this the school flower of our term?
Doing the math, the two were the same age, and Yu Nuanton's undergraduate degree was also at SU, so the two were really in the same class. It's just that he went to look for a job after graduation, but she was a master's degree student, TSK. I still vaguely remember that at the graduation ceremony, Yu Nuatong was the student representative and did the graduation speech. Xiao Ran tried his best to recall, but too much time had passed and he couldn't remember much more than a vague impression.
This Song Hui has really learned the hard way, a mere student actually wants to sleep with a teacher?
Such high treason, to be executed, let me do it. He said with a smile, and after exiting this school building, he headed towards the Wensher building. It wasn't far, but the road outside wasn't good, and Xiao Ran naturally put safety first, so it was only after 10 minutes that he arrived at the Wensher building. There was actually a van outside, parked right in front of the entrance. Xiao Ran used his spatial perception, and there was no one inside the van, and the car cabinet was empty, with only a few messy bags left, all of which were small snacks. When Xiao Ran walked in and saw a vending machine, it dawned on him that this van should be restocking the vending machine, but it was really unfortunate that it happened to encounter a poisonous hailstorm, and even the people with the car plus the cargo were trapped here together. Obviously, the food and water in the cargo container had been removed. Xiao Ran nodded, so the people here didn't have to worry about starvation for a short time. He walked inside and was just about to climb up the stairs when he heard the sound of prancing footsteps and a group of people running down from the upper floors, all of them with fear on their faces.
Get out of the way! Get out of the way! The person rushing in front immediately yelled at Xiao Ran. Alas!
Xiao Ran took out his pistol and aimed it at the front.
At once, those people hastily braked en masse.
Xiao Ran swept his gaze. There were a total of 14 people, both male and female, old and young, so there should be both teachers and students. With a smile, he said, "Do you guys know where Song Hui is?" Hearing him ask this, these people immediately spoke up.
Song Hui has captured Ms. Huang and is forcing Ms. Yu to open the door. Song Hui is crazy, actually killing people in the school.
But he seems to have turned into Superman. He can actually freeze people alive into ice sculptures. Xiao Ran nodded. That Song Hui hadn't gotten his way yet.
Very well. Where are they?
Third floor, room 305. Xiao Ran waved with his gun, signaling the crowd to get out of the way. Are you a police officer?"
A girl asked boldly. "No,"
Xiao Ran said indifferently, directly shattering her illusions. He walked up through the passageway that the crowd had made way for, prancing to the second floor, and then prancing to the third floor. 305, well, it was very close, he had already heard the commotion. Xiao Ran walked over, only to see that the door was open. A young man was holding a weak and civilized youth around 30 years old, so the identity was easy to guess. The young man was Song Hui, and the one who was being held hostage was naturally Teacher Huang. This Mr. Huang is thin, also wearing a pair of glasses, full of bookishness. At first glance, it is a scholar. Song Hui is completely different. He is tall, a false suit cannot hide his exaggerated muscles, either fitness enthusiasts or the school sports team. He only heard Song Hui say, "Mr. Yu, if you don't open the door, I'm going to cut off Mr. Huang's hand." He used only one hand to strangle Teacher Huang with a death grip, and with his other hand probing out, the cold air condensed and actually turned into an ice blade.
"Nuantong, come out quickly. You Nuantong, do you hear me?"
Unexpectedly, this Teacher Huang actually screamed in fear.
Chapter 111 Coward, plus more. Xiao Ran frowned. He called Yu Nuantong as Nuantong instead of Teacher Yu. Could this person be Yu Nuantong's fiancé? However, this fiancé could not be.
He must be able to guess what Song Hui wanted to do, yet he still screamed for Yu Nuantong to come out, which was completely selfish.
You're really not meeting the right person. Yu Nuantong, come out quickly.
Teacher Huang screamed repeatedly, it hurts, dash.
Song Hui was already slicing his palm with an ice blade. Stop.
A loud roar, only to see the door inside open. A long-bodied woman walked out, wrapped in thick cloth. If you look closely, it was not a winter dress, but curtains, simply cut, looking as if it was 100 garments of the Beggars Association, pieced together from the east. Rarely, still cannot hide her beauty and charming. Really beautiful.
Xiao Ran looked at this woman. The vague silhouette in his impression gradually became clearer and then overlapped.
Not bad, this was Yu Nuantong. The school flower who was in the same year as him at the beginning. In Xiao Ran's mind, Yu Nuantong was giving a speech on the stage. The crowd under the stage was listening attentively. The girls were looking at her with envy and longing, while the boys were in love with her. But 5 years had passed. Yu Nuantong had also completely faded away her youthfulness, becoming mature and charming, full of the charm of a mature woman. Only her body couldn't be seen, vaguely remembering that back then, her body was quite proud. Teacher Yu is truly a beauty. Song Hui's eyes stared tightly at Yu Nuantong. The figure was indeed not visible, but he could see the flower-like pretty face, and the jade-like neck, which made his heart pound.
Teacher Huang, have you had sex with Teacher Yu?
He suddenly turned his head and asked Teacher Huang. Teacher Huang's name was Huang Lingcheng, that is Yu Nuantong's fiancé. He shivered for a moment and busily said, "No.
No. She's too conservative and said she must save it for her wedding night, so we didn't have sex." Oh. Song Hui revealed an evil smile and looked at Yu Nuantong once again. Then Ms. Yu is still a chick?
TSK, these days you can actually still come across a chick, and such a beautiful woman at that. Teacher Yu, you're really a piece of treasure. Yu Nuantong ignored his flippancy, and just faintly said, "Let him go."
Song Hui laughed out loud. "Don't be in a hurry yet. Miss Huang, I want to grasp Ms. Yu now, do you agree? Isn't this putting someone on the fire?" Huang Lingcheng couldn't help but hesitate and hesitated to answer.
Song Hui sharpened his ice blade, and instantly, Huang Lingcheng's wrist skin opened, causing tears to soar out of his eyes from the pain.
Agreed. Agreed. Huang Lingcheng shouted.
Yu Nuantong was hit like a heavy blow, and her pretty face turned pale all of a sudden. She had come out of the unlocked house with the determination to sacrifice herself to save her fiancé, but Huang Lingcheng had sold her out without hesitation. making her feel that such a sacrifice was not worth it. She then wanted to escape into the inner room, however, an ice blade struck and nailed the door of the room, almost grazing her face, scaring her to a screeching halt.
Don't run around, or the next one will shoot through your pink neck. Song Hui said.
Yu Nuotong stopped and slowly turned around.
This was a person with superpowers. How could she, an ordinary person, and a female at that, fight against it?
Song Hui revealed an evil smile. Ms. Huang hasn't shared a room with Ms. Yu yet, right? Let's do it this way. I'll be kind and let Ms. Huang watch how I grasp Ms. Yu on the side, so at least mentally Ms. Huang should be satisfied. One sentence made Yu Nuotong and Huang Lingqing tremble at the same time.
This guy was by no means human. Huh, isn't teacher Huang happy? Song Hui asked Huang Lingqing with feigned surprise.
Huang Lingqing shivered and nodded, happy.
Happy and still not smiling, not clapping, not thanking me? Song Hui's face sank.
Since Huang Lingqing had already wimped out, he naturally had no bottom line and hurriedly squeezed out a smile and clapped, saying, "Thank you, classmate Song."
"Thank you, fellow student Song." "Thank me for what?" Song Hui deliberately asked.
Huang Lingqing gritted his teeth and said, "Thank you for playing with my wife, classmate Song, and letting me watch from the side."
Ha 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 ha.
Song Hui laughed out loud while continuously patting Huang Lingqing's shoulder. "How does a greedy thing like you deserve to be a teacher?"
Yes, I'm not worthy. Not worthy.
Huang Lingqing had completely lost his principles and only knew to concur and ingratiate himself.
Xiao Ran couldn't help but shake his head. Would Song Hui let Huang Lingqing go? Obviously not.
Therefore, no matter how much Huang Lingqing ingratiates himself with Song Hui, he can't actually get a way out for himself, but only satisfy Song Hui's perverted mentality.
It seems like I'm quite fond of this too. Could it be that I'm also a pervert?
Yu Nuotong, on the other hand, was disappointed. In terms of academics, Huang Lingqing was definitely one of a kind, otherwise even if he was the son of the vice principal, she would not have agreed to a relationship, let alone an engagement. But now, she finally realized, learned does not mean have backbone. When Huang Lingqing was placed in a time of national tragedy, he would be like Wang and Hu. "Alright, then Mr. Huang will watch how I play with your wife on the side." Song Hui patted Huang Lingqing's shoulder. "If I get your wife off, don't forget to applaud."
Yes. Huang Lingqing nodded his head. Song Hui laughed out loud, then walked towards Yu Nuotong.
Xiao Ran, on the other hand, quietly concealed himself and approached from behind. Although his ability was incredibly powerful, and he had even absorbed 2 psychic abilities, but why not be happy if he was able to shade people from behind? It would be best if every enemy walked directly into his space door, this would save the most effort.
However, Huang Lingqing actually called out, "Be careful, someone is trying to sneak up on you."
Holy shit!
Xiao Ran was all shocked. Your wife is about to be raped and you are actually reminding the abuser? Is this the ultimate turtle slave?
Xiao Ran did not have time to sigh. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, dozens of bullets had already poured out from the door of space. Ding 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 ding. Only an ice wall surfaced behind Song Hui, blocking all the incoming bullets. At this time, Song Hui also quickly turned around and faced Xiao Ran. He was angry and shocked as he said, "You are the one who took Su Xinla and Zhou Yunsu away yesterday, called Xiao Ran, right?" Xiao Ran secretly screamed in his heart that it was a pity. All the exalts had an instinctive warning of danger. He had clearly sneak attacked, but actually failed to build up his strength. Of course, if not for that reminder from Huang Lingqing, the likelihood of him succeeding in his sneak attack would have increased by at least 50%. He smiled faintly. "That's right, I am Xiao Ran."
Taking
advantage of this opportunity, Yu Nuotong hurriedly escaped into the inner room, but when she closed the door, she realized how she couldn't close the door behind her, and when she looked, she only saw that a layer of thick ice had suddenly formed around the doorframe, which naturally jammed the door.
Song Hui did it.
Only then did she look at Huang Lingqing, glaring angrily. At this moment, she completely drew the line with her fiancé.
Just go die for me. Chapter 112, Song Hui dies.
Song Hui stared at Xiao Ran. "Very well, I was wondering where to find you, but you took the initiative to come to my door." Xiao Ran had a car that could be driven normally and had taken 2 extremely beautiful women with him, so as long as he killed Xiao Ran, all of these would be his. Of course, he had to force out where the 2 beauties were taken by Xiao Ran first.
The car?
The car must be parked outside.
You are able to fire bullets out of thin air, is that your superpower? Song Hui looked a little curious. Is that how Yang Wenqi was shot by you?
That stupid bastard only smashes things, it's normal to be shot by you.
But I'm different, I'm able to control the ice and snow, I can attack and retreat. Therefore, only I can kill you.
Xiao Ran lost his smile and said, you can try.
Bursts of bullets poured out at once.
Song Hui stood behind the ice wall with a haughty face. As I said, my defense is grass.
With a clang, the ice wall was already shattered by the bullets.
Song Hui hastily rebuilt another ice wall, but under the firepower pouring out, this ice wall couldn't last more than 3 seconds and shattered with a clang. He had to step back and build another ice wall. Building 3 ice walls in a row, he couldn't help but show a hint of strain. His limit was certainly more than 3 ice walls, but the speed at which this ice wall was destroyed was too fast.
How the hell did you get so many bullets? Even if your special ability was to spray bullets, wouldn't pouring it out like this exhaust the special ability very quickly?
However, Xiao Ran had a leisurely face, as if it was not strenuous at all. He didn't dare to take the risk. If he really let Xiao Ran break through dozens of ice walls, he would be shot into a hedgehog. One must take the initiative to attack and not be passive. With a thought, an ice blade condensed out of thin air outside the ice wall, and with a swoosh, it shot towards Xiao Ran.
If your attack is that strong, your defense is bound to be lacking, it's nature's flat.
Holy shit! Song Hui was dumbfounded, because the ice blade had only shot out half a meter, but it was actually gone.
Gone. Do you believe it? Have I encountered some kind of psychic event?
Song Hui thought he had figured out Xiao Ran's psychic attributes, but the sudden disappearance of the ice blade made him realize that he was wrong.
Could you be a dual psychic ability? He exclaimed in shock. This hand of infinite bullets and the means of making the ice blade disappear were completely different. No matter how he thought about it, it couldn't be the same ability. Could it not surprise him?
You guess.
Xiao Ran laughed.
As he spoke, Song Hui rebuilt 2 more ice walls. However, Xiao Ran's bullets were still spraying non-stop.
Ding, 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 another ice wall was broken. Xiao Ran was not heartbroken. Breaking an ice wall only consumed around 200 rifle bullets, and how many of them did he have in his alien space? In millions.
So, I don't believe I can't break down your turtle shell. Song Hui made a few more counterattacks, but they all ended with the ice blades being confiscated, which finally made him feel scared and even desperate. If this continues, he will die.
Stop, I admit defeat. He shouted.
Xiao Ran shook his head. No, I want you to die.
If you don't die, how am I going to get your psychic ability?
Besides, having fought to this point, how can I still keep you alive to retaliate against me later?
I'm neither a fool nor a saintly mother. Song Hui was desperate.
He was obviously so powerful, having mastered the ice attribute ability, he could walk outside in the extreme cold without fear of the cold, which meant that he could go anywhere in the world and obtain all the supplies. Great future, no, great future how did he fall into such a desperate situation?
I'll be your henchman and never betray.
He said again, and there was nothing else he could do.
Fine, you remove the ice wall and kneel down to me to beg for forgiveness.
Xiao Ran said indifferently, but the pouring of bullets did not stop. Song Hui naturally cursed in anger.
Could I remove the ice wall at this time? Withdrawing it would be a dead end.
You say okay, but you actually want to kill me, right? I'll fight you. Song Hui spoke harsh words in his heart, wanting to fight with Xiao Ran, but what was he going to fight with?
He could only take a beating.
Just now, when he was facing Huang Lingwen and Yu Nuantong, how arrogant he was, then how desperate he was now.
He did not want to die,
But what could he do? When dozens of ice walls were destroyed one after another and he couldn't build a new one, he was directly shot into a bloody hedgehog by hundreds of bullets.
Dead through and through.
Damn, it took me more than 10,000 rounds of bullets. Luckily, Laozi's supernatural ability was special and he could prepare in advance, and when he used it, he did not need to consume his supernatural ability at all, so theoretically, if he had enough ammo, he would be able to consume all the supernaturals to death. Xiao Ran walked over and reached out to press it, and immediately, warmth surged in.
Cool.
However, a strong desire also began to grow, and his eyes quickly turned red.
This.
Student, you killed this vicious man, you have made a great contribution to the school and society. Huang Lingwen seemed to have changed as if he had changed into a different person and immediately said towards Xiao Ran with a righteous look.
Xiaoran ignored him and said to Yunuantong, "Do I kill him, or do you do it yourself?"
Yunuantong could not help but tremble, her mouth opened, but finally did not make a sound. She had already decided to draw a clear line with Huang Lingcheng. From now on, she was a passerby. However, killing was another matter. She is a teacher, teaching and educating people, but also the most law-abiding. Let her kill, or even agree to kill.
At least she couldn't accept it now.
This student, please don't talk nonsense. Huang Lingwen was about to argue in a hurry, but a bullet had already shot out, and poof, it went into his brain.
He collapsed with a loud bang.
His eyes were round, as if he was dead. Xiaoran just acted as if nothing had happened. Having killed more people, it was really hard to cause ripples again. Yunuatong screamed, "In front of her has died 2 people. Song Wei is okay, he is a thug, but Huang Lingwen can only be said to be a poor man, now. Also died in front of her. This formed a great impact on her." Xiaoran walked over and looked down on this superb female teacher. He was 178 tall and Yunuatong was about 169, so he could still look down.
"I saved you, how are you going to repay me?"
he asked with a smile, his desire stirring.
Yunuatong revealed a mocking smile. "How are you different from Songhui?
He wanted to toy with me, and you are no different."
She saw through it.
Men, are all just livestock that see color and think with their lower bodies.
There is a difference. Xiaoran said seriously, "Song Wei uses force, I'm different, I only make deals."
With a wave of his hand, there was an additional hot pot stove on the table, and it was still in a boiling state. The fire was red. With another wave of his hand, a plate of shabu shabu was set out.
Yunuatong couldn't help but gulp furiously as he was dumbstruck. Chapter 113, On the Playground. You now know that there are supernaturals in this world.
Xiaoran said indifferently, "Song Wei is, and so am I. You can probably guess what my psychic ability is, and I can tell you that I have a lot of supplies at my disposal, more than enough for you to eat big fish and meat every day for several lifetimes. Also, I have a villa with electricity, heat, and a hot shower.
You can enjoy all this by following me. The decision is yours."
Xiaoran put away the hot pot stove and shabu shabu into the foreign space after he finished speaking. His lust was getting hotter and hotter, and it was no longer possible for him to wait for Yunuatong to finish eating.
So, if she agreed, then it would start immediately. If she didn't agree? Sorry, can only exterminate.
Your life was saved by me, it's only reasonable for me to take it, isn't it?
Lust fire?
Find someone else, he could have taken care of it with a few packets of instant noodles. Yunuatong hesitated for a while, then looked at Huang Lingcheng's corpse, and finally nodded. Xiaoran did not want to let her off so easily.
Yunuatong glared at him in annoyance. "I promise." Xiaoran then spread a smile. "Go."
He brought Yunuatong downstairs, all the way down the stairs, but did not encounter people. Very good, lest he still have to kill people. 1. To waste bullets. 2. He is not a murderous maniac. Kill people can still kill out of the pleasure to come.
If not necessary, he really do not want to kill. Xiaoran said. With the thought of his mind, Big G immediately appeared out of thin air.
Rao Yunuatong already knew that Xiaoran possessed relevant psychic abilities, but seeing such a monster-like car appear in front of him, he was still shocked with his mouth wide open.
It was too exaggerated. "Please." Xiaoran opened the car door.
Yunuatong went up, and immediately, a strong warm current hit her, causing her to hum out in comfort.
It was so nice to hear.
Xiaoran's heart swirled as he started the car and drove directly to the playground. It was empty, and anyone who came over could be seen from afar. Very safe.
An hour later, Xiaoran regained his composure.
Absorbing alien energy was bad for this point, it would inspire a strong desire in him.
But compared to the enhancement,
this side effect was naturally small.
The limit size of the gate of empty door became 20 by 20 meters. What kind of concept was this?
Theoretically, he could take in a villa, provided that the foundations had to be dug up, because the alien space could only take in independent objects, and as long as it was an independent object, as long as it didn't exceed the dimensions of the gate of space, then anything could be taken in an instant.
What about the farthest distance of casting? It's still 4 meters, and it doesn't seem like it can be increased any further. Spatial perception, on the other hand, is 8 meters away. Are there no new abilities? Xiaoran thought to himself, could it be that the appearance of new abilities was to be in a critical situation? Previously, when he was in a fierce battle with the mutant era, he felt the intense pressure of death and suddenly awakened the ability of spatial perception. So was he lacking such pressure? Or was the amount of alien energy he absorbed not enough? Or was his upper limit just two abilities? After thinking for a while, his gaze swept over to Unuwatong and he couldn't help but reveal a smile. With such a beauty lying beside him, he was actually still thinking about alien abilities. It was too undeserved. Xiaoran smiled smugly and said, I didn't expect you are actually still intact. Unuwatong sighed, my parents are very traditional people, and I'm no exception, that thing must be done after marriage dash. However, after keeping it for so long, she still couldn't keep it. The point was, she only knew Xiaoran's name, and all other information was lacking. What morals, what dignity, were not as important as living? As a teacher, she felt ashamed. Shouldn't she value her temperament more than her life? Take you home. Xiaoran said, now all relaxed, starting his car and driving off campus. While not long after he left, a flat-headed man carrying a duffel bag walked into the school, a short black knife hanging from his waist. His stature wasn't very tall, only 170, but his eyes were incomparably sharp, as if they could pierce through the heart. He stopped and actually copied a mouthful of ice and sent it into his mouth, clicked and chewed it and then swallowed it. Chapter 114, Teachers and Students Meet. The flat-headed man walked into the campus in large strides. The road was slippery, but he walked unusually steadily. In fact, his feet were a bit slippery as well, but he could achieve a balance through the shifting of his feet, which was both surprising and somewhat unbelievable when looked at in detail. Similar to Xiaoran's route, he advanced into the east cafeteria and saw the bodies of Yang Wenqi and a group of people. He frowned and retreated. However, he did not go to the west cafeteria next, but entered the teaching building. After looking around, he retreated and continued on. In no time, he found 5 students in a classroom, the very same 5 that Xiaoran had inquired about earlier, still warming themselves around the fire there. Seeing the flat-headed man coming over, the 5 people were slightly surprised. This look was not a teacher or student in the school, so how did he brave the cold and overcome the slippery road to run over? The flat-headed man, however, put down the bag he was carrying and said, I have some questions, so if you guys answer me honestly, the things in here will be yours. The 5 of them probed and saw that the bag was filled with bread, instant noodles, and the like, as well as a few bottles of fresh water. They could not help but cheer up, and hurriedly said, You ask. You ask. After 10 minutes or so, the flat-headed man nodded, revealing a look of satisfaction. He suddenly drew his knife and rushed towards the 5 students. Swish swish swish, the short knife slashed through, and the 5 students' throats were slashed open almost simultaneously, blood spurting out like a spring. Song Hui. His eyes shone. Your supernatural ability belongs to me, he muttered. Unfortunately, Xiaoran hadn't even driven to the neighborhood before the fog started to fill in, so he had to stop the car. Dinner, Xiaoran said to Unuatong. Teacher, you must have felt that he was a liar now, playing her but not honoring his promise. However, when she watched Xiaoran flatten the seats and set up 3 simple computer desks for the bed, put them together to form a large table, and then put in plates and plates of delicious dishes, she finally knew that she had misunderstood Xiaoran. He wasn't trying to cheat on his color, he was just too eager to do so. The two began to eat. Xiaoran had the same food treatment before and after the disaster, and had never experienced the feeling of starvation, but Unuatong was different. She had persevered in a school building for more than 20 days, relying on some small snacks to wrap up her stomach every day, not to mention malnourished, and her mouth was even more faded out of the taste of birds. She had once fantasized that she would even be willing to give everything if she could still eat a bowl of braised pork. Now, the wish was more than fulfilled, but far beyond expectations. Braised pork, chicken soup, stir-fried veggies, and a boron, steamed. Xiaoran just casually ate a few bites, just fill her stomach, but Unuatong wolfed it down without any image. When she finished eating, Xiaoran forced her to drink an extra bowl of chicken soup. You just became a woman, eat chicken soup to supplement. Xiaoran laughed, this has ginseng in it to replenish qi and blood. Unuatong immediately turned red with shame. When Unuatong finished the chicken soup, Xiaoran had wanted her to drink some more milk. This woman was indeed malnourished. The 20 days or so after the disaster could only be said to be alive, but the life was too lacking in quality. But her stomach was about to explode, how could she still eat? The night passed and in the early morning, Xiaoran and Unuatong ate breakfast before continuing to drive back to the small school. This time it went smoothly, they arrived half an hour later.
After driving the car into the garage and parking it, Xiaoran asked Yu Nuotong to get out of the car.
Yu Nuotong was shocked. You're letting me go out in this outfit? This outfit was an autumn dress. But now it's easy to freeze to death wearing ordinary winter clothes, let alone fall clothes.
Xiaoran laughed and wrapped his arms around Yu Nuotong's neck and kissed her. Dear Ms. Yu, how could I let you freeze to death and freeze to death?
Get off, trust me.
Only after he had said so, Yu Nuotong tried to open the car door.
Ha!
She suddenly realized that what was pouring in from outside the car door was not a cold stream, but a warm stream.
Gosh!
She opened the car door completely and stepped down. Warm, this is too warm.
Xiaoran!
Miscellaneous shouts rang out, only to see 8 beautiful women with their own specialties also appearing in the garage, oh, and a dog, so let's just ignore that. Yu Nuotong was all a bit shocked. Among the 8 women, only 2 of them had a slightly inferior face value, but the other 6 possessed a face value comparable to hers, especially one of them. Not only was she young, but she was also 1 or 2 points more beautiful than her. Wait, 2 of the women looked quite familiar.
Teacher Yu.
Zhonglei, Su Xinla, and Zhou Yunsu said in unison.
Yu Nuotong also remembered Su Xinla. Zhou Yunsu. Zhonglei she wouldn't recognize.
After saying that, her face immediately turned red. She naturally knew that these 2 school flowers, not only beautiful, and academic performance is particularly good, every year to get a first-class scholarship, is the so-called out of the circle, as she was the same, which teachers and students in the school do not know that she Yu school flower?
But what does the appearance of the 2 women here mean? They are also Xiaoran's women. How can this make Ms. Yu embarrassed? Chapter 115, Unwilling to Settle Down, Plus.
Zhou Yunsu flavorful twisting peach buttocks walked over, laughing. Xiaoran really have the vision. Teacher Yu is our school famous beauty, when studying is the school flower, after becoming a teacher, but also by the millions of students' masturbation. Every night we'll go to the Witch Mountain with Ms. Yu. This green tea came up to poke people, but it sounded as if she was praising and envying Yu Nuotong.
Yu Nuotong couldn't help but blush. Yes, as a teacher, she actually grabbed a man with a student? How can you do that? However, now that she refused Xiaoran's adoption, she ran out by herself? Won't she be frozen to death in minutes?
Xiaoran did not stop Zhou Yunsu. He also does not need the family to be completely peaceful, or even a pool of stagnant water. There is Zhou Yunsu this green tea in. Today poke a little this, tomorrow a little that, in fact, can liven up the atmosphere.
Moreover, it's only when there's jealousy between women that they'll be more pleasing to him. Little green tea, you are deep in my heart.
Xiaoran glanced at Zhou Yunsu and gave an appreciative look without a trace. Zhou Yunsu immediately threw a wink to indicate receipt.
Alright, go back to the house first.
With a wave of his hand, he let all 9 girls go to the living room. Here, the fireplace was blazing, but the warmth was evenly distributed to all corners of the villa, and it wouldn't be because the fireplace was in the living room that the living room was the warmest. Yu Nuotong looked at the villa with one lighted lamp. There was also a TV set playing. The warmth surged. Such conditions were something she couldn't have imagined before in any way. Relax, be natural, it's all family.
Xiaoran laughed.
But instead of letting Yu Nuotong relax, these words seemed to remind her that this place could all be Xiaoran's women. In the future, she would have to compete with these women.
Shameful ah! You two don't keep teasing people.
Han Yun came over and led Yu Nuotong to the side. Xiaoran swept a glance at the 9 women and thought to herself that she would let them wear the uniforms of their corresponding professions in a couple of days.
There were female teachers, policewomen, and female students here. By the way, what did Han Yun do? Ordinary OL? There's also Su Qingmei. Should we let her wear a prison uniform? Seems like it's not impossible.
Xiaoran was thinking wildly. Su Qingmei reminded, the war in the neighborhood has come to an end, ending with the basic destruction of Building 4. However, the whereabouts of the masterminds such as Lu Yang and Sun Wentao are unknown, and no traces of them
have been found. Just one day of fighting? Xiaoran nodded. The overthrow of Building 4 was not unexpected. After all, this group of people were only one building, and the entire neighborhood? 25 buildings. So, in terms of numbers, Building 4 suffered too much. What does primitive warfare spell? Of course, it is the number of people. Just Lu Yang, a few actually ran away?
Xiaoran lost his smile. These few people were already vicious, now they have turned into a hole, hidden in the shadows. In turn, it is convenient to act. If they are not found and eliminated as soon as possible, the residents of which building will not want to live in peace. But this is none of his business. The neighborhood representative came over last night, saying that a total of 144 people were killed in Building 4, and that they were looking for you to exchange for food and water.
Su Qingmei continued.
Xiaoran nodded. You're quite capable, you can be my secretary in the future. Su Qingmei gave him a blank look. There are things that secretaries do, and there are nothing that secretaries do, right? This stunt has been used to death. Xiaoran laughed, opened the window, took out the loudspeaker and said, Dear neighbors, I've returned, come over and collect your rewards. He went to the basement, opened the iron door, and took out a portion of frozen food. The portion far exceeded his previous promise, so consider it an extra reward.
Then he went back to the villa. It was cold as hell.
In a short while, more than 30 people arrived, and after discovering the supplies placed in the passageway, they first hesitated for a moment, seemingly afraid that Xiaoran would suddenly spray poisonous water after walking in, but after a moment's hesitation, they still walked in and began to move it. When all the supplies were emptied, there was no poisonous water sprayed down. They were relieved and had to admit that Xiaoran was indeed very trustworthy. The bounty that Xiaoran had offered had not yet been broken, and had become a gold standard. Although it was all frozen and chilled food, the crowd was very happy. There was finally something to eat. This should be the supplies that Xiaoran went out to find. Just because he has a car. If we could seize the car dash. Shoo, be careful what you say, go back and talk. These people went back with the supplies. They were representatives of each of the 20 or so buildings, and divided the supplies as previously discussed, and there were naturally people underneath the various buildings who received them, carried them back, and immediately built fires and began to prepare them. However, the 30 or so people from before didn't go back immediately, but discussed together.
We can't rely on people to feed us like this.
Not bad. This is not only a matter of humiliation, but it is also equivalent to placing a sword on our necks. One day if Xiaoran said that he wanted which one of us to live, who would hesitate for a moment?
Surely we will be pushed out immediately.
This problem must be resolved as soon as possible because people will form inertia, and once they get used to being dominated by Xiaoran, then we will only be at the mercy of others.
The key is that car. How can we get it?
The people discussed and discussed, but they could never get around Xiaoran and the villa. If they wanted to get the car, they had to break through the villa, and they had to kill Xiaoran. Suddenly, someone said, I have an old cousin who works in the engineering team. Before the natural disaster, they were about to blast a bridge to rebuild it. He will definitely be able to get the explosives.
The crowd couldn't help but see their eyes light up. Blowing up the villa?
It was a bit of a shame because they all knew now that the villa was heated and even had electricity.
Aren't you afraid of hurting the car? It's fine, we only need to blast a corner and blow up an entrance.
Xiaoran was able to be violent before, either by spraying poisonous water with his toy gun or by hitting people with that modified car. Isn't he himself an ordinary person like us? It's not like he has 3 heads and 6 arms, so what's the point of being afraid of him? The crowd nodded their heads.
Actually, isn't it possible to use a simpler method first?
Someone laughed. We can lure him out in the name of a meeting. The thousands of people in that neighborhood will squeeze him to death.
But what if he doesn't agree?
The previous person lost his smile. If he doesn't, we have nothing to lose.
Yes.
Okay, then let's lure him out in the name of a meeting first, and if he refuses, we'll find a way to get explosives.
Chapter 116, Fond of the New, Not the Old.
Xiaoran didn't know that the people in the neighborhood were already preparing to join forces against him. Even if he knew about it, he would not take it to heart.
The villa was remodeled for nothing?
It was not an exaggeration to say that unless one was directly hit by a missile, ordinary weapons would not really be able to break through the villa's defenses.
If it was before the calamity, there were actually other ways.
Fire, for example.
This villa not become an oven, everything for you to cook or even charred.
But how many people can go outside and stay out long enough at these low temperatures? Also, to start a fire you need firewood, or a lot of gasoline or something, right? Let's not even talk about whether or not there's any. Even if there is, you'd have to set it up. And it's so cold right now, you'd have to make sure the fire is big enough, otherwise the heat wouldn't cool down as fast as it would, so what's the point? Taking a step back, even if the villa really becomes an oven, Xiaoran still has a large amount of ice in his alien space, which can be used to cool down
drainage?
Either draining it out from the basement or storing it in the alien space was easy. Xiaoran spent a large amount of money to remodel the villa. How could he not consider these factors? Of course, if someone was so bullish that they could bring in missiles to bombard the villa would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, if Xiao Ran knew roughly when the missiles would come, he could completely stand on top of the villa and open the gate of space to directly collect the missiles.
Now it was a 20 by 20 meter portal. Just ask which missile's diameter would exceed that?
Xiao Ran had already absorbed 3 channels of alien energy while going out every day for the past few days, so he planned to stay at home for the next 2 days, enjoying the gentleness and flavor of the ladies. This is the wealth that he has made with his own hands.
He walked over and entered Han Yun's room. It was on the first floor.
This woman's body was so perfectly proportioned that only Zhou Yunsu could match her.
Oh, Su Xinla's body he hadn't seen yet. I wonder how about Lu Mei?
This extreme beauty was, as her name suggested, both beautiful and charming, and her body was even hotter. Although he hadn't personally measured it, he was completely certain that this woman's body was definitely at the extreme level as well. There was also Lu Susu. Although her face value was not top-notch, her body was also very great. Xiao Ran somewhat lamented that recently there were more and more beautiful women in the villa, and he had somewhat forgotten about Lu Mei and Lu Susu.
As expected, when you have new people, you forget the old ones. No, I like the new but I don't hate the old. I want them all.
Just at this moment, the cell phone sounded a beep. He opened it and saw that someone had arrived at the basement door and was knocking.
He didn't bother to go down there, connecting the speaker through his cell phone and asked, "Something wrong?"
It was a man around 50 years old, who looked at the monitor and said, "The neighborhood has decided to hold a collective meeting to choose a head out to guide us on where we should go next. Xiao Ran, you are also one of the candidates and the one we are most looking forward to. I hope you can participate."
Xiao Ran thought for a moment, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile and said, "Okay, what time?" "Probably after lunch." The man said. Nowadays, electronic devices were basically dead, but how many people own traditional watches? So the time could only be estimated. "I know,"
Xiao Ran said, then tossed his cell phone aside.
"You're going?"
Han Yun was flabbergasted.
"What, you think I shouldn't go?"
Xiao Ran naturally had a decision in his heart, but he deliberately asked this. Han Yun nodded. "You should not be swept off your feet by what he said about being the head. This is 80% a trap, wanting to lure you out and then kill you." Xiao Ran laughed out loud and wrapped her into his arms. "Don't worry, I'll only be flushed out on you."
Han Yun understood in seconds. "Bastard."
She lightly punched Xiao Ran on his chest, her face as red as fire and delicate.
Xiao Ran laughed. "Don't worry, with you goblins at home, how can I be willing to die?
If they want to seek wealth and kill, I'll make them pay the price in blood, and I'm a little tired of playing with them anyway." A cold aura flashed in his eyes. It was a killing aura. His principle was very simple: if you don't come to mess with me, then you live your life and I'll live mine, but if you want to come to mess with me, then sorry, all of you, go to hell. Han Yun lay on his chest and nodded tenderly. "You must be careful. I know you possess powerful abilities, but you're also just a body of flesh and blood. The so-called open fire is easy to avoid, dark arrows are hard to guard against, arrogance will sow the seeds of failure, and with the current environment, failure could be death." "Okay, I get it." That said, what did you do before? Xiao Ran was curious. "You wouldn't be a teacher as well, would you?" talking in a set way.
"I was a teacher," Han Yun said.
"It's still true."
"Shit, hasty, I can't believe I didn't ask before."
Otherwise, he could have played the student-teacher forbidden game a long time ago. The time was also approaching 11 o'clock, so after watching TV for a little while longer, Xiao Ran let everyone eat lunch together. The lunch was extremely rich. Xiao Ran wasn't afraid of wasting it and served more than 20 dishes, as well as beer, white wine, champagne, etc., so everyone could pick their favorite dishes and drinks. After he finished eating, he looked at the time.
11:30 a.m.
It was early. He chatted with the women and played a little game, then looked at the time. It was almost 12:30 p.m.
Well, set off. Chapter 117, Turning the Other Cheek and Making a Move.
Xiao Ran first checked with the surveillance to make sure it was safe before he walked out. Although it was unlikely that someone would ambush outside in such cold weather, it was always right to be careful. Cautiousness was the first secret to saving one's life. As the cold air came, Xiao Ran couldn't help but energize his spirit and put all those warblers at home to the back of his mind. Thinking about women's colors at this time is really suicidal. Walking out of the passageway, there was light from afar.
That is the light of the fire.
Quite willing to do so, they even built a bonfire.
That's right, it's too cold here, who can stand it after a long time?
Xiao Ran didn't use a flashlight, as long as he operated his spatial perception from time to time, within 8 meters of the vicinity, no matter front and back, left and right, which place would be a dead end.
It is clearer than the sunlight. So, sneak attack him? Impossible. He approached quietly without making a single sound. How come Xiao Ran hasn't come over yet? Yeah, it's 12:30 now. Old Li, is Xiao Ran fooling you?
Old Li was exactly the man who came to deliver the letter earlier. He frowned and shook his head. It shouldn't be. He promised well and said he would definitely come.
Right, what's the reason for him not to come?
We did say we would choose him as the leader.
It's not like he knows dash.
Shoo. Immediately, someone droned on, and the crowd shut up without fail.
Don't talk nonsense.
A man said in a deep voice, today, the result of our deliberations will determine the fate of the entire neighborhood.
Yes.
The crowd nodded without fail. Thus, the scene went cold and the crowd began to wait for Xiao Ran's appearance again. Xiao Ran walked in the darkness as if he had his own infrared scanning, taking in all the details in his mind. He knew exactly how many people were in this wave and where they were hiding.
He.
The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile, since he had already scouted out the situation. Let the card game begin. He no longer tiptoed around, but took large strides.
Ha! Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran is here.
The people nearby saw him with the help of the faint firelight and immediately exclaimed.
Xiao Ran had come.
The people who were in front of Xiao Ran stepped aside, allowing Xiao Ran to smoothly step forward, or one could say that he took the initiative to walk into the encirclement of these people.
Xiao Ran, you have finally come.
A person said with a smiling face. Xiao Ran recognized him. He was Liang Mingfang from the 15th floor. He was in his 30s and somewhat rich looking. It seemed that he was the representative elected by the crowd. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and said, here we are, let's have a meeting then.
Xiao Ran, we can elect you as the leader. Whatever you say, we will follow your words.
However, with power comes corresponding obligations, and the livelihood of the group falls on your head. Liang Mingfang said, then turned to the crowd. Everyone cheer together. From now on, we will have something to rely on.
Chief Xiao. Good day, Chief Xiao.
The crowd shouted one after another, not caring if they were sincere or not. Their voices were loud.
Xiao Ran was non-committal and only looked at Liang Mingfang with eye. Smile or not, you guys call me chief and want me to feed you? Oh, there is actually such a good thing in the world? Then, who calls me father? Should I pass on all the family's belongings to him? Liang Mingfang couldn't help but stiffen his face.
The other people's faces did not look good either, and none of them glared angrily at Xiao Ran.
If you say that, it's like slapping them in the face. Old Liang, this guy has come, what's the point of acting with him? Someone called out. Get him dead.
As long as he dies, everything is ours.
Go! The crowd shouted. Xiao Ran was already in the trap. What was there to do with him? Don't waste time. Liang Mingfang also nodded. Now Xiao Ran is unarmed and caught in a heavy siege, so... Does he still have a point to flip? No, not a single point. Xiao Ran, why do you have to be so stubborn?
Liang Mingfang shook his head. In the beginning, you should have listened to us. It would have been better for all of us, you and I, and you wouldn't have lost your life because of it.
So, people, one has to have a big pattern. Liang Mingfang sank his voice. Go on, do it. Figure pour, dagger present.
A group of people took out their hidden weapons and looked at Xiao Ran with fierce gazes.
Kill this fellow.
As long as Xiao Ran died, then everything he had was everyone's. That villa, those supplies, and
Han Yun, the big demonic spirit that is so charming to the bone. After taking the villa, everyone would have to mess with her once.
Xiao Ran smiled slightly. Okay, this neighborhood should also be cleaned up. At this time, the crowd had already rushed over.
In all directions. It could be said that even if Xiao Ran had 3 heads and 6 arms, what was the use?
Each person slashed and swung a stick over, enough to kill Xiao Ran alive. When Xiao Ran's mind moved, 3 cars appeared noiselessly around him, just in time to surround him. Only one side was left empty. However, this side was even more deadly because Xiao Ran had opened the space gate there.
Ouch! Holy crap! Boom, 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 a crowd of people rushed over. Who would have thought that a car would appear out of thin air?
All of a sudden, the people rushing in front of them all crashed into the car, and the people behind them couldn't brake, and crashed into them. You crashed into me, I squeezed you. The people behind them were okay, the people in front of them were squeezed so much that their bones were all broken. After so many days after the disaster, how many people could get sunshine? How many people can still get calcium supplements? So, even if people haven't developed osteoporosis yet, it's absolutely inevitable that the toughness of the bones will start to go downhill. It's easier to break. Therefore, with such a squeeze, the pressure reached a certain level, and the bones naturally broke in response. What's the situation? Why did a car appear? The hell with it. Although this was a garage and there were indeed cars everywhere, how could they suddenly instantly come over? What is this if not a ghost? The unknown formed a strong fear, and everyone was trembling. What was even more terrifying? The only side without cars blocking the road, although people rushed over like a tidal wave, but all suddenly disappeared strangely. This is even more breaking cannot break until the sudden disappearance of more than 100 people, this all the way talent finally stopped. Xiaoran. Liang Mingfang used a trembling finger to point at Xiaoran. You did this, didn't you? Naturally. Xiaoran laughed. Now, you all know my secret, so please also go on your way. Oh, right. It was as if he suddenly remembered something. Thank you all for accompanying me for so many days. You guys gave me a lot of fun after the lack of entertainment after the natural disaster. I really have to thank you all. However, now that the hail has stopped and the fog has lifted, I can go out, so I don't need all of you to give me any more joy. You guys, have a good trip. Chapter 118, Special Weapons. Xiaoran went on a killing spree, and the people in the neighborhood died in pieces. Bullets were flying across the sky. There was no need to aim at all when the crowd was so dense. As long as you didn't fire at the top on the ground, then every shot was guaranteed not to fall short. Xiaoran is still chasing, with his speed and endurance far beyond normal people. As long as he chases people to within 8 meters, he can open the space door in front of the other party. How could an ordinary person have any crisis warning? Naturally, he crashed headlong into it. There was no suspense. The screams rose and fell in succession, completely uninterrupted. Many people were hit by the bullets, but they didn't hit the vitals, so they naturally screamed and cried out in pain, and the whole scene became more and more like a slaughterhouse. Survivors immediately lost all will to resist. Is it possible to escape? Completely impossible. So they knelt down one after another, wailing and begging Xiaoran to spare their lives. Brother Xiao. Master Xiao. Spare me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want. I'm willing to be played by you, you can play me any way you want. In front of life, there weren't many fearless warriors. There were, not many, and all of them died. Xiaoran stopped and swept his gaze over the crowd, a faint smile floating at the corner of his mouth as he said, Want me to spare you all? That's fine, I'll give you guys a task. Within 3 days, find and finish off Lu Yang, Sun Wentao, and all the other leaks from Building 4. If I don't see their corpses after 3 days, then I'll slaughter you guys. On the contrary, if you guys bring over the corpses of these people, I can even reward you with some food. I'm a person who has always been true to my word, so everyone can trust me, right? Who would dare not believe it? The crowd cried and mourned. Why did they mess with Xiaoran if they had known earlier? Is he still a human being? He could change cars out of thin air, he could make people disappear in an instant, he could shoot bullets without a gun, which was something a normal human could do. So, they actually played with such a monster and even tried to snatch something from Xiaoran's hands? Really tired of living. The crowd was busy nodding their heads. Right now they just wanted to live, who cared about anything else? Xiaoran waved his hand, go. Although these people knew a drop of his secret, it didn't matter, it was impossible for any of them to run out of this neighborhood, and now that Lu Yang and the others were street rats and trapped beasts, they were bound to have a fierce clash with these people. By the time Lu Yang and the others were taken out, the entire neighborhood was estimated to have survived only 100 or so people. Isn't this good? It can save him a lot of bullets. Sometimes, it was good to kill someone with a borrowed knife, and you could also watch the show, why not? The survivors left, while on the ground was a large group of wounded still screaming miserably. Please, save me. A person grabbed Xiaoran's pants leg. This was actually a small young woman with a good face value. If you save me, I will be a cow, a horse, and a slave for you. She looked up at Xiaoran with a hopeful expression. Xiaoran indifferently drew his legs. These people want to kill him and take everything from him. If he can still have compassion, then he might as well find a rope to hang himself and then give up the villa and all the women inside.
Stupid, isn't it? A self-inflicted sin.
He entered the passageway, opened the door and closed it again, also isolating all the screams and moans. Seeing Xiao Ran return safely, all the women were relieved. Their destinies were already firmly bound to Xiao Ran. If anything untoward happened to Xiao Ran, then they would either starve, thirst, or freeze to death in the villa, or they would become the playthings of all the men in the entire neighborhood.
The latter fate would be even more tragic than death.
Fortunately, Xiao Ran had returned safely. In fact, they had guessed that Xiao Ran should be able to win because he was not an ordinary person but possessed supernatural powers, but when it came to themselves, they were still very worried.
Now, finally the worry was gone. Xiao Ran smiled. It's fine, everyone should do what they need to do.
In the afternoon, they watched dramas and played cards, and after dinner, Xiao Ran took the 9 girls and the leopard out of the villa together.
What for? Going out to play? How could it be? Xiao Ran was prepared to replenish some firepower to diversify his means against the enemy. They arrived at the 22nd building of the neighborhood.
The neighborhood had villas, small high-rise buildings and high-rise buildings, and the high-rise buildings were the 4 buildings 22, 23, 24, and 25, all of which had 34 floors. Xiao Ran brought the women to the roof of the building. His physique was so good that he naturally had no problem at all climbing 34 floors in one breath, but the ladies were different. They were all ordinary people, so they stopped and rested when they grabbed the 20th floor and then continued.
Coming to the top floor, they went up to the rooftop.
The door to the rooftop was locked, but Xiao Ran kicked it open. On the roof, Xiao Ran began to make preparations. The generator, the conveyor belt. After he was ready, he released a bunch of steel bars on the conveyor belt from his alien space. Now, as long as the conveyor belt was turned on, that single steel bar would fall from the sky, and Xiao Ran only needed to open the space gate below to catch it. So how terrifyingly lethal would the steel bars falling from the 34th floor possess? You know, dropping an egg from such a high place can kill a person. So, what about steel bars? Bullets are a bit difficult to deal with mutant era, because even if they hit, the lethality is not enough, but what about shooting with steel bars? Not only does the destructive power increase greatly, but it can also form an effective interference, trapping the target. Not only steel bars, Xiao Ran also planned to collect some more stones. The steel bars were sharp and had great single killing power. The stones were blunt and bulky, excellent for attacking. For example, if he encountered the door of a vault, Xiao Ran constantly bombarded it with boulders, collected it and bombarded it again. He didn't believe that there was any door that could stop him. This was different from bombs, and could effectively control the range of destruction. The key was that the materials were too common and could be reused. It was simply perfect. As Xiao Ran's opponent, how could he possibly know whether the next thing Xiao Ran shot out was a bullet or a steel bar or even a tank? Of course, Xiao Ran did not have the means to throw the tank off the rooftop for the time being, because only he could throw it out, but who would catch it below? How would the conveyor belt be able to bear the weight of the tank if he were to catch it below? Chapter 119, The Story of the Su Family Sisters, Extra. After Xiao Ran was ready, he went downstairs. He was well prepared. There were fire pits placed upstairs and downstairs, and there was even a simple windproof kiosk, similar to the nucleic acid testing kiosk, so what the ladies had to do was very simple, just flip the switch of the conveyor belt after receiving Xiao Ran's signal. Okay. Xiao Ran said over the intercom. 3, 2, 1, start. Han Yun said. A few seconds later, hundreds of steel bars fell from the sky. However, Xiao Ran did not receive a single one. It was because he had chosen the wrong location. It didn't matter, the fall point had already been measured. Xiao Ran changed the post to a different location and then went back up to the rooftop. Setting up the rebar, he came downstairs, and after taking his position, he used the intercom to notify. A few seconds later, hundreds of steel bars fell again. This time, all the steel bars were collected by Xiao Ran into the alien space. Continue. After collecting a large amount of rebar, Xiao Ran replaced it with stones, human head-sized ones and heavier ones, mainly depending on whether the conveyor belt could withstand it. As long as the conveyor belt held up, Xiao Ran wanted to throw down that tank as well. How many tons of a tank, thrown down from the 34th floor so high, the kinetic energy generated would be incomparably terrifying, right? Alas, if only I could teleport. Xiao Ran said with great regret. If he was able to instantly move, he could completely throw himself and catch himself. After 10 people were busy for most of the night, Xiaoran collected tens of thousands of steel bars with strong kinetic energy, and about the same amount of stones. Calling it a day. Xiaoran did not continue, these weapons were enough for a short period of time. If he was to face that mutated era again, Xiaoran was confident that he would be able to solve it within 10 seconds. Of course, the premise is indoors, so that the era can't take advantage of its speed, otherwise, if the war starts on the plains, the mutant era will run backward, and except for the bullets that can catch up with it, no matter whether it's steel bars or rocks, they won't be able to run as fast as it can. If it was thrown down from the top of a mountain that was several thousand high, that end speed should be enough. Xiaoran laughed and gave up this impractical idea. Might as well find a way to get missiles. The 10 people went home, and when the warm air surrounded them, they all let out a happy hum. It really is only with comparison that one realizes how precious it is. And that was precisely why the 9 women naturally became even more resigned to their fate. Even if they had to serve a man together, they were unwilling to leave just because of such warmth. Besides, there was not only heating here, there was also hot water for bathing and countless delicacies. Couldn't leave at all. In the latter part of the night, everyone washed up and went to sleep. No one had any energy. Even Xiaoran was quite tired, because he had run up and down for I don't know how many round trips. Even though his physical strength was superb, he couldn't hold up to so much building. He woke up already more than 10 a.m., climbed up to see. Among the 9 women actually only Su Qingmei a person got up. Squatting over the bitter kiln people really different. Xiaoran threw out some dumplings for her to cook, and then went to call the others to get up. Can't wake them up? How could she not wake up with a few spanks? When the dumplings were cooked, all the women also woke up, washed up, and waited for breakfast. However, after breakfast, Xiaoran took out some fresh meat and vegetables from the space, letting them prepare lunch and dinner. They can't eat ready-made every day, really treating them as princesses? Do something that is within their capabilities. In this home, the only one who can do whatever he wants can only be him. At noon, the 9 women do it together, and make up 10 dishes in one soup, which happens to fill a round table. Xiaoran tasted it and it was not bad. He couldn't help but smile and said, "It's hard to tell, your craftsmanship is quite good." The women all looked at Wang Lulu and said, "We are just playing the hands, the one who is really in charge of the spoon is Lulu." Xiaoran was a bit surprised, he did not expect this junior to have such good cooking skills. Is this the case of wanting to master a man's heart and first mastering his stomach? Xiaoran nodded. In the future, when you enter the kitchen, Lulu is the head and has full authority to arrange your chores. All the women had no opinion, who made Wang Lulu's cooking skills really good. Therefore, she was the head chef and the others could only play the bottom hand. Xiaoran decided to rest for 3 days. For one thing, he should also take a break after being out continuously for the first few days, and secondly, he wanted to see if these people in the neighborhood could pull out Lu Yang and the others. However, this afternoon, Sun Wentao and a few other Building 4 talkers' corpses were brought over, and after taking an inventory, the only one who is still hiding in the neighborhood is Lu Yang. One person, not a psychic, what waves can he make? Although Xiaoran never underestimated anyone, there was no need to be presumptuous and elevate an ordinary opponent to the point of exaggeration. Unfortunately, although he had absorbed a total of 3 psychic abilities, he had not awakened any new abilities. Did one really need the pressure of a life and death crisis? The day passed. Xiaoran nourished his spirit. He walked into Su Xinla's room. Su Qingmei was actually there. Xiaoran was very satisfied. Although the 2 sisters looked 7 times alike, their behavior was completely different. One was like fire and the other was like ice, but they were actually real sisters. He was a bit curious, so he asked about the case that the 2 women were involved in the first place. Su Xinla was a little difficult to speak, or Su Qingmei said, "When my sister was in her 2nd year of high school, there was an extracurricular tutoring teacher who was plotting against her, and asked Xinla to a hotel, under the pretext of saying that she wanted to give her a remedial lesson, and this girl was too naive, and actually really had to go. As a result, after drinking the water given by that beast, she directly fainted to death. Fortunately, this girl finally still left a heart. Knowing that in advance to send me a message, I immediately rushed over, pretending to be a waiter knocked on the door of the room, just in time to see that someone was trying to violate Xinla, so he wrestled with the other party, and under the slip of the hand, stabbed him to death." Xiaoran froze and said, "Not that teacher?" "No." Su Qingmei shook her head.
That teacher is just a lackey. He specializes in serving the vice president of the Qinghong group and uses the tutorial classes to find beautiful female students for the other party for him to bully. She added, that bad guy's name is Yu Wenjie, his old man is the chairman of the Qinghong group, relying on a few stinking dollars. Every time he bullies someone, he uses money to smash them afterward. To make the matter private, if the victim doesn't agree, he'll threaten to release the video of the assault, so the previous victims have chosen to make it private. I over-defended myself and was sentenced to 3 to 5 years at most, but the other party created a lot of perjured evidence against me, saying that Yu Wenjie had been drinking, and that on one hand, his will wasn't sober, and on the other hand, he didn't have enough strength to injure anyone, and as a result, I was sentenced at the top of the penal code. In prison, Yu Wenjie's old son Yu Jiacheng even personally came over to see me, saying that he wanted to deal with Xinla so that she would be pregnant with the old beast's sinful seed, so I made Xinla stay in school all the time, and never go out, giving the old beast any chance. So, Zanera would only go out of school when she was visiting me, and the whole time she would be on a video call with her classmates, just because she was afraid that the old beast would mess up. Xiao Ran even bared his teeth a little and said, "What about that counseling class teacher?